8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we have got intern Blazing Silverman. He is here today, fired up, ready to take your calls as we get ready for another day with you. Not just any day. We'll explain it and break it down as we get this thing rolling. Let's bring in my other two buddies, known as the Good Time Gang. Over to my left is Craig Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Gentlemen,
Fire it up.
how about you?
Oh man, I know I'm ready. Yes, I know we'll break the weekends down and explain how all that went. Boy, do we got some updates, not only personally but around the world. Crazier than ever, sports world, got lots of news there. But today we celebrate Rick Burgess. He's 58
oh, that's
today.
right. I forgot it's his birthday.
Greg, you can't forget that's your brother, buddy.
Yeah, look at how old we are, though.
I know, 58.
He knew it the whole time. He's trying to play
Yeah.
tough guy over there.
Right.
And big-hearted Greg, all he can think about is having a piece of cake with his brother.
That's right.
I might as well have a piece.
Yeah, as Rick says, to celebrate his birthday, we'll get a cake for Bubba.
There you go.
There we go. So congratulations there, Rick Burgess, 58 today. We'll celebrate that. Edgar's Bakery, not only do they provide delicious breakfast each and every day, you might just think they're just cakes and pastries. No. They've got
too.
Boy, do they? They got a good one too. But they are the official birthday cake provider for the Rick and Bubba Show. As us grown men get birthday cakes, and look forward to having them with us today, getting that birthday cake. They called Friday afternoon. I saw the caller ID. It said Edgar's Bakery, and it was like mid-afternoon Friday, and I'm like, uh-oh, what's up here? You know what, though? They're detailed. Hey, I just want to make some final things. Just want to let you know when it's going to be delivered and all that kind of good stuff. So that'll be today. Rick and Bubba University this past weekend was a good one with Jonathan Evans and his latest book, Fighting Your Battles, Every Christian's Playbook for Victory. It was a great podcast. If you have not heard or watched that, make sure that you go to at Rick and Bubba on social media. We'll have links there, but you can also search Rick and Bubba University in your podcast apps. It's just a really good podcast this past weekend with Rick, so be looking for that. As I said, there's a lot of recaps, and I know during the main show we'll break it down, but Helmsy over here, we got us to my left. We got us a runner.
How about that?
I
heard you owned it. Heard you did well.
Yeah, I heard you did well.
For my old self. And now there were so many people that did a lot more well. It was my best time.
There you go. A PR for you.
I think the first time, of course, I don't know. I think I walked the whole thing the first time.
Right. Oh, yeah, you had old ladies telling you to get out of the way.
Yeah, that was tough.
While smoking, I think.
But this one now, with about a half a mile to go, I felt it. I started struggling.
Yeah.
But
well, that's good, though. I mean, so you had a couple of different times. You had the race start time, but then you had
they got a chip in your number. When you cross the thing, it starts your time.
Right.
You put your number on your chest. Is that where you put it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And,
that's where I did.
So I ran 30 minutes, 41 seconds.
Let's go. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not it.
I know for people that run, that's not very good. But for me, it's
Greg, could you?
Because last year, I think I ran nearly 35, 34.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you beat it by a couple of minutes. That's a great job, buddy.
So, anyway, but I came out of it, I think, a little fast, and he caught me at the end.
Right. When you got home, did you thank Mr. Buddy for running with you every day?
Yeah.
He get you ready for it?
Yeah, he did.
Huh?
Hey, the weather couldn't have been perfect.
It was perfect.
It's nice.
Golly, you didn't have to worry about being hot at all. It was perfect. You wore cold. It was
right.
Couldn't ask for a better day. It was 10th annual. It was great. Had a good turnout.
That's good.
And every year, it gets bigger every year.
Yeah, I know that you said there was lots of love for the show there as well.
Oh, yes.
Ran into a bunch of folks that you know.
Ran with Jason Benfield.
Oh.
Paratrooper at large.
Let's go.
Me and him ran together for a while.
Oh, boy, Jason.
I'll be honest, I had completely forgot about it. Okay. And he reached out and said you did a great job.
Well, like I said, it's so funny to watch those people take off and never let up.
Yeah, I know.
There they go.
That's the last time
you're just going to run 3 miles and not even check up.
Yeah, last time you see them.
Yeah.
There they go.
A lot of them.
That's good stuff right there. But, hey, look, you finished.
Yeah.
You had a personal best.
Yeah.
And it was for a great cause, and it was a beautiful day. So, hey, I see a lot of wins right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, good job, buddy. We'll break it down more during the main show. Believe it or not, Helmsy, I'm proud of him, too. He got some pictures.
Yeah.
Did he really?
I'm so proud of him.
Speedy dogged me and said I wouldn't do it. And I said, well, I mean, it ain't a lot.
Yeah, we'll get those to Adler's. For those of you that have the YouTube option and YouTubers, we'll show some videos, photos as well when talking about it. All right, so this past weekend, too, I know it took you on the road, Helmsy, with one of your kids, and it was funny because I didn't see your Marco Polo till late, but it was a similar setup that I had because I had a remote Saturday in the beautiful town of Mountain Brook, Alabama.
Beautiful day for
and it was right in the middle of the Kentucky-Ole Miss game, which was a good one. And I saw you had a similar setup there in your car waiting on the kiddos to finish.
Well,
it was good stuff.
You never know what you're going to get into with these tournaments. You start at 9:30 in the morning. Sometimes it's earlier on a Saturday, and then you don't play. Win or lose, you don't play again until like 4:30, 6:30, depending on which. That was a little much. Mm-hmm. I'm okay with 4 or 5 hours wait time, but when you play at 9:30 and then don't play again until 6:30.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Whoa, come on,
ridiculous.
Man.
What?
Not sure what happened on that. That's the first time I've ever had to wait that long.
Yeah,
I thought baseball.
We got to do better.
Exactly.
Did you give everybody a speech?
No,
Show you wrong.
One of the officials there is a friend of mine, and we briefly talked about it, and I shared with him that I wasn't too happy about it, but. I share the good. I share the good stuff too. You know, I mean, they usually run a really good tournament, and they still ran it. They still ran it well. It was just the time was.
Yeah,
the times were too spaced out, and I get it. It was a huge tournament. Had a lot of folks in town, and they were having to use multiple facilities. But there's little things like this. You play at 9:30, then you play at 6:30, and then that normally doesn't start till like 7.
Yeah.
And then you got to turn around and be back at 8 o'clock in the morning the next day if you win, and that's what happened. And so it's like, okay, it's one thing you make us wait till 6:30, but now you got us back up at 8. At least push it to 9:30 as far as that goes. So
you can't have nothing.
That was a little frustrating, but I did have a good setup in the car.
No, you came. Oh,
yeah, we came back and then got up the next morning.
Ouch.
I guess they don't think about that, but
no.
Well, you're only an hour and 20 minutes away.
Oh,
so
that's all. No biggie.
I can't get a hotel I can't justify that.
No.
I just can't.
I know there would always be a discussion for us. All right, what we're going to do, you know?
Yeah.
But I did.
Did you know the 8 a.m. on Sunday prior to the 6:30 p.m. or was that pool play?
No, well, you have to look at the bracket and win or lose. You know, I knew it would likely be that based off of my research, but it was just like I still couldn't. I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, you know, Braden he's going to sit there and stare at his phone for the next hour and a half anyway on the way home, watching a game.
It's really on you.
So if I can get us home, let's just sleep in our beds, save the hotel money, and I'm an early bird anyway, so I'm going to get up either way. And again, he can just sleep halfway there. Yeah. But I did have a good little setup in the car watching football all day.
Yeah,
and that's what Speedy's talking about.
Yeah, he had his iPad.
We had 2 iPhones up with different games on, watching them and whatever. And I'm like, what are we doing? My laptop's in my bag. I can fire it up. Yeah. So I put it up in the thing, and we kicked back and made the best of it. Yeah. Speaking of Buffalo Wild Wings, we spent 2 hours there killing time.
Okay. Yeah. So you'll eat slow when you have a long break like
really
that.
Did. The lady, I think, really wanted us out of there.
Yeah, hey, guys.
I'm sorry. We're enjoying your 20 TVs right now. It's delicious food.
I promise we're going to leave in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Give us 20 more.
Yeah. Good night. Yeah. How about if Kentucky could just kick the dang ball?
That?
I mean, good night. I was watching a little bit of that at the remote.
So many chances.
Hey, Georgia.
Hey, Georgia had you a little.
You trail Missouri for 4 quarters.
Were you still on the bus?
Wow.
And Alabama's real good with the backup.
Yeah.
The fullback?
Yeah.
Yes. Look like a linebacker.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. AtoBee.com. Hey, business owners, have we got some good news for you? It's the A to B fuel card, and it's accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A to B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more. A to B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A to B is more than just saving you money. They can help you track all your transportation costs and offer 24/7 support. Apply today at AtoB.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to letter B.com/Bubba to apply to get a $50 credit. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the security of you and your loved ones? Of course not. That's why we use and trust SimpliSafe Home Security. SimpliSafe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents. SimpliSafe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at SimpliSafeBubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to SimpliSafeBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsor. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID, flus, and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code Bubba. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. It's Big Bro's birthday today, Greg. You need to calm down a little bit. Rick's birthday. We celebrate his 58th birthday with the Edgar's Bakery birthday cake. That'll be coming today, and so we look forward to celebrating old Rick, 58 today. I know he'll hate every second of that, but we'll say happy birthday and celebrate him anyway. Don't forget RBU this past weekend with Jonathan Evans. It was a great talk with him. He and Rick sat down together, and so you want to check that out. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So busy week this week. We're looking back to this past weekend right now. We updated you the first segment on Greg's big weekend at the crap run. He was able to finish it, get a personal best. We'll have some pictures and stuff during the main show, break it down a little bit more. Helmsy was on the road with one of his kids playing tennis, so he stayed in the truck all day watching college football, and I tried to as well, in and around my live remote Saturday. And so I was coming and going a little bit with some of the games. But it kind of worked out because, you all know I was interested in the Mississippi State game, and my remote was from 12 to 2, and Mississippi State kicked off at 3 p.m. Central. So I was like, okay. Yeah. And then really by the time I got home, it was right at the kickoff of the Bama game too. So I was able to watch a little bit of that and go, hop around, look at some different games, but enjoyed the Mississippi State game for sure.
Yeah, it was a romp.
And the new AP poll is out. Georgia, because of their struggles with Missouri that you mentioned the first segment, swap places with Alabama. Alabama now the number 1, Georgia 2, Ohio State stayed at 3, the Michigan 4, Clemson 5, USC at 6, Oklahoma State 7, Tennessee 8, then Ole Miss jumped up to 9 after their win against Kentucky, and then Penn State is at 10. Some other notables, Kentucky dropped to 13th. Let's see, Mississippi State was not ranked. They jumped in at 23, and LSU, not ranked, jumped in at 25 after their win over Auburn. And, I'm sitting here looking at Wake Forest at 15. They beat Florida State. Yeah. At this point, do we need to say Wake Forest? I know it's tough for us to say this.
It's not a bad team this year.
But they Wake Forest almost beat Clemson, and then they just beat Florida State. So I guess we need to give them props.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I did see a couple of things, and I know we have fun with Dabo running down the hill before the Clemson game and all this kind of stuff. But their tradition,
I don't want him to fall.
But their tradition on getting in buses and riding around to the other side of the stadium,
and then running down.
I got to give it to the production crew because they had cameras inside the buses and everything, and they really brought you into behind the scenes like you were part of the team.
Yeah.
And so it shows them coming out, and they all walk in to the buses, and they get in 3 big, huge Greyhound buses.
Drive them up there.
And they drive them around the other side.
Full pads.
And people are screaming outside. They got a police escort, and when they get out, I'm talking about it was 4K HD, whatever. You feel like you're on the bus. Yeah. And they get out, and then all of a sudden it shows over their helmets and the stadium. It was a pretty cool deal.
Entrance.
It really was. And then Dabo was high-kneeing it, kid. He was getting it going down that hill. But, hey, I'll tell you this. If you're not getting it, you will fall or get run over.
Yeah, I think you can't help but run.
No, you got it. You got to go.
You got to get your feet moving.
Gravity kind of takes you there.
It forces you that way.
Yeah.
It does. By the way, I didn't realize this, and we've talked about Clemson for years, and they've been that program that we've kind of had in that top 5 as far as programs in college football. But do you realize they've won 37 games in a row at home?
Wow. That's a streak.
Think about that.
Well, the Wolfpack was there. And they were
considered a good team.
They were howling, but really cool helmet. I love that helmet.
I love their uniform.
And I think it was you, Helmsy, that sent out in the group text, Rick, I think you can take this, Wolf.
Yes.
It was funny. But anyway, Clemson took care of business. But I just was able to catch that moment, and I was like, okay, I'm staying with this. I'm staying with it. They've put GoPros or something.
What's the rock they rub? Howard's Rock or something?
Yeah, they all doing that. And they also all drop a coin into a bucket.
Wait a minute. There's a lot of things you got to do.
I didn't know the coin in the bucket.
Yeah, they've all got a coin, and they're dropping it in. I guess that means they're all in. I don't know, but it was a pretty cool moment. I said, I'm in. I'm going to watch this, and it was pretty cool starting the game. So anyway, there's that. We got some other college news. It looks like Wisconsin went ahead and fired their coach.
All right, go ahead.
After a 2-3 start, they didn't. 2
and 3 ain't gonna do it, huh?
No. They said I think we'll just go ahead and fire you. And I know it's illegal to bring up any other sport during football season but football. But the Albert Pujols hit 701 and 702 over the weekend.
Yeah.
And
thank you for keeping me up to date on all that over the weekend too, because I had no clue. I did see when I was in Buffalo Wild Wings. I was on the Aaron Judge.
And we've talked about that in the group text, and we need to bring it up again. I mean, I understand if you break in on other baseball games to show, but I mean, I'm watching college football, and you're splitting the screen to show his AV.
I told Braden, I said, imagine that pressure to know that every single sports eye is on you today when you go to bat. Because in every sport they're coming. It doesn't matter what they're showing. They were bringing him his hitting, which was pretty cool, I guess.
But Pujols hit his number 702 in the final regular season home game. The Cardinals ended up losing, but it was his last regular season home game. He was able to get it 702. And the Atlanta Braves, they sweep the Mets and move closer to another NL East title. They both have a series left. The Mets have the Nationals, and the Braves have the Marlins. So,
Dansby Swanson's gotten hot.
Good night alive.
All right, I'll jump back into it.
Magic game is won now.
And look at birthday boy.
Look at birthday boy. Happy birthday to Richard.
Happy birthday. I'm going to come dig it there like that. You got your orange on.
Hey, I'm telling you, if you don't dig, you're going down. It's good stuff. But anyway, Burgess here. Birthday boy.
He got on us a little bit during the group text this weekend. And probably rightly so, but I was enjoying the baseball back and forth too.
Well, I mean, it was only two texts.
Yeah, I know.
One was that, hey, they're on, and two, they won.
Yeah.
That was it.
I was trying to be supportive. I was enjoying it too.
Yeah, it's good to be well-rounded.
Glad you brought me in on it last night too.
Yeah,
that was exciting.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Nowadays, we're taking premium audio with us everywhere we go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever we're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so we can choose to be immersed in sound or tuned into our surroundings. When we need to, you're there. You can listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough you can wear them all day long, and they do not budge. With the Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of battery life, and I love this. They start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. See for yourself what the hype is all about. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. We'll get you 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for 15% off. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Inflation is rising. COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or rickandbubba.com.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. We're just looking back at the weekend and just kind of skimming the surface of some of the main stories that the guys will jump into a little bit deeper during the main show. Some highlights for you, at least. I did see where, the NFL had a London game Sunday.
I hate the London game.
I saw where the Vikings beat the Saints, and so I don't want to just spoil it for Bubba, but, the Vikings are 3-1 now, Bubba. Just want to let you know. That's all.
That's true.
Saints tried some 61-yard field goal and it hit the upright, then the crossbar, and then bounced out.
Ooh.
But anyway, that's there for you. And yesterday I caught some of the Talladega Super Speedway race.
Yeah, that was a good race.
And one thing, I know Coach Bruce Pearl was there to start things and all that. That was kind of cool. Chase Elliott is the first to advance into the playoffs with the victory. So he won it. And then you got your different stages and all that, which I'm trying to figure all that out. I'm not really sure. But one thing I did see, and they announced there was over 100,000 people there.
Yeah,
and that is so good to see.
Yeah, I watched a lot of it on television. The crowd looked good and big, and the weather was perfect.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But it's just good to see. Since the pandemic and uncertainty and of years past, whatever, just to see that many people out there enjoying themselves was awesome.
There was a slump in the early 2000s as far as anybody drawing any.
Yeah.
And they've got it like they like it.
Yeah, they announced that during the broadcast that there were that many there. So. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was a good race.
Have y'all, speaking of, this is going to be completely off the wall, and you may want to do this in the big show, Speedy, I don't know, but this whole fishing tournament thing.
Oh, wow. That's weird.
Have y'all seen
I've
where
heard
the guys
I've
are
heard
cheating?
of this happening before.
Yeah.
Well, it's a walleye tournament, and evidently
Not
they
the
were
walleye.
Evidently they were shoving weights in the fish. And I haven't read the entire thing. I've only seen video of all the other fishermen screaming at them and about cheating and whatnot. The language is pretty rough.
That's a cheater.
But these guys evidently were winning all the time, and it's
so
like
they're like,
it's like how long has this been going on? And I've heard of cheating in fishing before. There's
been a basket with your fish.
Absolutely.
Head out and
Yep.
go get 'em.
Heard that. I've heard that. I've actually seen video of baskets and people actually doing that in bass tournaments.
Listen, especially if it's one that's got a lot of money tied to it.
Yeah.
People going to find a way to.
And I don't know how you police that. I really don't. But and so I tell you how you police this is you cut up the fish and you cut open the fish and you find weights in it.
Boy,
We got weights.
We got lead balls.
I didn't know we were going to have fishing tournament controversy over the weekend, and buddy, it was a big one.
They serious about them walleye tournaments, evidently.
And when you watch the video of them getting on these two guys when it's caught, it is very serious.
How about they were set to take home $30,000?
Well,
it says they were set to take home nearly $30,000 in winnings Friday, and to what Helmsy said, there were multiple time winners that were
don't
called.
these don't
almighty.
these tournaments with money require a polygraph test after some of them? They'll actually polygraph test the winners.
I don't know. I don't know. Just the faces on the guys when they're caught is precious.
And they were going for $30,000.
Because what do you say? You
can't go the fish. He must have eaten some lead. You know,
hey, it wasn't little weights either. It was real big weights.
Yeah, and they didn't just want them
what tipped them, I wonder?
disqualified and all this. They wanted them arrested, prosecuted.
Well,
you
they
can
were
hear
about
people
to steal
call the
$30,000.
Call the blanking cops.
Yeah.
You know, hey, there's a lot of very, very, very upset people, and rightly so. But yeah, they were busted, hook, line, and sinker.
No pun intended.
No. It says here, pro fishing world rocked by alleged cheating scandal. But I did see
get
that.
in there?
Yeah. What happened there?
Do you just go, you got me?
Yeah.
Well, that's basically what they had to do.
Yeah. What else you can do?
Yeah, no. You got.
I want to know how did they go?
I'd have took off running.
Would you?
Did a weight did a weight fall out accidentally?
Yeah, or did somebody go?
Yeah.
That
did somebody
fish
go?
weigh that much?
Yeah. So what? How'd they
big
get
enough fish
caught?
to weigh 8 pounds?
I think to your point, Helmsy, they have to kind of do what Greg just said.
Yeah.
And that is, all right, I'm seeing the fish. No way it weighs that much.
Yeah.
Right. And plus, look at its stomach.
Yeah,
it's loaded with lead balls. What's up?
This got a pot.
Guys, if y'all have not seen the video, it's the other fishermen just when they figure this out, they swarm in, and they're all just.
They're ready to fight
you can't hear anything plain and simple and clear because everybody's screaming at them.
Yeah. Well, they're taking money from
They
them, and not only that, they're disrespecting the sport.
I don't know how this works, and you brought it up.
They're so upset.
They are, Craig. It is so. Any level of upset you think it is, just elevated.
Can't play any of it, but
but
really cussing.
But I did see where they may actually face criminal charges because of this.
Well, like I said, think about it. That's $30,000. You're basically stealing.
Yeah.
So fraud or whatever you want to call it.
And you never know when to stop, right? They might have gotten away with it if they just hadn't to put so much down.
This tells
the
you
fish.
they've won this way before,
Yeah.
and they thought I got something.
Yeah. Hey, we need to push them a couple more down in there.
We got weights.
Yeah. All right. So this Indonesian soccer match. Have you heard about it?
Gracious.
I
what in the world?
I don't keep up with a lot of Indonesian soccer.
I don't either, but this headline grabbed me, Greg.
Yeah.
Thousands of Indonesian football fans, soccer fans, carry candles during vigil for 125 that were killed during a horrific soccer riot after hooligans sparked scenes of anarchy by storming the pitch field when their side lost.
125?
You got a losing team, and their losing team fans ran onto the pitch, the field, and it created a riot.
Think they got, not that justifies it. Did they feel like they were done wrong, or they just didn't like losing?
Well, I don't know. It was a 3-2 loss, and they lost to their rival.
Hey, if you have a scrimmage and a scuffle get together like that, and you have 2 or 3 people die, that's tragedy. How many did you say?
125, and there's one story that says 170.
That's what I was about to say. It's at least 125.
What were they hitting them with?
Well, here's the deal. At
like
least
a mass shooter.
It says at least 300 fans were rushed to the hospital but many died traveling to the medical centers to get the treatment. What they say is the losing team, all the fans, they run onto the field or the pitch or whatever. I can't do that. Can I say field?
Yes,
Thank
you can.
All right, so their team loses, they run out there. Well, it creates this riot, okay? Well, then now we've got the police, they're there, they're trying to restore order, so they start shooting tear gas into where the crowd is. Well, then now you got people that are going down because of asphyxiation and of the tear gas, and then you got people falling, so you got stampede. So now I'm getting stomped.
So some were just from the rush of people.
Most
of them are that way.
That's what it is.
It's already it is already among the world's worst crowd disasters, making it one of the world's deadliest sporting events ever.
And don't forget, this is only because our team lost. And
our team lost, and I had to get onto the field. It says,
dang, soccer's violent.
Yeah.
I never hear about that at a football game.
Yeah.
They
were throwing bottles, other objects at players and the officials, referees during the game. They weren't happy. They flooded the field in protest, demanding management explain why. After 23 years of undefeated home games, this match ended in a loss. So this bunch wasn't used to losing either.
Wow.
Somebody said they cut up a soccer ball and found a bunch of weights in it.
Yeah.
They did. They were trying
that
to
was
cheat,
the reason
and
why.
they couldn't stop them.
Too early for that.
That crowd
probably we're dead.
The fishing crowd wanted to stampede, didn't they?
Yeah.
It says footage shows fans scaling the fences as they were trying to escape the smoke, which
so the tear gas probably wasn't a great idea.
That's what the main culprit.
It says it didn't. The smoke didn't dissipate. It's like it just they couldn't get away from it.
And then we're getting ran over.
Some were falling to the ground and losing consciousness and being trampled under the stampede. So you got some that just fell, and then some that fell because of the smoke, and then they got. It was just a mess.
On hindsight, the smoke was not a great idea.
125.
Wow. At least.
And like crazy. I said, there was one reputable source said 175.
I saw that. I've seen 175, 179, 131. So, and then we're sticking is at least 125, which means there's probably more.
Yeah.
Best case scenario. Wow.
Yeah. How about that? All this was going on while you were watching college football and getting ready for the crap run.
I've never been that mad at a loss.
Nah. Don't think I'm a storm a field.
No.
Just don't
move on with my life.
Don't know that I've ever stormed a field of any kind.
I have not.
Mad.
No. Not mad.
Yeah. I've beat them up in my mind, but that's about it.
Rick and Bubba.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens, too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. This portion of the show. Oh, looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. I'm sorry. It's that time of year again. And this hour of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by our friends at Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Look, there's a little bit of summer remaining, and as fall kind of turns into, cooler weather and stuff like that, that means that we're dealing with a lot of bugs and critters that want to kind of change their area and get, what they might be doing, Greg. Getting in your house or your business.
Who wants that?
Nobody. That's why we trust Cook's Pest Control. If they're bothering you like ants and spiders and fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, nesting wasps, roaches, hate roaches, hate them.
Don't like
other bugs and critters, just give them a call or go online to cookspest.com and schedule a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or small business. There's no obligation. They offer services for contractors and new home construction as well, but let them take a look at what you got and let them take care of you like they do the Rick and Bubba staff. We love Cook's Pest Control, and we know you will as well. For more information and to schedule that free, thorough inspection and evaluation for your home or business, go to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we have. I know we've been a little sports heavy this past weekend, but there's a lot of stories out that we're just kind of looking over and reminiscing on over this past weekend, and there's a lot of political news out, and we'll let the main show handle that. But as far as this past weekend goes, where we live, it was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
I think that for a couple of days, and I hate to even say this, I feel guilty doing it because so many folks have been in the path of Hurricane Ian and the destruction it left behind. But there was a couple of days I don't think I could even find a cloud in the sky. Yeah. It was gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
Now we could use a little water.
We could, yeah. When my yard's crunching as I walk through it, kind of playing around a little bit. But it's
we just had
it was absolutely gorgeous where we live.
We just had a bunch of stuff planted at the house. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then the landscapers that did this did a phenomenal job. We did a whole redo of the front yard, and they specifically picked out. They said, "Hey, hold off a week before we do all the planting because it's going to turn cooler. That'll be a little better for this particular. Plus, we're probably going to get a little rain out of the hurricane." Well, of course, that hadn't happened, so we've been running sprinklers. It seems like we've been running sprinklers since they left. I would like a little rain, just a little bit,
just a little,
just a little
bit. What is it? Gary says, "Dry as a mummy's pocket."
Yes,
and it has been.
How did you know I was about to bring up Gary? This is so weird.
I didn't.
This is creepy weird here. He put out a video of him feeding a deer, and I don't know where he was. I think he said it in his post, but it was a doe had come out, and he had popcorn in his hand.
He hand fed a deer,
and he's like, "Come
in
here,
the wild.
Come here, little deer." Ew, I can't do it. And
no, that was a sad attempt.
That really was.
And he was talking to.
I don't know
he was talking to the doe.
You like that, don't you?
And she came up me. I don't know who you're doing.
I don't either.
Did she actually come up?
Oh yeah,
really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He was at a
tearing up the popcorn. He was. I forget where he was. I could look it up, but anyway, it was. And had two little fawns out.
Is that petting farm at the state fair they have? Is that
I don't know. It came out of the woods.
Come right here.
Oh my gosh, this place! Golly. I tell you what, you rivaling Rick on that one.
Yeah. what you gonna do? Beth Mowens next?
Yeah. Oh, let me. Hold on.
You sound.
Hold on, let me try it again.
This thing was 10 foot tall.
Okay. But no, it was pretty good. I mean, and that doe was tearing up that popcorn.
Gary's just a whisperer.
Tearing up.
He's a deer whisperer.
Yeah.
You like that? Lick it right there.
And when you do it, he sounds like he has issues. But
he really does.
Well,
Gary's had some health issues, according to when Speedy does him.
Well, here it is. Here, hold on. Let's see here. Hold on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on. Come on right here. That's amazing.
You like that popcorn?
You like that popcorn?
You like that popcorn?
You like that popcorn?
Hold on, let me do it again.
You like that popcorn?
That's a little better, but not good.
You like that popcorn?
You like that popcorn?
Now he's going to
popcorn. Your lip was crooked.
Yeah. What if he was swimming? What if he was swimming? That's all I can do. Can't do anything else. But hey, he was. I'm talking about that doe, and so I was going to bring that up, and then you bring up him. That's unbelievable.
That is weird.
It was Lake Gunnersville, is what he says it was. New friends at Lake Gunnersville. That's where
What's he doing up there?
I just went up there.
See his new friends.
Gary, he's always on the move.
How you try him?
And I'm always on the move.
Oh,
Greg, that was about a poor of a
terrible.
attempt. It's one thing you don't get it right, but the attempt was just.
I don't do impressions.
Yeah. Try it again.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got tools here to pull this off.
Okay.
There we go.
Now that I can do.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, that was from this past weekend.
You like that popcorn?
Yeah.
So, who was it? Was it one of you that said Netflix had this Jeffrey Dahmer?
It's not me because we don't have Netflix right now.
You don't. Well, you went back to canceling.
I canceled
Netflix?
it. Well, we went.
What's
got
wrong with you?
I can't.
Could you imagine being in his family?
Can't have that.
Hey, Dad, what's the login? I canceled it again. What?
Can't have that and Hulu at the same time.
All right, buddy.
So we've got
the Dahmer things. They don't want to watch it. Don't watch
well,
it.
I haven't watched
I watched
it.
a few episodes.
It's extremely dark.
I mean, we
and
all know the
disturbing.
story, and I've even seen movies about it. it before.
Yeah, right.
This is just really weird.
Is it really? I have not. The reason I was asking is I had an email over the weekend that said they had, and we need to discuss it because I guess they like the
fact-
kickoff hour discussion on different shows.
We all
and
know-
I hadn't gone there yet.
We all know the story, but the fact that there's people like that walking around is scary.
Well, and two,
My
here's
goodness.
I'm gonna go here.
Of course, he ain't walking around anymore because the inmate ended it.
Have y'all seen?
Do you think the guard was in on that? By the way, okay.
You've seen, Greg's seen this.
What
I don't
is
know if you've
that?
seen this or not, Speedy. The Patient with Steve Carell.
Oh yeah, I've been watching that.
And
I have
so,
not, no.
and it's on Hulu.
Is it good?
Is
It's
it
kind of
Hulu?
bizarre too.
Is it Hulu?
Yeah.
Well, that's
it's
why
not
I'm
on
talking about.
Netflix because you wouldn't see it.
That's why I'm bringing it
Of course,
up.
the episodes are like 24 minutes long. That's
Really?
Yeah.
It really bothers you, I've
It
noticed.
does. It's ridiculous. You sit down and watch something, it's over in 24 minutes.
The reason I'm even bringing it up
I mean, what is it, the
because
Connors?
that's another. I know this is a fake story. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not a
it's
real
made
story. But there are people like this
Oh, I
walking
know.
amongst
Oh,
us.
I know.
And
I
you
know.
never know it.
You have no idea.
Scary.
It's bizarre, is what it is.
But
emailer.
the fact that Dahmer got away with as long as he did on what was going on in his apartment.
Well, thank you. That there was a
I know
couple
it
of
was
things.
in a low rent area, but it's the smells and the sounds that were coming out of that place.
Mm-hmm. So the person, I guess they emailed late Saturday, said there was a couple of things I want y'all to discuss. One was a lot of folks think he lived in a house or something. It was in an apartment complex.
Oh, yeah.
The other was apparently the security guard let this guy in that eventually
back,
killed
yeah.
him and let him in, almost like he was a part of it or something.
Yeah, he claimed it was his boyfriend. And come to find out, the kid was 14 years old. And the police gave him back to him. Believed him. Thought it was just too.
There are some evil people in this world, friends.
Yeah,
Real
it's
evil.
and like I said, I've seen other movies. There was a movie called My Friend Jeffrey or something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But this one is just.
Yeah. So all right. So yeah, I have not gone there, and I don't think I will now that I've talked to
I
y'all
probably
about it.
won't either. Of course, I don't have it. So
Yeah. Well, yeah,
Cancel
you
it.
can unless you get our.
Hey, we got
login.
the bundle though. We got the Hulu Disney ESPN bundle. Everybody's
There you
happy
go.
at the house.
It's a big deal.
Girls are happy. Caroline's got Hulu.
Yeah.
Braden's got ESPN. Maddie's got Disney. Everybody won.
Until you get tired of that, and you'll cancel it.
Well, there'll be something come out on Netflix that everybody will be having to watch, and then I'll have to regroup.
Outer Banks.
Oh gosh.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Out over the front porch and walk out onto the roof, okay? And that's where the problem is coming, right around the flashing or something. And so we've been having this problem when it rains really hard, but it was coming down like a waterfall at the front door.
Yeah, it was raining.
And on the inside, it hadn't gotten to the inside yet, but I'm like, I've got to stop it and do something. So we had some old flashing in the backyard, so I'm cutting it up. Now, I understand it's raining hard and sideways at the time. Wind's blowing.
You're limping, too, 'cause
I'm
your leg.
limping. I got
Your leg
staples
is
in my
hurting?
leg. Sure. And then but I'm trying to be the problem solver so we can get through the night because I'm thinking if I can just patch this up, within 2 days I'm getting a new roof. Okay, just get to the new roof. So I go out and I finally figure out where it is, and I slide the flashing underneath the shingle where the problem is. And so I finally got it like I like it, and I'm hollering down, hey, has it stopped? Yeah, it stopped. Okay, good. Whew. So I come back in, I'm soaking wet. I take all the clothes off, get a shower, get dry stuff on, get dinner in my lap, ready to eat. Hey, it's coming down again. I'm like, good night. So I go and I find all the wet clothes that I've taken off in the laundry room and put them back on.
No,
because
not wet clothes back on.
Because I don't want to get more clothes dirty. So I go out and I get the wet clothes back on, which feels good. I go back out there and I try to fix it again. I do that twice throughout 2 more times throughout the entire night. Finally get to a point where it doesn't come down anymore. But at one point I've got a flashlight in my mouth like this, and I'm trying to nail flashing to the shingles just so it'll
Pouring
stop.
rain.
Pouring out, and I got Reese, the boss, hanging his head out the window going, Dad, you all right out there?
Yeah.
Yes, son, I'm fine.
And
I'm
then
dead
So-
standing in the dark
So,
on the
Speedy,
roof.
let me be sure I've got this. You cut your leg with a chainsaw earlier this week. So
Right.
you've got staples in your leg.
Yeah.
That are
14 of them.
Right.
That are going to rust now.
Yeah. Well, I've
And-
got it wrapped up.
And
luckily.
during a tropical storm coming through our area, the remnants of Irma, you were on the roof hammering things and shingles down.
Yeah.
in the rain.
Right.
They probably don't recommend that.
Well, no, but I mean, what else do you do? I'm not going to send Reese and JC out to hammer on the roof, or Terry. So I've got, you got to do what you got to do.
Maybe just a bucket to catch what was coming in.
Well, it was coming down so hard right at the front door. I mean, it's, you understand? If
now,
you
is
were
it
to
outside or inside?
It's right outside, underneath the front porch. And so what it's doing is it's getting behind that flashing and coming down, and it's just getting behind there somehow, some way.
You couldn't tarp it somehow.
No, I didn't have a tarp, and the wind was blowing at the time so hard.
Can't trim up there.
I just couldn't hold everything down.
I wish I'd have driven.
But I'm down.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm down here. Hey, get your mom. I need a nail. Did what, Daddy? I need a nail. Could you get your mom for you? I need a nail.
Hey, and it's pouring.
And it's pouring so hard.
And you're thinking if you look at the forecast, it's going to rain.
Yeah.
Maybe even almost a whole nother day.
Oh yeah, compared to what the forecast was, this was hour 3 into a 10-hour rain period. Okay, so I'm thinking if we don't at least slow it down and put a Band-Aid on it, then we're going to be in trouble here. It's going to get inside, and that's what I was thinking. Plus, I wanted to be a problem solver because I knew if Terry was worried about it, then I wasn't going to be able to chill because it was just going to be constant.
We all know why you want.
And I already had a bucket sitting at the front door.
Right.
Huh?
You can't. I mean, you can't.
Oh, and look, I'm on the roof, so I'm trying to straighten this leg.
I'm having an idea.
Oh my God!
Try to keep this leg straight. I mean, good night.
I just wish I'd come by.
I don't know if it leak outside. I might have let go until the hurricane was over.
You were thinking if this thing becomes inside damage, I won't have a real.
Yeah,
problem.
I mean, it's going to be elevated here, and so hopefully within the next day or two, Cardinal will be over, and we'll get this new roof but everything's there. It's ready. But I was just like, man, if we can get through this.
Since you were going to have a lot of the roof replaced, I just wonder if you couldn't get a can of that spray stuff, that they make the boat out of the screen wire.
Yeah.
And just cover the whole area up for time being.
With that tape, they say it's for roof repair.
Yeah.
The tape version of it. Yeah.
Cut a boat in half, guys.
You can hold a rocket together with that.
Yeah, why didn't I do that?
You know what? We already get some of that.
I think
Oh, Rick, that'd be awesome.
Did you hear, Bubba? I've got some.
Oh, yeah.
Do you really? For what?
Yeah, for whatever. A
Rick,
leak.
what are you
if I have a
doing,
leak
Rick?
on the front porch.
Well, you know how he does on the
Up on the roof.
Hey.
Even when the storm comes.
Everybody say,
I am washed by the water.
something sad. A lot of sad things have been going on. It kind of got lost in the middle of all the Irma stuff. Is it Troy Gentry of Montgomery Gentry died in a fatal helicopter crash, and they're saying today that it was a spur of the moment thing, that he just kind of decided he was going to get in the helicopter. It wasn't something they really had planned. They were going to be doing a concert there near the airport, or actually at the airport. And I guess it says there's the Flying W Airport and Resort in Medford, and Montgomery Gentry was scheduled to play there. And they're saying now that Troy, who we've had the opportunity to meet both these guys, and was just decided he won't take a helicopter ride.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new hour starting now. Thank you for being with us. We start this hour as we have since the attack on America back in 2001 on 9/11. And we started again today with our national anthem.
Strife
It is 8 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. The kickoff hour is behind us. Adler settles into his booth. Rick and Bubba, University student Blazing Silverman, taking your phone calls today. Banging out a degree in common sense, which has now become a superpower. And you can chat with us there, and we look forward to chatting with you today as we unpack the stories from the weekend. And another Rick and Bubba University. The podcast is out there. If you didn't catch it over the weekend, hear the conversation with Jonathan Evans. His new book, Fighting Your Battles, Every Christian's Playbook to Victory. Look for that wherever you get podcasts. Wheel of Meat has been reset. It's back in play again for another week, but we got to bring him in here. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, but most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. We got a whole week in front of us, and we got to get through this thing together somehow.
Let's go. There it is, the world's greatest garage band.
There it is.
Bubba, how are you feeling, buddy?
I am good, Rick. How are you, sir?
Well, I know you were out and about moving. How'd it feel to get back out in that sunshine?
Oh, it was good. It felt real good. I might have overdone it a little bit
Did
Saturday,
you?
but
Did you?
you got to push the edge a little bit, see where it is.
Well, look,
And,
when you've been going through what you're going through, to get out there and let that sun shine on you.
Oh, no.
You're like
I
a
love
flower that just said, look.
And we've had this extended time of beautiful fall weather. Some years we never have that. And it's beautiful out there. I know everybody planting green fields would like for just a little bit of rain to come over their place.
Cuz?
I saw Cuz's post. He's just planting anyway.
What was he thinking?
Well,
you going to plant in the desert?
And he's trying some new seed too. So
He got excited, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah.
Got excited.
But the rain's coming. Don't worry. It'll get here eventually.
Well, you and I, and look, hear me, some of the things that Bubba and I and the team have said over the years, I realize are cutting edge. Now, a lot of it turned out to maybe be a little dead on. You can go to our museum we've got of our prophet stars. Bubba and I started a theory, because I know climate change, good gracious, some of the things we're doing all under the guise of climate change. You and I said that we think the calendar has gotten off.
Yeah, just a little.
Remember this? It was very innovative.
Well, it's always. Right. I mean, think about it, Rick. We know it's off because even current modern day standards, every 4 years we take away a day.
Correct.
Just to get it back.
And we used to mock like that's going to fix it.
Well, okay. Now think about it. Let me just play this out. Can I walk this out?
Yeah.
So every 4 years, you're turning 58 today. By the way, happy birthday.
Thank you.
So that is, let's see, you've had that happen 10, 12. I mean, you've seen that happen, 14 so times in your lifetime. So by best case scenario, it was off 2 weeks.
There you go.
Best case.
Right.
But we know that it's more than that.
Yeah, and the fact that we're having to make an adjustment tells you that we know this thing isn't pure.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Well, what we learned all these things over the years from little Jamie Spann and all these different people, and he tells us that October is the driest month of the year.
Yeah.
It hardly ever rains in October.
Right.
Well, I think that October started about a week early, maybe 10 days.
Yeah.
And we're already in the October. Now, today, we're full blown in because now October started over the weekend.
Right.
But if you look at the forecast, it's an October forecast. And so, but I think October started earlier, and you're going to see the end of October not be the way October normally is because really
it started early.
We've been in October for about 2 weeks.
Well, Rick, people, and I know you love to tell people this who move here, not familiar with our weather where we live.
Yeah.
When they get excited about September, you said it's just August again.
It's just August again.
Well, see, it wasn't August again this year.
Back to what I'm saying.
Yeah. It actually acted more like October.
You know
so
why?
are we in November is my question.
Not yet. We'll be in November in about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So just in case y'all
that's just what I'm
we're a
wanting to
little
know.
off because the weather pattern that we were in for the last week of September was October.
And how about it started early in September this time? I mean, usually you don't even have a hint of cool weather until October.
Yeah. So you're saying Halloween's really Thanksgiving?
Yes. So
Exactly.
I guess some of you can be thankful for witches.
Yeah.
So
it's all. I think
I'm not thankful for them, but
I think it's off about 30 days.
Yeah.
You know.
So that's what hit me because when we were, Greg and I got to take Dad down the farm Friday, and I was like, this is October. This has been October. Which has been because we've been in this little dry October thing for about 10 days now.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people, and I'm an allergy sufferer. I can pretty much tell you when ragweed is blooming.
Oh yeah,
I don't have to look at anything.
No,
Man, my
You
boys
just
are
look at my
struggling.
eyes, and it'll tell you.
Yeah, I had
Look into my soul.
I had a sinus infection while you were gone.
Yeah.
And
cried about it.
Yeah, I didn't cry about it. Greg almost found out what it was like to get beat up by a guy with a sinus infection.
Almost.
He said when he was trash talking me, it sounded like his nose was stuffed up. So we'll jump in it. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about from the weekend. Bubba went out and watched the ball game.
Watch out.
He's back
A
out
lot
there.
of folks told me to tell you guys hello.
Oh, yeah. Jack State, baby.
Bubba, me and you got one thing in common this weekend. I'll fill you in.
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
You and Greg have something in common this coming weekend?
This past week.
Oh, this past weekend.
I was looking at my calendar.
No,
What have I forgot?
this past week.
What did I forget?
We'll unpack it when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
Here's a question. The helicopter had issues, crashed, and killed those on board, including Troy Gentry. Wow. So sad story.
Yeah. Apparently, moments after they went up, the pilot started saying that there was some type of engine trouble.
Not good.
And they were trying to make it back, but they landed short of the runway in some brush and was not able to get back.
Yeah, and I saw Speedy put it out, and he was right because, like I said, we it was a Hannity event, right? Is that when we got to meet them? It was a Hannity event where they were playing.
Yeah,
When Hannity did
it
those
was the
Hannity's
one
America,
in Georgia.
in Atlanta. Is that right? When Hannity came there?
Yeah.
And so we got a chance to meet them, and when all this was hitting, Speedy put out correctly. He said, poor Troy, he's lost his life in the middle of all this hurricane coverage. It's going to kind of go by. So now, after that's kind of clearing, the story's kind of made its way back because now they're trying to figure out exactly what happened, with the helicopter. But the point they're trying to make now, it's almost like how I'm here. They have helicopters. Hey man, I want to go for a helicopter ride. It wasn't like he was planning some. I need
like
this.
I'm at a trip,
right,
to get from point A to point B.
Right.
I was looking at this. I always it said they tried to auto rotate, which means a helicopter to some degree can land even without power just because of the blade still spinning.
Right. Yeah.
And they landed short in some low brush. And of course, the pilot was killed. He was carried to the hospital and pronounced dead a little while after that. But I still don't fully understand what happened there.
Well, it says when they got up, they said we got engine trouble.
Right.
But to your other point, you usually think, all right, if I'm in a helicopter, I got a chance. But
yeah, I mean, you can just sit down where you are.
Well,
most of the time.
It sounds like they did go down, but they went down harder.
Yeah.
So hard it killed them, and they didn't get to where they were trying to get to.
Yeah, they were having difficulty controlling the engine RPM, it says, and a couple of different responses that they were going back and forth. He was having challenges of controlling the helicopter and keeping that engine under control. So he's trying to limp back in and didn't make it.
So anyway, Montgomery Gentry, of course, they had huge success, 5 #1 hits. They were also inducted in 2008 into the Grand Ole Opry. So they were, have been around a while, had great success, but sadly, Troy Gentry is now dead because of the helicopter.
How old was he?
50, I think.
50.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Man, that's sad.
50 years old. And so from what we could gather, we didn't get to hang out with them a very long time. Seemed like nice guys and fun to be around. I know they liked to hunt and fish because we were talking about that. Because, look, we're not afraid to throw up you going hunting and fishing. You got some connections.
Yeah, that's right.
How about this? Don't forget old Rick and Bubba.
That's right.
So anyway, but and I guess My Town was probably the song. You think that's the one that's best known for?
No.
Yeah, I like My Town.
My Town. Daddy won't sell the farm. Gone.
Yeah.
This is good right here, though.
There's a for sale sign on a big old rusty tractor. You can't miss it. It's the first thing that you see. Just up the road, a pale blue water tower with I Love Jenny painted in bright green. Hey, that's my Uncle Bill there by the courthouse. He'll be lowering the flag when the sun goes down. And this is my town.
Yeah, this is my town.
And that's Troy that comes in right there and sings the higher part in it.
Hey, where I was born, where I was raised, where I keep all my yesterdays, where I ran off cause I got mad and it came to blows with my old man. Where I came back, settled down, that's where they'll put me in the ground. This is my town.
So there you go, and that's the update. Looks like it was just one of those things where you look over and say, "Hey, I'd like to go on a helicopter ride," and sadly, it did not work out. Hey, one of the things that they mentioned in that song about the type of small town and all that, but I've noticed this like when my kids have played high school football, and to me, there's few things that are more Americana than if you're somewhere in rural America watching a high school football game.
Right.
To me, that's where things still seem to somewhat resemble, including that. And that doesn't happen when you're getting into more the developed, more metro areas that I've noticed, and I could be wrong. But this thing where they take the flag down in the third quarter. You know that?
The beginning of the fourth quarter.
Yeah. When the third quarter ends, I've
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
It
my
is 20 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. So looking back over the weekend, so I know the kickoff hour have talked about it, but Greg, you said you and Bubba actually had shared something over the weekend. I know, Greg, Bubba, you went to see Jack State play, got out there a little bit, moved around.
Yep.
Greg, I know you had the crap run. I know that you finished and beat your personal time. It was Greg against Greg.
Yes.
So you did beat your time, huh?
Yes.
Good deal.
And
Greg won.
That's right. And Greg beat Greg. And
I didn't get quite. I'm 41 seconds from my goal. I was a monkey got me at the end on my back. I came out a little wrong.
Seconds?
Yeah, I wanted to run it in 30 minutes. I ran it in 30 minutes and 41 seconds.
Okay, that's good, but that's almost 4 minutes
faster
than last year, right?
Yeah.
So let me ask you this seriously, and we certainly want to cut up and do all that stuff. But was it successful? Did they have a big turnout?
Yes, they did. And look, that's me and Randa. That's Vanisa's sister that runs it. And the people ask me how I got involved in this, and I was trying to dates I'm wrong on half the time.
That's all right, Greg. None of us are going to know.
But in 2014, 2015, Randa and Vanessa actually came to my house, and she had written a book, and that's how we met. Hey, country folks, we'll come visit.
Yeah.
That's no big anyway. So we became friends. But the ironic part, and I have a picture of my niece Lindsay, Lisa's sister's daughter. Lindsay, she was diagnosed with a breast cancer, triple negative, which is really rough.
Ooh.
After we had already met Vanessa and them, and then we needed the care package. We reached out.
Needed the very things they provide.
This marker every year now, and I remember Lindsay coming to the first one I ever ran as right after she had her treatments. So every now she's been cancer free, up to this point from then, and there she is. So it's like a marker every year. It's another good year, and look at her, she's smiling, and
that's awesome.
She's
Praise God for
healthy,
that.
and just a lot of prayer and everything, and just people. But that's how all this started. And then every year me and Lisa would try to help every way we can. Different fundraisers we've helped in, but this is a big one.
Yeah, and the audience has helped. We've done fundraisers for
we had
them.
a lot of interest in it this year.
Yeah,
but I thought,
beautiful day,
and like I said, they had the cancer. We know it here; it touches everybody, and they had a lot of Lindsay and some of the other survivors. When they doing the pre-race stuff, they got up and said something about their battle and all. It was just it was a great day. It really was, and it. Like I say, every year when we go another year that she's clean, it's just a celebration.
Oh, you better believe it.
So, but it was a great day, and I ran. For me, that's not I'm not a runner, okay,
right.
But I did train more than I have, if you want to call it training. And I wanted to run 30 or less, which I knew. I mean, about a 10-minute mile is about as good.
But
as
you
I
beat
get.
Greg though.
But like I said, it was because I got this chip in your thing, and it'll tell
Greg,
you.
You need to clarify what
in your
you
the number.
Yeah, you just don't throw out the
That's
put a
good
chip
point.
in your thing.
Yeah,
I thought it was
that's
in
not
your
required.
chest.
But it's the number,
Yeah.
and it gives you the exact time. And
That's
so
good.
it was 30 minutes and 41 seconds. I mean, I went over by 41 seconds on my go.
And
last year I ran it was 34 to 35.
If you think that's something like I said, sent the text to y'all this weekend, wait till Bubba runs it next year.
That's right. Bubba's going with me.
2.0.
Hell, 2.0.
Huh? You stepped out there.
Well,
Say.
Bubba 2.0.
No, I didn't step out.
No, I
anywhere.
threw down.
Oh, was it you?
Yeah.
No, I
Okay.
volunteered him.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just kind of here.
Well, Bubba, you got a year.
Bubba's innocent in this. I'm volunteering.
You know,
for
my
him.
knees are still bad.
Yeah.
Right.
We had so much going
Not
back
after,
and
not,
forth.
Not after you drop another 40.
Next year, Bubba, you're in the crowd room.
They
But
still ain't in the car.
Hey, it gets bigger and better every year. Next year, Bubba being in it, Ricky, it'll be over the top.
Well, next year you walk it, and the
Yeah.
year after that you run it.
But
There you go.
Randy
How far
and them,
did you
they
go?
did a great job. It was
3
beautiful.
miles.
3 point. What
3
is it?
points.
Two.
So some say one.
I have to
but
look
two.
on my street and see how far a mile is.
So
But every year it gets bigger, and it was huge this year, and they worked really hard, and it was a lot of people running. So.
yeah. So what did you and Bubba have in common over the weekend?
We had in common Bubba at the ball game and me at the race. We encountered Rick and Bubba, listener for years and friend of the show, paratrooper at large, Jason Benefield.
Okay,
Spent
I thought
the
he
day
was
with
joking.
Bubba.
I thought he was joking.
No,
when he
I
said he was
really
joking.
did too.
Look, I walk up and he's signing up, and we get kind of separated. And I'll send him to run. I come up and sign him up, and he goes, "See, I told you you'd catch me." So then we drafted for a good ways till about the halfway turn. So yeah,
Did y'all talk when y'all?
we
when
did
y'all
a
run?
little bit, but that's hard for me to do because I can't breathe and run and talk.
And I know you enjoyed that moment with Jason.
Think
but
it
he
cost me at 41
he cost
seconds?
you 41 seconds.
Doggone it.
I'm gonna tell him.
I hate to bring it
even
up,
though he didn't. I'm gonna tell him.
Paratrooper at large, but you
on.
cost Greg his personal goal.
There ain't no way I can
I
talk
don't
while I'm
think
running
so.
like
Yeah.
that.
No, I can't either.
He really
I can't run.
And his whole
Well, I
family.
mean, even when we used to run
Yeah.
and train, I
No.
couldn't talk while I was running.
his whole family's runners, so you know. It's
I
kind
could
of his
say
thing.
words, but they wasn't like words you want to respond
yeah,
to.
Wait a minute, you beat a former paratrooper whose family's runners?
Well, yeah, Rick, but he's also had a battle with blood clots and
That's
stuff.
all
so
right.
maybe he's,
No, don't. It's all right. I mean, we can't. I didn't.
But he's
But I mean, you know, it's like
He was out there
it's like
running.
that time that I ran Kerry Lambert after he got off chemo. I still took
well,
it.
I don't think it was that. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
but-
I still took it as a win.
Yeah, but you elbowing him and
Right.
almost pushing him down in the sand was
that
little
was
much.
Sherry.
That
No,
was-
that was both. They
Yeah.
ran both on
Well,
the beach.
just don't get in my lane. I told Sherry that, and I
Yeah.
told the cancer
Yeah,
patient that.
they both ran on the same.
Kerry
was it the
Lambert
same
knows
day?
not to get in my lane. Sherry did too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's you don't get in people's lanes. Track people tell you that.
That's right. Every now and then you had on these you had to tell somebody, "Hey, coming around."
I know you're not big on compliments, but Benefield did reach out and had great things to say about how well you ran this thing.
He sent us a picture of your rump. He said you threw rump at him.
Well, in the class of the good ones, you know, the people who are not really runners and are basically good ones, I guess I did okay.
Yeah.
If they have an award for that.
Well, you beat the good ones.
I was seconds from the podium.
Mm-hmm.
I was fourth on my age group. Seconds between third.
Okay.
They sent me a little thing.
Well, you're racing in your conference. I mean, nobody's asking.
Yeah.
You know,
Next year I'm making the podium.
If you'll train a little bit harder and quit talking to Jason, you'll be on that podium.
Have nothing to do.
Right.
I would think that.
You're right.
But he had pictures of y'all at the game.
Yeah, I
and he's
talked
got
to
this
him on,
stylish hat he's wearing for some reason.
Yeah,
Did you see his hat?
I saw
Jason
that.
Benefield wears
I
a
saw
stylish hat.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of hat we talking
It
about?
was some kind of derby / I'm not sure.
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Send you a picture of it, Jason. I want everybody to see it.
Yeah, you talked to him while you were running. I talked to him on the way to the buffet.
Boy, that's a
No.
good buffet
Oh.
up there. What they have good stuff this year. It's always good.
But you didn't get. I mean, you eating better now. You didn't
Yeah,
do
I
anything
am.
with
As a
it?
matter of fact, I'm the lowest weight this morning I've been in a long
Did
time.
they have any turkey
See,
sandwiches
now
on the
you-
buffet?
No, they did not. No, they did not.
This time next year, you'll be looking at me going, Greg, that 3.2 wasn't bad.
I ate a lot of shrimp this weekend, which I enjoyed, by the way.
That's good for you. Protein.
I have eaten more turkey sandwiches in the past month than I have in the last 10 years.
Now, I like
I'll
turkey.
say 20 years.
Chicken's my number one, but I like turkey too. I
Betty
like
makes
it.
a mean turkey sandwich. I like it.
I'll go turkey in a second.
You know, I have to. Turkey to me can be a little dry, but we put a little tomato in there, which I know you don't like, but that helps to balance it out.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's good.
Yeah.
Good. It's good. It's good for you.
That's right.
Huh?
Yeah, I found out also on the because I've been eating really, really healthy, and I thought birthday weekend I'll try to party a little bit. Man, that was a mistake. I paid a horrible price for that.
You're not used to partying.
Well, it was one of those things where after we'd finished at the restaurant, Sherry kind of wanted to walk around the beautiful weather a little bit, and I said, I said, I don't think that's an option for me. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, I need to get on to the house.
Yeah.
You know,
let's not venture out too far.
My old friends over in the bad
close.
My old friends over in the bad food category treat me kind of rough right now. People won't have to go home and be reminded that maybe this isn't worth it.
We've got a timeout.
Right. You know that where I'd like to go home or versus the I must go home?
Yeah. Yes, there's a difference.
I went from the I'd like to the I must real quick.
Yeah. Gotta go.
Yeah. But that's all right. It sure was good in the moment. and it didn't hang around long, so
okay. Let me
back to normal. Real good. You know? Happy birthday.
Let me publicly tell y'all, I ran into a lot of people at the Jack State game. Good game, by the way. Won in overtime over Kennesaw State, which is a team that's given them fits over the years.
Oh yeah, run that off.
But a lot of people told me to tell y'all hello. I mean, a lot.
Yeah.
And I can run the list later today.
Yeah. I understand you met Mr. Oxford himself too.
Oh yeah, I saw Stephen.
Young Stephen Waits.
Yeah,
the mover and shaker.
The mover and shaker, Mr. Oxford.
Schoolboy, we called him.
He was out there, rubbing elbows with the movers and shakers.
Oh, he's there. If it's happening, he's there.
Oh yeah. I bet he was gripping and grinning, wasn't he?
Oh yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is still in some of the smaller towns.
Yeah.
They stop and they play whatever, I forget whatever the bugler plays, and they bring the flag down and put it up before the game's over.
Right.
It's kind of cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it happened the other night at the game, and I've noticed that when we go and play in some of the more smaller areas and rural parts of our state, they still do that. But they don't do it everywhere. Go to maxlucato.com. Of course, this book is available wherever books are sold as well. You know, it's just funny. We've actually talked about this before. Sometimes there's things in the Bible that, we may have read several times, and we just kind of gloss over it and move on. But you make the point in the book. The Bible actually does say Jesus himself talked about the people who follow him do not need to be people who worry. They don't need to be people who are anxious. Paul says in Philippians 4 through 7 that we're to be anxious for nothing. We have this reoccurring theme. Jesus says, don't be worrying about tomorrow. It has enough trouble of its own. Focus on today. So these are biblical themes, but they almost seem like they can't mean exactly what they say, but they do.
Well, it's a great challenge to deal with anxiety. I think it's the biggest challenge in our society. We are now the most anxious nation on the planet. Citizens in less developed nations or third world countries score healthier on the anxiety rating than the United States does. We've got more advantages, more conveniences, more entertainment, and yet we're wound tighter than Egyptian mummies. We're just an anxious people.
Right.
And I think that's a great cause for concern. We could spend the whole program talking about all the physical consequences of anxiety,
right.
Everything from stomach issues to heart issues. We could talk about the emotional consequences. It makes it difficult to be a good friend to somebody if you're all wound up and tight. I think it makes it difficult for us to make decisions that are healthy. I think it causes us to be divided. One of the reasons that feel so polarized from our neighbor and from other communities is because we're anxious, we're troubled, we don't trust. We just think that something bad is about to happen. And anyway, so this issue of anxiety is one that reaches from coast to coast. But I do believe that God's Word has some real practical solutions and encouragement for us.
Well, because the Bible's never going to tell you something that it doesn't then instruct you on what you need to be doing to accomplish that. One of the things I think you want to clarify, and you talk about this a lot, is that anxious and fear are not the same thing. You said they may be cousins, but they're not twins.
Exactly. Anxiety and fear are similar, but they're not identical. Fear is what keeps me from crossing a busy street. Anxiety is the illogical assumption that I'm never going to go outside because I'm going to get hit by a car.
Right.
Fear is the honest awareness that there's trouble in the world. Anxiety is the Chicken Little attitude that runs around, scurrying, thinking the sky is falling. And so fear is healthy. Fear is the house alarm that goes off. Anxiety is the house alarm that never goes off. It's just a constant state of panic. And so this is something that impacts and affects many, many people. And when the Bible says, be anxious for nothing, the real Greek translation, we all know the Bible was written in Greek, but the real tense there that the Apostle Paul used was, do not allow yourselves to be in a state of perpetual anxiety.
Right.
There's nobody on earth who can avoid occasional bouts with anxiety.
Sure.
But what we can avoid is the prison of anxiety, of living in a state of anxiety. And I think that's something that a lot of people could benefit from.
Well, no doubt about that. But you actually in the book, though, because I want people to be clear, that's the beauty of it. You take this on now. Everybody, I know anytime I can come up with a way to remember things, I know all of us love, and you use the word calm, CALM, and then you, of course, will take each letter and say, here's some things you need to practically do. So kind of walk through some of the practical steps, people. And I know we're not going to cover the whole book, but in general, some of the practical steps that are helpful in this.
Well, thank you. And tell me if I talk too much. I'm a preacher.
No. Look, if you
we'll stop you before lunch, Max. Go ahead.
You may talk a lot, but you don't talk 4 and 5 hours a day.
We're enjoying the break.
I may be taking an offering. No, here's the book. It's built around that beautiful passage in the book of Philippians. Rejoice in the Lord always. Again, I say rejoice. Let your gentleness be made evident to all. Be anxious for nothing. There's the phrase in Philippians 4. Be anxious for nothing, but in everything by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. And the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding.
It's past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us today. And we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. I do want to point you to a2b.com/radio. If you have a fuel card and you are not satisfied with it, and you're like, my goodness, the bottom line is that we need fuel. Well, you need to go to the letter A, the word T-O, and the letter B, a2b.com/radio. If you're a business owner right now, some good news for you. If gasoline and fuel and all this is a huge expense, you now have access to A2B fuel card, which until now was only available for fleet owners. Now anybody can use it. This fuel card is accepted anywhere that Visa is accepted. So there you go. There's one advantage to it right there. You can use your A2B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more, or you can restrict it to just fuel if you want to. It's totally up to you. That's your decision for yourself or for your employees. A2B will even watch out for misuses and suspicious transactions, but this fuel card is about more than just saving you money. It also makes it easy to manage all your fuel and transportation-related costs to help quickly prep your taxes, and they're always there to help you with 24/7 support that answers in seconds. I mean, you work hard for your business. I mean, and you will need a card that's going to work hard for you, and this one does. So go to A2B, the letter A and the word T-O, A2B.com/radio. You'll get a $50 credit. Also, don't forget to go to our sponsors button if that's simpler for you. We've got the link there, and there's no credit check required. So get a better fuel card. Put A2B.com/radio to work for you. All right, so some things over the weekend. Also, it was a Chamber of Commerce day wherever you were trying to have events. And Talladega Super Speedway, people came from all over the country to the world's fastest track. And there was a lot of action going on this weekend. But, Bubba, I noticed your lake buddy was there.
Rick, Chase Elliott was chasing nobody as he ends up the winner of Talladega. And he also moves into the playoffs now with this.
I love your play on words.
Yeah, you like that.
That was good.
I can't understand their new playoff scoring system.
I was going to ask you, Greg.
It confuses me, and I don't know how it works.
It's tough to follow. I tried. But he won it, and
at the end there'll be 4 cars that are eligible in the last race to win it all.
And now it's 12, and then it goes to 8, and then to 4.
I don't know.
And Greg, I guess I had been missing the news on this that there was controversy about some safety issues, and at one point they were wondering if the drivers might protest the race.
Oh, I didn't know it got that
it's,
far.
It's the new gen car, and it's the setup on the front and the back aren't as forgiving. So when they crash, they're saying they feel it a little bit more.
Well,
and
like
so
we
they're
had a
asking,
driver out with a concussion for that very reason.
Yeah.
He didn't race, but
I
they've
thought-
made them now where the new ones you can bump a little and not tear the car up. You can keep driving, but also you give up some of that energy. You know how it dissipates the energy as it crumbles.
Crumples on.
Yeah, I thought they were protesting because the neurotrauma consultant from some guy from the NFL was now working for NASCAR.
You mean the guy that left the Dolphins abruptly?
The guy who left the Dolphins abruptly.
The guy who let a staggering quarterback back in the game.
Right. Yeah. Who was holding his head.
They said that it won't staggering drivers behind the wheel. But anyway, so I don't understand the new playoff either, and I don't follow NASCAR very much at all, but I do like when they race at the big tracks, and Talladega is one that's usually incredibly exciting.
Yeah, and during the broadcast, they said that there was over 100,000 folks there.
That's
good.
Awesome. We drove by Sunday, and it looked a lot more like the old days.
The weather was great.
Of course, some of those had fled a hurricane, but still, we'll take them. You know what I mean?
We'll take you however.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That's a big old place you can camp, and Bruce Pearl was the starter.
We have that. Now, did you give Bruce any tips since you started the race before?
Since y'all have made such a fuss of this, I haven't seen Bruce a lot.
Right.
I'd like to thank y'all.
Well, look, this show will ruin a friendship. I mean, they'll just take it and trash it. I've got people I think that wanted to be my friend at one time, and they thought better of it.
Yeah, but I'm sure, because I didn't see it, that's why I wanted to see the clip. I'm sure Bruce brought a lot of energy.
Who,
to
Mr.
it.
Energy?
Yeah.
So here he is.
And this is him talking just about Talladega in general.
Okay.
How do you feel about this opportunity? We'll walk and talk.
Unbelievable opportunity. I mean, this is a monster event, and kind of makes me proud to be an American, right?
Right. What? Just talking about this atmosphere. You've seen some good atmospheres in your sports coaching career and stuff. How's this kind of stack up, this facility?
I mean, it's right there. You go to Jordan-Hare Stadium, or where Alabama plays their football, and Bear Bryant Stadium. I mean, it's pretty special. It's right here in Alabama. We got so much to be proud of. This is the fastest track in the world, right? Yeah. So, man, it's an honor to be here, and looking forward to starting a race and hearing that thunder.
It's an everything state, right?
It is an everything state. No, seriously. Yeah. It is. It really is. We got a lot to be proud of. Somebody asked me, if you had a message for the people in Alabama, what would it be? I said, you know what? Don't change. We got to take what we're doing here, we got to spread it throughout the country. These people love their country, they love their God, they love their communities, they love their neighbors, and Alabama's got a lot to be proud of.
Absolutely. Thanks, Coach. Have a good day.
All right, we're ready to go.
See you next time. Yeah.
Oh, how about that? He's getting everybody fired up.
Listen, I know Bruce, and I know how his brain works on this. He's thinking right now, how do I get an exhibition game in front of this crowd before the race starts?
You're right. That's a good idea. You're right. You're absolutely right.
And I love it.
There's plenty of room for it.
Oh, yeah. You could set a little track up, little court on pit row over there in the grass and have a game before the track. And he's thinking, who'd I talk to?
Right.
Yeah, it's one of those things in life, and it really doesn't matter whether you are a race fan or not. But on the bucket list of sports experiences or just life experiences, you do need to hear those 42 cars go get to speed one time at Talladega.
Yeah. Rick,
that freight train.
Even if you just do that and leave, you need to experience that.
We've got to do a lot of cool things tied into the show over the years. It's not us; it's just the job we do.
Right.
And getting to start the race at Talladega was one of them, where you never forget seeing those cars go under you and those little rubber pellets coming up and hitting you.
Oh yeah.
But when we rode in the pace car, and we were going around that track and got to see the crews on pit row all lined up saluting when we went by. And we look back and we see Jeff Gordon, and it was Bill Elliott and some of those guys in the very front row at the time. And it doesn't get much better than that. I'll be honest with you. It's just hard to beat.
Yeah, it was one of those things that you go, I'm so thankful I got to experience that, and it's the power of all of them when they, the restrictor plate has made the first lap pretty good, But now you have to stay till like the second or third lap when they get at full speed.
Yeah.
In the old days, they were at full speed, buddy, when they came around. I mean,
the minute they went under, by the time they got out of turn 2, they were screaming.
I mean, but it's like you're sitting there, and this track is so big, you really can't see the other side if you're, where the grandstands are. So you hear this roar, and you're like, well, something's coming.
Yeah,
and then, buddy, when they come out of 3 and then hit 4 and come by you,
hey now,
it is a great experience, and everybody should experience it at least one time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And if you were in our state over the weekend, you got to see it on a very beautiful day, and all the colors and the pageantry of the whole thing. There's a lot going on, and it's a big place.
It's huge,
really.
I mean, it's your big boy.
Bruce Pearl got really into it at one point, taking his shirt off. Oh wait, that was at the football. That was at the football game. No,
he'll put his shirt off. Oh, he will. He will.
In a second.
Look, accountability is everything. The fact that Bruce takes his shirt off as much as he does, he has to keep himself in shape.
Yeah.
I mean, because if you don't want to, then you become the guy that everybody wants you to run on the field with something painted on.
Right.
Which that's more like you and me.
Yeah. Well, I can't pull my shirt off now. I'll scare the children.
Right. Well, no, for Halloween, you should be in great shape.
If it's warm on Halloween, I will win the Frankenstein Award.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Much to cover on the program today as we unpack another weekend. And your phone calls are part of it. We look forward to chatting with you today when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Will guard your hearts and minds in Christ Jesus and meditate on these things. And then he gives a list of about 9 things which to meditate on. And so what we've got here is a great practical solution for anxiety. We start by rejoicing in the Lord. I call that celebrate God. Let God be the biggest news of your day. Instead of focusing on your problem, focus on the God who can fix it. Then ask God for help. He says, let your requests be made known to God. So ask the Lord for help. Be specific. Say, Lord, I've got an important meeting at 2:30 this afternoon, and I'm worried about it. Will you please go ahead and just let your day be sprinkled with that kind of conversation. And then, this is important, leave it with God. Leave it with God. He says, with thanksgiving, so I can be thankful. Say, okay, Lord, I've left that problem with you today. I'm not going to take it back. And so keep leaving it with him. Just deposit it with him like you would an appliance at a repair shop. Just leave it with him and trust that he's going to fix it. And then meditate on good things. Meditate on what is good, what is true, what is noble, what is just. There are 9 different virtues the apostle tells us to meditate on. So it's CALM. You celebrate God, ask God for help, leave the problem with him, and now meditate on good things. Doesn't do you any good to focus on the problem. Make sure you take time to meditate on things that are much better than the problem.
You on that last one, and I know we've all had to do this. I've heard us talk about it here on the show. We do need to be informed. Don't misunderstand me. But I can tell you, some of the days that have the least anxiety are days that you just kind of disconnect. You don't sit there in front of that box that keeps telling you how horrible things are over and over again, and disconnect from some of that. And as you said, don't trash in, trash out. Go and meditate on the things. If you get to know who God really is, that devotion to God will result in a lot less anxiety.
It used to be the shootout, and they made them change it because we're so stupid we don't know the difference between a football game and an actual shootout.
Rick, it's quick. It's 33 seconds if you want it. And then we can move on.
His apology?
Yes, it's up to you. Okay. Totally up to you.
Sure.
But since
He didn't mean it. Game. I told you guys that last week that it was. I knew that it was going to have a lot of implications on the playoffs, and so that's the way we were prepared. And so it was an emotional game, and so. After the game, it did not mean for it to be disrespectful towards any Ohio State people at all, especially not the team or the players.
Of course you did.
They're a great team and a great program, so I didn't mean it to be disrespectful at all. I mean, we do the flag thing at OU Texas, and so that's just something that I got caught up in an emotional win, and it should have been something I did in the locker room, so I apologize for doing it in the middle of the field.
Not only did he not mean that, he's a liar too.
Right. What he should have said is they did at our field last year and beat us,
Yes,
and this
well,
year
he
we
did.
beat them, and I was giving them a little taste of their own medicine. And now, if some of you get upset about that, I apologize, but that was my motivation.
Well, that is the athletic director and the first-year
Who
coach
cares?
just marched him out there for that.
Oh, 100%.
Exactly. And he was. I mean, he sounded like a robot saying,
I did not mean to.
I
He
am
did not
sorry.
mean to.
They did it to us, but I did not mean to.
Hey, look, hey, they handed it to you. If they stick the flag in the middle of your
Danger.
Yeah.
Are we going to take on the Adler thing? What he said?
We do need closure on it.
Adler said that the picture online, he doesn't think it's real, that it's computer generated. And I said, well, if the corn maze is going to be open, they've got to have corn up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like
We were
they could
contacted.
put it up overnight.
Who are you, Greg?
Adler, we were contacted about this.
Greg's rubbing off
Are
on
you
Adler.
saying just for that? But there actually is going to be.
It's there. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I'm saying the image that I think that we're passing around
On social media?
on social media, I believe that's computer generated.
Now,
Showing,
why do
hey,
you
this
believe
is what
that?
it's going to look like?
I think
Is this some kind of, hey, I'm a drone guy?
Ooh, I know stuff.
why do you
I know
think
it has
that, Adam?
nothing to do with me being a drone guy.
Why do you think that?
All right, so let's see. Go to the website.
I'm here now.
4dfamilyfarm.com.
That's where I'm at right now.
And you see that there's other mazes that they have there, and it looks I know this sounds stupid.
By the way, we shouldn't have given their website out. Now it's running slow.
Sure.
Oh, come on now.
At least theirs is up.
That's a great
I wish
point.
ours was running slow.
You know, we got a saying, slow's better than no.
That's so good.
Golly, you can't have
Singing
nothing.
that all
There it
day.
is. There it is. I got it. All
What's
right.
up?
So, see now look at like the.
Well, let me go back.
But do you think, what I understand, Adler, they do a different one each year, and that's just a picture from years gone by.
I just don't think it looks. Where'd it go? That
There it is.
There it is. Okay. See, look at the uniform like drop shadow and the gradient on the actual.
Ten minutes now to the top of the hour. Thank you all for being with us. So as we make our way back, we have touched on it, but we haven't really hit on it. I know the kickoff hour kind of skimmed some of this, but the football rankings for college football, and this one doesn't really matter, but the AP, it's always interesting because you see that they moved Alabama ahead of Georgia. After many people think Georgia subpar performance against Missouri. Of course, they're giving Missouri for some reason no credit for that. But and then so they dropped to number 2. But I'm telling you, I wouldn't read a whole lot into that. It's Missouri, was playing inspired football. They got after it. I think Georgia, and as much as you try, even the greatest coaches there's ever been, when your team is so good and they're having so much success. And
everybody's raving about how good you are.
It's just so hard to play these games against teams that you're so much better than, that are struggling.
And you go on the road.
Yeah.
And I think this day and time, Rick, with everybody in their Instagram and, hey, look at me and NIL, it's probably keeping kids motivated right now.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want that job. It's got to be tough.
Yeah, and now I will say this, because I watched a good bit of this game. I was in a position where I was able to jump around about 3 or 4 different games, and I got interested in this thinking that some big deal might happen. The Missouri film will be consumed at a level because let me tell you what Missouri did is their defensive staff found a way to get to Bennett. And Bennett didn't like it.
No, I saw him get decleated a few times.
Yeah, Bennett was getting banged around pretty good. And
what did they do? Did you look at it?
I don't know, and that because I was just kind of flipping around. But I will tell you, if I'm a great defensive coach, and I'm not, but if I'm one of the elite teams that have got to play Georgia down the line, I'm breaking down that film.
Sure. Mm-hmm. And cut and paste, baby.
I'm cut. And, of course, now if I'm Georgia, I go and say we got to make sure because everybody in the world's going to do this to us now.
We're watching it too.
So now we got to be sure we don't let this happen. But You did find out that if you want to get Georgia's offense under control, you got to get pressure. You got to get to Bennett.
Well, isn't Rick? I mean, in that
Missouri
case,
showed everybody that.
But in that uniform, I mean, that's all the time. Nobody. Tom Brady is not a great passer laying on his back.
No, no.
So that's always you just got to get there.
But there are quarterbacks that handle it better than others.
I agree.
And what you saw there was he didn't handle it very well.
Well, I don't think he's ever had to deal with it.
It's been a while.
Right. Yeah, it's been a while. So,
but and it was shocking because the week before we saw the Auburn game with them, and both of those teams looked horrendous at that time. And when you kept seeing the score come up on Saturday night, you're like, what is this?
I know it.
Yeah, I had no interest in that game in IQ. I saw the score come by, and I said, well, I can get over and see what in the world's going on. Mm-hmm. And it was a very inspired atmosphere, and Missouri was playing really hard. Credit their coaches for being. Of course, you're playing a good team. You think we can make our season here?
Yes.
And so they were ready to play, and Georgia wasn't. And that's not an indictment on the staff, because the staff can motivate you all day long, but you can just not be motivated.
You can remember that for no reason. Sometimes you walk out there and you just don't feel right.
Yeah.
You know?
Now that's not good news for Auburn, who plays them next.
Oh yeah, because they will be focused.
Yeah, that this will be focus week, and a poor old Auburn team that just I've never seen a team that. You know how they're very much like what I said on the air. We were talking about animals. They're very cheetah-like. They just they can't last.
Yeah,
and they're very fast. They're very fast early. They're not really tigers. They're cheetahs.
Yeah,
and I think my son who went to the game, the young Broderick, the youngest one, not the oldest one, but who actually played there, but he went and he said, "I've done what every Auburn fan should do. I left at halftime." He said, so I left going, you know what, I saw a good first half, and I saw a pretty good-looking football team. So then I protected myself from the second half fall apart. And
Robbie Ashford,
and he said he learned that from me. He said, I learned that from you, Dad. Don't stay for those games.
Yeah. Robbie Ashford is electric, and they have some real potential there, but until they can block in the second half, the stats in the third quarter are just in the second half are embarrassing. What was it? 9 points they scored in the last 3 games in the third quarter.
That's tough.
You can't win pee-wee games with that. No. So somebody needs to really sit down and say, we got to address this, guys. You know.
Yeah.
So and I think that's just you don't have the depth at the offensive line. They come out, they're fired up, have a series good or two, and then they got to really push people, and it's no fun then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's either that or whoever you're playing makes halftime adjustments that you can't seem to counter.
Something.
Yeah. So anyway, it's but that is.
What one cool story that y'all probably don't care much about is Kansas won again.
No, I did see that,
and they will host College Game Day for the first time ever as they host TCU this weekend. Who beat Oklahoma?
What is their record?
5-0.
I mean, but.
I think they beat Iowa State.
Is that what we're doing this year? We're going.
No. Listen, Greg, you missed it. Did you not see it?
They're legit.
No. Listen, no.
Well, no, they're 5-0.
Yeah, well,
compared to what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, they were horrible. They were horrible.
Hey, you still won 5 games in a row. It hadn't happened in a decade.
I'm shocked that Game Day hadn't been there at least once. I know. So let's good. We'll get that cleaned up.
Yeah. Nurse Ratchet, the Chief's got his hand up. I watched what happened, and they're not being delusional and all that. They're just saying we are so bad at football, and we've been bad at football for so long. Mm-hmm. The students went on the field just because they were 5-0, and they didn't even win big against Iowa State, but they got the win.
They never get to do that,
and they all went on the field, and all they were chanting and all their signs was, "Please put us in the top 25." They just wanted to make the top 25.
Because it's been a minute.
It's been forever. Yeah. And so they were like, please tell us our 5-0 will get us in the top 25. And they're at 19 here on this poll.
Congratulations, Kansas.
Yeah, and I've never seen a program celebrate 5-0 like they did. No, Greg, and that's all they were holding up. And they were screaming 5-0, and then their sign said, "Please put us in the top 25."
Rick, when they were 3-0, they were simply celebrating that they had full capacity in the stadium.
Yeah,
because that's been a while too.
And they did have a great atmosphere, and their fans came out. And by the way,
What is it? Rock Chalk Jayhawk? What is it?
By the way, I didn't know this. I didn't know that what team was it? What was the team that kind of? It was Ole Miss. I didn't know that there was some big thing that Kiffin had to get on the fans that they hadn't been coming to the games.
Yeah. Well, they hang around outside and they wait till
they don't come in.
First half's nearly over.
Well, yeah. So they had a great atmosphere at that game.
Yeah,
By the way, that was to me my favorite game of the weekend. Was watching Kentucky and Ole Miss.
Yeah, that was two.
I never thought I would say that in a microphone.
It was a really good game.
Rick, that's two teams that have made notable changes in their program, and they're legit, and they had a great game.
By the way, Kentucky, wow, that was one of those. That wasn't a coulda, that was a shoulda.
Yeah.
Okay,
several chances.
Yeah, boy, you
goodness
boy.
gracious.
Early on, I think they missed 2 extra points and a field goal.
Yeah, that. By the way, speaking of Missouri, did y'all see the thicker kicker kick one from about 54?
55. I think it was.
Yeah, he's focused.
55. Was he warming up or did he?
Did he get in the net?
Yeah, because he didn't last week.
No, let me tell you something. I don't know what he did different, but he kicked the fool out of it. and how about this?
I thought Tom Dempsey was out there.
But Greg, now what you love, he did a march off like because he's fat. And when he kicked it, he went. and did a little chubby.
Oh, there he is.
Look at this little chubby march. Look.
Of course, he missed a 10-yarder.
Right. He could have beat Auburn. But,
chip shot.
Of course, who can't?
It's a little soon to be walking.
Yeah.
All right.
But I just think it's funny.
It is.
If you play 4 quarters, your odds are pretty high.
That's all you got to do. But anyway,
good.
I never thought, and I think I sent y'all a text on it. I sat down because it was birthday boy weekend and was watching college football. Had my snacks like I liked it, and I watched and enjoyed thoroughly the excellent football put on by Ole Miss and Kentucky.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe what I was saying.
I know.
Am I really watching these two programs play good football?
I couldn't figure out what was on Ole Miss's helmet. I couldn't figure it out.
By the way, that's unacceptable, that helmet.
Rick and Bubba.
I will say that maze does look different.
It's just
But that doesn't mean that.
I think it's a cool font that they use to say, "Hey, this is what it represents. This is what it looks like."
But it didn't anything.
You
like
lost me at gradient.
And it's the shade. See, the drop shadow's way too uniform. But I could be way wrong. I could be stupid. I could be a stupid butt-brained man.
Wouldn't the drop shadow be uniform depending on the direction of the sun?
Well,
So you're saying they're a bunch of liars.
All right, so I'm going to tell you right now the feedback that we're getting for those of you that have been listening to Bubba and I talk about the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier. Now, why are they calling it Thunderstorm? Bubba, you know why they call it that?
Rick, because you know how in the summer it just smells and feels so clean after a thunderstorm, and here it is right here.
Bubba's got his already out of the package. Look what it comes in. You know how we love good packaging. Look, I mean, we're holding these up in here, and I'm gonna tell you, if you want to get yours right now, we're gonna save you $200. Now, let me tell you how this works. If you have, like a downstairs area, or maybe you just cooked something, or you had a fire break out, and you're like, oh my goodness, I burnt that on my skillet. Now it stinks in here. Look, you put the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier on it, and buddy, your house will be healthy. It'll be clean. It'll be fresh smelling. It eliminates odors. That's different than covering odors, Speedy. Eliminates odors, kills mold and mildew and bacteria and viruses. But Bubba, look at it. It's not some big bulky thing you bring in, and right now we're going to get you 3 of these for under $200. Now that's a fraction of the cost compared to a lot of air purifiers out there that go for over 600 big ones. Plus 1 in your basement, 1 in your bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you need clean, fresh air, and it's handled. So with this special offer, 3 units under $200. Go to EdenPureDeals.com. They just plug in. It's not complicated. EdenPureDeals.com. Put in the discount code RickandBubba3, and we'll save you $200. That's EdenPureDeals.com. Discount code RickandBubba3. And by the way, shipping is free.
That's a computer image.
Yeah, great. I guess Trip's off.
But I could be way wrong. And I'm not saying it looks bad. It probably isn't that clear, though, maybe.
So you're saying it's junky.
They beef it up a little bit. I'm not saying it's junky, and I want us to go.
Don't you think the corn would have to be up right now?
Stop singing that. I want all of us to go. It's going to be so cool. It's going to be so fun. Hopefully, Greg gets stuck forever.
Hey, first thing we're going to do is run that drone up and see what it looks like.
There you go. Then we'll know.
And if it ain't right, we're leaving.
And we're getting out of there.
What?
We all had a joke that
I'm
we were
so
going to
sorry.
say.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
But
I didn't want him to say that.
Maybe not. I'm probably stupid. I'm probably a stupid, just donkey-brained man, and I apologize.
Right now, Speedy is on the phones, and we're going to try to get to the bottom of this thing with the Rick and Bubba corn maze that went out on social media yesterday. And so there's a corn maze that's got our cartoon faces and the Rick and Bubba logo. And we're wanting to make sure we have all the right information. Somehow this spawned into a discussion where Adler says he thinks the picture we're putting out is computer-generated and not an actual depiction of what the actual corn maze will actually look like. So we're actually calling them just to find out ourselves.
Yeah, we want to get to the bottom of this corn stalk.
It's one of these new things that no longer exist. You know what it is? Journalism. Actually try to find out.
It's kind of our brand of it, but yes.
The guys are live now. They want to talk to
Yeah.
you.
No.
It's just Beth. Okay, thank you.
Beth.
Is this 4D forms?
Beth can explain it, Rick. Beth is the one.
Okay. Hey, Beth.
Hi.
Beth, Rick and Bubba here. How are you?
You're live on the air, Beth.
We're great. How are you?
Beth, thank you for making a corn maze with our face. All right, so Beth, the corn maze is up. Thank you again. We're honored by this. Can you answer one question, because for some reason Adler is all uptight about it. The picture we put on social media yesterday, is that the actual maze or a depiction of the maze?
That is the actual maze, but that is a computer-generated photo. He is correct, I hate to say.
No, that's okay. We're not saying, yeah, I know that, but yeah.
I am right now, actually, when you guys called, I was on Facebook putting last year's pre-season photo, which is the computer-generated, to show the difference in last year's maze photo, aerial, and the preseason photo, so that people can see it is exactly the same. And Dr. Shane Lee here in Coleman, he always comes out and does an aerial shot of our maze, and he came last week and he couldn't get his drone to work, so we will have the actual photo of the maze up pretty soon.
But it looks just like that, right?
It's exactly like that, but it's not. Obviously, it's not as perfect. But I mean, the lines are as perfect, but you know those trails are. You know, you can really see the trails. It's a little. The design is exactly the same.
Understood, but so it is a computer depiction of the actual maze that will look just like it. With just you'll be able to see the trails better on the real picture.
Yes.
Okay, now did y'all have enough diesel for Bubba's face to get all that cut? How?
Do you spray it ahead of time,
Yeah,
or
how
do
do you
you
do it?
cut it once it's grown up?
I'm going to let my husband answer these questions.
Okay.
Hey, Bubba.
Hey.
Hey, normally you was asking about spraying it. Yes, I spray it ahead of time to kill off everything.
Mm-hmm.
It is 7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Brand new hour, and we are thankful that you are with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang's all here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Yonder's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hey, Bubby.
Yonder he goes.
Yonder.
Glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show. And if you're new to this, I know you got more questions than answers, and we'll try to get to that eventually.
Bubba, they're saying that Ole Miss, and it did not look like that. Their helmet, I couldn't figure out what that one blue smudge was, and they're saying it was an attempt, and I think a poor attempt, frankly, that it was supposed to be a Realtree design honoring Bill Jordan, who's the founder of Realtree, who played wide receiver for Ole Miss. But that didn't look like Realtree pattern at all to me.
What threw me off?
It looks like a bunch of busted ice or something.
Yeah. See that smudge up there?
Yeah, what threw me off, too, Kentucky's uniform didn't look like they normally do either. Of course, I know they move around with white and blue and all that.
I hate that checkerboard they have.
But
me too.
Good game.
But I don't know what that is.
How does that look like Realtree? That didn't look like Realtree at all.
No, it really doesn't.
I really thought when the first helmet I saw.
Do you think? Let me ask you this, and this may be a step out. Is it a Realtree pattern, but they just put it in Ole Miss colors?
Oh, yeah.
But
it still doesn't look like a pattern.
Probably so.
No. It doesn't look like a
If you turn that back to green and brown, it would be a lot closer.
I see now.
See what I'm talking
the
about?
designer, had he been drinking? Is it Mossy Oak that he actually put on there?
That's funny. I looked up there like the smudge.
Yeah, Cuz wouldn't even watch the game.
Yeah, the smudge they had on the front of the helmet. The first guy I saw with, I thought, wow, because nowadays the way the helmets are designed, they don't get the paint off other helmets on them.
Yeah.
Remember, we were all playing. You would have the other team's
Marks,
helmets all over yours if back when you could hit.
Yeah.
But when I first saw that, I thought, wow, somebody's got a smudge on their helmet.
If that's supposed to be a camo pattern, they failed at it.
By the way, this is just from
like
this is from an emailer from Laurel, Mississippi.
Now
Could be wrong.
Greg, think about it. It's not a camo pattern; it's a breakup. That's how they.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, that may be it, but it didn't come off well.
All right, so Bubba,
you just don't see them in blue and red a lot.
No, Bubba, we've been following your health journey, and
what a fun month we had.
What a
guys.
fun month we've had, and we've had so many people praying for you. I mean, let me tell you something.
I hope I have adequately expressed
Bubba,
the fact that I cannot express adequately my thanks for all of those prayers.
Look, the power of the prayer warriors in this audience, when you plug into that, you sleep in peace. So
I mean, and it's not the outcome that's the miracle.
No,
it's the peace that we've had through all of it.
Yeah.
Because I lost my dad to cancer when I was 15, and and it was a real bad situation, and so when you hear the C word, that's usually a lot of panic and despair goes with that.
Well, sure.
But we're living
reason.
in a time now that we've made so many advances, and there's so many skilled doctors, and we have so much great equipment out there now that it's still. I mean, it's not a good word to hear, but hey, at least you got a fighting chance, and you're going to be in a battle.
Amen.
And but what I wanted to share is we're supposed to go back tomorrow and meet with our doctor and get the final path report on the tumor they removed from my liver. And I was going to wait till we had all that, but I wanted to go ahead and share because we communicated with him Friday. And he called to tell me that the report came back and it was really, really good. So we're excited about that. We'll read the fine print tomorrow and go over the details of it. But bottom line is they got the tumor. The margins were clear of tumor,
Amen.
Which means they cut out good liver that had not been infected yet. It did not get into the vascular system. So in other words, it wasn't in the blood supply. And it's amazing to me, Rick, how they can do this because, once you deal with this, you learn more and more. The tumor started in the liver. Usually liver tumors, what I'm told, please know I'm speaking on a subject I know nothing about, but what I'm being told, usually livers in the tumor come from somewhere else.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've
so,
heard that too.
So this was going to be an indicator to them where else they might need to go and look. And, of course, they've looked everywhere, which I'm glad, and I'm like, keep looking.
Sure.
But then they have doctors that look at this, literally a panel, and advise where to go forward. And as it stands right now, they're probably not going to do anything else, but just ask me to get a CAT scan probably every 90 days for a year, and then we'll spread that out and just keep an eye on it. So that looks real good. I mean, I don't think it could have been any better.
No,
I wanted to share. That's good news. That's real good news.
That's real good news.
So, thank you.
So that's big news, and I know everywhere you go, everybody ask, and I know what it is. You're always wanting more information, and we're always like, look, we can only give you information as we get it.
Yeah.
So tomorrow was on there as a big day.
Yeah.
And all indications are it's good news.
Yeah. We'll get the fine print, and we may. we may change. And look, 90 days from now, we may have other issues to deal with. I hope not, but we don't know what next month, next week, next year holds. But for today, we looking good.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all you. That's all you can go with.
That's all. That's all I got is today.
So we were talking off air about this. If this plays out like it's looking like it is, truly that gallbladder surgery, when the surgeon said, "Hey, what's that right there?"
Absolutely,
and took a sample of that, and if that doesn't happen.
I'm sitting here with a ticking time bomb that when they did find it would have been too late.
Right, because they found it early.
Yeah, and when he was in there, they took a little sample to be tested. One was negative, one was inconclusive, but because of his expertise, and I'd love to get him to come on the air to talk about some of this. I don't know that he will, but because of his expertise, I mean, he kind of grabs you, puts his arm around you and says, "We need to get that out. Let me get it out. Let's get it out quick." And it ain't normal. It may not be cancerous. It may not be dangerous, but let's just get it out of there. I'm like, hey, let's go. And, we could have had that second surgery a week earlier. He was just waiting on me to get ready to be able to stand it again. So, you can't just somebody knows what they're doing. Even with all the testing and great electronics we have, you still have to have somebody that knows how to read that and read the road signs and have been there before and say, hey, let's take care of that. So I'm I'm thankful. This doesn't seem like it covers it, but I'm very thankful.
Well, elation is a good word. And that because, when you're facing possible chemo and stuff like that, I mean, that's just such a difficult road.
And, they've improved on all that so much, Rick,
sure.
Because we've had some discussions about it. But what Speedy and I were talking about earlier is I don't know, and this concerns me greatly now.
Yeah.
How many other people are out there in that same condition that I was a month ago? You're walking around with a time bomb, and you don't know it. So how can we encourage people to get that checked? Go get it out. Maybe you'll be just like where I am today. No problem. Or if we don't, and see, that's one of the things I don't have, and I hope I have answers to it, like how long would that have gone before we would have known it? Or how long has it been in there? Or do we have some kind of indicator on time, how long that was going on?
Is there any indication that possibly it was the cancer that caused the pain, not the gallbladder?
It is. There has been a discussion about that.
Because that actually also is more miraculous news because we all start reading on it.
Oh yeah.
And one of the things they said about this kind of cancer is, unfortunately, a lot of times it doesn't show itself.
It doesn't.
So if it did show itself and it turned out not to have any margins, it was all good. That was another very fortunate thing.
And there was. I don't want to get into all the medical minutia because it's way over my head and I don't know what I'm talking about. But there was it did look like on the tumor that part of it had died already, which might mean it was growing quicker than the blood vessels, even though it wasn't in the blood. The liver was supporting it, that it could support it. So it had, and that could have been part of the problem. Now the gallbladder did meet the criteria for coming out. But it wasn't as bad as what they thought it was going to be based on the pain I was having.
That's why I'm saying that, because I had a gallbladder attack and it felt more like what you were describing.
Yeah.
But when mine came out, it was gangrene and nearly septic.
Yeah, mine was pretty purple and velvety.
Yours didn't look like it was in that bad a shape to cause that kind of pain.
Yeah, it was.
Because the kind of pain you were having looked like more like an attack.
Oh, Rick.
Yeah, and
Rick, that's
yeah. So
I will have to say, second worst pain I've ever had.
Yeah.
Ooh. First pain was when Helms had to cram me in my Jeep from playing pickleball.
Yeah, right.
That was the worst injury I've ever had. Ever.
You're fortunate. Pickleball took him out. We'll be back. But that's great news.
Yeah.
Elation is the word. We'll chat with you guys next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then I go in there and plant it. And normally I will lay it out by rows and do my row counts, and that's how I come up with my design. But this year, with y'all's head and faces and hair, it took so much I had to use a GPS to get that figured out.
I knew it. I saw that coming a mile away. All right, so I want to be sure I want this unpacked correctly because I want to know what I'm getting into.
Sergio.
I want to know what I'm getting into. All right, first of all, I got a warning from Helmsy, which I will not tolerate. is that there was going to be a female play-by-play person on one of the games. It didn't affect me because it was the second game and I was going to bed.
Yeah. Okay.
So I was not affected by this. I understand they did bring a female play-by-play person in, which I just can't listen to.
Yeah.
And then we had a sideline reporter that was so bad they wouldn't go back to him anymore.
Well, yeah. Now let's go a little further here. Right, Beth, who you're referring to, is the first female to call the game for the NFL since 1987.
Yeah,
okay.
There's a reason why that's never happened before.
Not only was it that, but she was also saddled up with Rex Ryan, who is going to be in studio.
That's the two they put
is going to be in studio the rest of the year. But he was the color guy.
I thought he did
last
a
night.
great job, by the way.
Well, he just didn't have a whole lot of energy, but that's, Rex is Rex. And so it was fun if you're a big Rex fan, you enjoyed it.
Probably, Bubba, you loved him because he was doing color for a female play-by-play person, meaning when you heard him, it was comforting.
It was.
Right. Well, I thought his opening thing, he was full of energy. I mean, she was like, wow, we got to, tone you down here. He was telling it like it was right out of the gate.
I'm glad
nauseating.
I'm glad I missed it.
And then there was Sergio Dip, who Helmsy talked about. He's the sideline reporter that battled only Ted Cruz for the most Twitter responses last night
for different reasons.
Here's the sideline report that Helmsy was telling us about, and you can sit back and just enjoy.
So it's really bad.
Yeah.
Sergio Dip. Beth, Coach, it's a pleasure to be with you guys here on the field from up close, just watching Coach Vance Joseph.
Rick.
From here, you watch him now on the screen. This diversity in his background is helping him a lot tonight. Quarterback at Colorado, defensive back in the NFL, and here he is having the time of his life this night, making his head coaching debut.
Guys.
Oh my gosh,
that was horrible.
Seriously, Monday Night Football. Where did this guy come from?
He has been with ESPN for a while. Deportes.
Yeah, well,
ESPN
you know what?
Deportes,
he needs to go speak Spanish.
And they wanted to do something for minorities.
That's what they do on Deportes.
I guess we throw a woman in there. Now we got to do this.
You're already saying it.
So
you're already saying it. So we're getting to the point now. We couldn't give a rip if it's worth a crap.
Right.
That was diversity. So
let me tell you, that was diversity over excellence. Is what that was.
Thank you, Bubba. 100%. I'm going to do this. That's it in a nutshell. We're more worried about having a female announcer and some Latino on the sideline than we are about having a good presentation for an NFL football game on Monday night. For a league that's struggling, by the way.
Right.
For a league that's losing viewership and losing fans, we're going to go to this crap.
Y'all didn't think that was good?
Now, you would think that
you can find people that are good. Go with excellence. We'll have diversity. Just keep demanding that excellence be the standard. Of course, there's Latino people that can do a phenomenal job. I'm not sold on the female play-by-play. I don't like the sound of a female's voice doing play-by-play. She might have done the game quite well, very professional. The person who does college and this person, I just don't like hearing a female voice.
It's the same person, I think.
Do play-by-play. I don't, because she tries to do a broadcaster voice. Maybe there's other females that's just better than her. Maybe that's my problem.
You want to hear what she sounded like on the field?
Oh, I know.
I've heard her. Y'all heard her.
It's broadcastable.
4 yards to Giants.
Nauseating.
On its way.
Got a timeout.
And it's good, but a timeout.
It's good, but a timeout.
Did it not sound
It's good, but a timeout.
More.
I have to overemphasize because I'm a woman trying to sound like a dude. They got a timeout. We go down to Sergio Dip. No, let's not do that again.
No, turn Sergio's mic off.
Did they never go back to him?
No. Did it not sound like Rex Ryan was holding his nose?
I should timeout.
Did you hear that?
No, I was so concentrated.
Take a listen.
I didn't hear.
Let's go back.
Sergio Dip.
On its way.
Got a timeout.
And it's good, but a timeout.
Oh, but it's timeout, Rex. Blow your nose.
Please keep it going.
Well, they got a timeout.
Second time, and it is no go.
Second time, and it's no good. Hey, timeout.
Here, let's see who gets a hand on it.
Shelby Harris.
Shelby.
Got a piece of it.
Shelby got a piece of it. All right, here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls coming in. Here we go. Lines are available. You can join us. Blazing Silverman is ready to go. He'll take those phone calls for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And then you hear this. you hear the buzzer at 30 seconds, or if you try me a shout-out or a shameless plug, that buzzer will get you there as well. Sam is in Kentucky. Sam, get us started. 30 seconds, brother. Go right ahead.
Good morning, guys. Hey, Greg asked about the checkerboard. That's in honor of Secretariat, which was raised on Claiborne Farm up here, which is Secretariat was the big horse. But that's why, and the Kentucky basketball team has dropped the checkerboard from their uniform this year. Y'all have a blessed day. We'll talk to you later.
So the checkered board is a tribute to Secretariat?
I love Secretariat, and I love the movie. I love everything about it. Most dominant horse ever, but I just don't like a checkerboard.
I don't like a checkerboard. I don't. And I wish A&M would drop their little stripes on top of their uniform too.
Checkerboard.
I hate shoulder pad stripes or checkerboards.
When I see a checkerboard, I start thinking about checkers.
Right. Yeah. I'm anti-checkerboard. Love Secretariat. I'm with you, Greg, but I'm anti-checkerboard. Lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
You know what I hate even more, and I don't know if they did it on this field, where they'll have a goal line and then a little bit of space and then start like a checkerboard, and you can't figure out where the goal line is.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of confusing watching on TV.
Sometimes I think the officials can't figure out where the goal line is. What good is replay if we can't get it right?
Right.
All right, so what you ever seen? We're getting a lot of we look at replay and go, well, he's in. Or he didn't make it, and then they'll rule the other way. I don't know what to do about that.
That's why I say let's do away with replay. It just holds the game up.
Greg, you going too far with it.
I get so sick. Oh, we're reviewing it.
Well, think about this, though. How many years we've been playing college football, and how many times did they actually miss it, and we never knew it?
No, gosh. Thanks for that.
I say close enough.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Let's go to
close enough.
Let's go to news.
Within an inch of scoring is close enough.
News Talk 103.9. Dothan standing by. Alabama, and Joel is the caller. Go, Joel.
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're good.
My dad, brother, and I, we go to Talladega every year. About the last dozen years or so, we camp and go to the race and everything. But because of prior commitments, I had to watch from TV yesterday. But got something that was interesting is I think there were 7 or 8 laps left, and there was a car stalled down there on pit row, and then they went under caution because of that. I'm all about safety. They shouldn't race with concussions and stuff like that.
I saw that, and
I
I
thought
thought
it was a fire in the grass.
Yeah, but on this one,
fire in the grass, fire in the grass.
Yeah. And I understand they explained it pretty
Fire
good.
in the grass, run, boys, run.
Ding, 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 ding.
I think it was Dale Jr. They explained it that
enter into turn old number 1.
I think in the truck race or whatever, you could still see the tire marks through the grass and everything. That when it gets to everybody gets to wrecking and stuff, the last thing you need is somebody just stalled out on pit road because
crash into him.
Matter of fact, the driver even said, "If y'all can't come get me, I'm getting out of this car and jumping over the wall. I'm not just going to sit here."
You don't want to be that guy.
And so, but I get what you're saying. That they went into caution just for that until they could clear the car. But he's just sitting there.
Yeah. Artie, 30 seconds. Artie, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Rick, you hit it on the head when you said the halftime adjustments are the issue. I'm going to hit you with a stat real quick. This is Auburn's last 8 second-half point totals. 0, 0, 6, 3, 3, 6, 0, 3. Those are the last 8 second halves against Power 5 opponents Auburn's had. There's your answer, in my opinion.
That's ugly. That's an ugly, ugly stat. It's just so ugly. It's so ugly I don't even want to look at it.
And it's hard to run behind the Rio Grande up there.
But how are you doing well in the first half and you can't come back and do it in the second?
Well, you get tired. And an adjustment.
And adjustment. Because everybody's playing. I mean, then you maybe need a new strength and conditioning coach. If that's the problem.
And a little depth doesn't hurt.
That's very, very beneficial. Let's go to Jet in Enterprise. Jet, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, it's actually Garrett. But the Ole Miss uniforms, if I'm not mistaken, I think that is the Realtree fishing pattern.
Okay.
So, like,
I've seen them fishing.
And these guys are doing the fishing stuff.
Oh, okay.
That's what it is.
Not hunting.
Hams, you got some look kind of like that.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Maybe they should have went with the
Still
hunting.
kind of a bit, but looks pretty good.
Looks pretty good. You thought that helmet looked good?
No, I said it's still kind of a bit, but it makes it sound
He says kind of a bit.
Here's what I say, that helmet. U-G-L-Y. You ain't got no alibi. You ugly. Hey, you ugly.
And it was just confusing because I kept myself trying to watch the game, but I'm trying to figure the helmet out too while I'm watching the game.
Bobby in Alabama. Bobby, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I was wondering, do you have
guys ever wonder what the coaches talk about before the game? Like Sam and David and Pittman looked like they were having, I don't know what they were talking about, the golf game, what they went out, got to eat the night before, whatever. It's like a best friends conversation. They can't be talking about football.
No, I tell you what they're talking about is they're laughing at how much money they're making.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're
remember when we started?
Y'all remember there's several different matchups here. You do have two universities playing each other in football. You also have the football coaches playing the universities.
Right, you do.
And they're on the same team on that one.
And they're talking about how much money they're knocking down. And one of them saying, look, I'm going to get fired and go to the lake with my $15 million. You're going to have to keep coaching.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean,
who's handling your money
No,
now?
I was texting Bubba. I think that Coach Harsin at Auburn, based on some of the decisions made Saturday, I think he was making $15 million decisions. Because if they fire him now, he gets $15 million.
Yeah.
I think he was like, oh, my gosh, we're about to win this game. And he goes, if we win this game, they may not fire me.
Right.
So I'm going for it. You know, on 4th and 10.
Now that
play.
That was a little odd.
It was a $15 million decision.
I thought that was a little odd, but
I'm telling you.
No, I think he wants
Guys,
to
we're
win.
about
But
to win this game.
Rick, did you see one of the
doing?
close-ups when a player had made a mistake? He just put his head down like, "Y'all are killing me."
Right.
You know,
Oh,
slowly killing me.
Right.
In the second half each week, killing
I'll tell
me.
you what it was. It was Ashford holding his head after the receive. I don't know what he was doing trying to throw the ball, but it was when Zero threw the ball.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it got picked,
Yeah.
and Ashford was like, "You got to be kidding me."
Of course, that was a $15 million play call.
It was.
But
on
hey, y'all
all
got
those-
number 4. Y'all ever seen 4 run the ball? It's first and goal.
He disappeared for like
Hey,
12 minutes.
Remember, I texted y'all and said, is he hurt?
Y'all, but
Yeah, you got 4.
I don't get it.
It's first and goal.
But Rick, in the second half, it's hard to get back to the line of scrimmage. You got 3 guys back there waiting on you.
When they put him in, he took off again, and that was in the second half.
Yeah.
We're going to run a reverse and have a receiver throwing the ball against LSU.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Time out! Shelby got a piece of it! Out of money day!
Okay, I can't listen. That's the most
All right,
annoying.
so if that
It's the most
is-
annoying, and it's not about excellence.
No.
It's about pandering. That's all it is. Nobody means it. Nobody thinks she's good.
No. And after the game is over, for some reason, or this morning, Sergio Dip stays in his hotel room, sits in his bed he got a coat on, dressed up, and he tries to explain what happened last night, and it makes it more confusing and worse than what actually happened.
You think you were lost then?
Come on, Sergio.
A couple of hours now trying to
Still got his jacket on.
what just happened to a 29-year-old Mexican guy
Here we go.
like me.
I'm going to see if you can hang with this. This is going to be tough.
It's 9/11. I'm in Denver, Colorado, and this is the NFL. A Monday night football game between the Broncos and the Chargers.
No one talking, including you, Rick.
The biggest stage possible.
Oh, I whispered.
I was studying my elementary school September 11, 2001 in Calexico, California. Born in Mexicali, Baja California, Mexico.
Stand by for my impression.
But growing up in the American environment as a minority. A minority like head coaches Vance, Joseph, and Anthony Lynn.
Here we go. This is what it's all about now.
So what I wanted to do was to show some respect. Making my debut as a minority on American national TV. The biggest stage out there.
You knocked it out of the park, bud.
On the most heartfelt day in this great country made up by immigrants. And on some people's perspective, it all went wrong. But I truly meant no disrespect, because all I wanted to do was to show some love to these 2 historical head coaches. Hopefully, I'll have another chance.
No.
And be sure,
Probably not.
I'll make the most.
I'll take you on play-by-play though.
You know, Rick, I was
what
I was
did he get eat up on Twitter?
Oh,
and everything?
Bubba.
Is that why he's
second
reeling
only
from
to
that?
Ted Cruz?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
and
it is
Rick,
hilarious.
Rick,
Some of
after
the
his
stuff.
performance, I do want him to build the wall now. I was past it.
That's Greg and Rick and Bubba.
I was past it.
Yeah, now I'm back.
Let's hear him on the sideline one more time.
I was up for us just maybe putting better security down there and all that.
Oh my gosh, Greg.
You want a literal wall now? Yeah, now I want one made out of steel and concrete.
Oh, Greg.
So that never happens again.
Wet Willie. And I don't know who knows the answer to this, and it's really sidebar, and it's my own little quirk. But, you know, now that you have Apple Music, and it's great, what a great service it is. You know, when you go to the thing I've learned anytime we're searching for songs here to play or I'm looking for some happening bed music, I will, if I have an artist, I will go to the part that says the essentials or the best stuff. That way you can go find any song you want. You don't have to remember which album it's on or anything like that. And it usually always will give me their biggest songs because that's why it's called the best of, and that's why it's called the essentials. You must have these songs if you're going to have this artist's library. Street Corner Serenade is not on those things with Wet Willie. It's not in the essentials. It's not on the best of. But it was their second.
It created a panic yesterday here on the show.
It was their second highest charting song ever.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
So that time I had to back up and just search the single's name, and it came up. Does anybody know why that is? Why Wet Willie would not put that on? Did they not like the song?
I know. I mean, is that like a song that they, for some reason, got sick of?
Yeah. Of course, I found out Bubba didn't know they were white.
I didn't.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
There was a lot of mystery back in those days because you never saw bands. You just
I
heard
mean, we assume today. I mean, you just you download their music and their faces pop up and all that.
Yeah,
you didn't know back then.
Oh yeah, when we were kids, you didn't. Now, you could go to the record store and pick an album up and check them out, but you didn't see them a lot.
And every now and then on their album, they wouldn't show you.
No,
you're right.
It'd just be like,
I guess I just didn't think they sounded white for some reason.
And then we grew up in the video.
Aren't you the one?
Well, no, I think that's just
you
the
know
way
what it was, Rick. They got Willie in the title.
See,
Willie.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no
All right, so as we work our way back, we got the great update on Bubba's health, which was awesome, fantastic celebration. And I know you got out and you moved around a little bit this weekend and went to see Jack State play, and then I'm pretty sure that you told me that y'all have added a third dog.
You covered a lot in that brief
Wow.
intro there, Rick.
Yeah. What a weekend.
What the?
I did see a lot of people. I don't know the word to express my appreciation for everybody for all they've done for us. I am married to Ellie Mae Clampett.
Mm-hmm.
For those of you who are Beverly Hillbillies fame.
Yep.
And she loves her animals. It's and I love animals too, Rick. Don't get me wrong, but
Sure you
there's
do.
there's probably more. I probably have more of a limit than say Ellie Mae Clampett would. When anything walks up, she wants to make it hers.
Don't you have cats too?
We have a cat.
Okay.
That's weighs. The last time we weighed him was 25 pounds. And I quit weighing him because he's hurting my back to pick him up.
Right.
But buddy, you better brace yourself.
Yeah.
But he's very affectionate. Einstein. He's very smart. He has the secondary nickname, the Love Gov, because he will come and find you and he will share the love with you.
Right.
So if you don't want to be covered in hair, look out.
Right.
But we have added
note to self.
The news this weekend was we have added a third dog to the family. This is little Ruby Sue.
I'm
And
sorry?
I know, and
I'm sorry, what now?
I voted against the name.
For that very reason.
I said, Betty, you realize Adler just had a daughter and they're named that.
Right.
She goes, yeah, but it doesn't matter. Pet names and human names. This is all separate.
And
This
then
is-
I can't get Christmas Vacation out of my mind. You remember little Ruby Sue?
I know. I know. but due to the coloring, she's a fan of Ruby Sue. So
I'm a fan of Ruby too.
What kind of dog is that?
My daughter, 2-year-old daughter.
Greg,
Ruby.
I was afraid you were going to ask me that. It's a Betty will have to call and tell you. I don't know. I can't tell you what any of our dogs
some kind
are.
of doodle.
That's what it looks like.
Doodle. It has a doodle in the end of it, but it's a King Charles something
Is this a
doodle. It's something down that way.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I had one for you. I had a Cavapoo, and y'all got your own Cavapoo and left me with Buddy
and named it Ruby.
Yeah, come on,
y'all. I've been in the hospital. I have had nothing to do with this.
Yeah, that is the. Now you went out and got the same dog. He looks like Buddy.
Yeah, they do.
I could have given you Buddy. I
Well,
thought that was our deal.
I thought you were going to give me Buddy, but I felt like you.
Well, you made up some story that I was resistant to it.
I felt like you were saying that, but you really didn't mean it.
Well, how did you come to that conclusion?
Rick was trying to act like he didn't want Buddy. Is what you're saying.
Did you sense it too?
Yeah, I could tell that he was getting a little choked up about Buddy leaving.
Y'all have lost your minds. Nobody believes this bit because there's no way.
After the deer incident, I thought you were going to go to squalling.
No, well, okay. Now we're all just going to tell stories. No, I've never been so disappointed because see, all the trauma that would already be over.
You did gain a little respect for him during that, though. I saw that.
His resilience.
That was true.
I've never seen a dog live through so much.
Yeah,
I like the fact he was getting power slammed, and then all of a sudden you look, he's on the
guys,
back porch hanging out.
Thought he was dead.
Buddy,
thought he was dead.
My dog Buddy continuing to live is another sign that God does have a sense of humor.
Okay, it's messing with you.
Okay, Betty says it's a Cavadoodle.
So
what's all these doodles?
Cavadoodle.
If you get a doodle in there somewhere, I think they don't shed. They don't shed.
Well, I ain't got a doodle then.
So, little Ruby is full of energy, and she was the boss of her little
She
litter.
is. She really is just full of energy.
Yeah,
She's just
and,
hard to keep
which
up
Ruby are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about
Sorry.
the dog Ruby.
Right.
now,
Oh, dog Ruby.
So she has come in, and she is she's made a real splash.
The dog looks like Buddy. What are y'all doing?
So it is.
And by the way, it's Cavapoo, not Cavadoodle.
No, it's a. There is a Cavadoodle. That's what I was going to say. So it's Cavalier King Charles Spaniels and a poodle. Yours is different.
Yours
Rick.
is a pickapoo and a Cavalier.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I have no idea.
So what is mine?
Yours is if it is a how'd you say it? Cavadoodle.
Cavadoodle. That's what
All
Betty
right,
just
so
said.
that is a hybrid of a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, which you mentioned, and a poodle.
Well, that's what Buddy is.
So you got a Cavadoodle too?
You've been calling it wrong.
I don't know. I don't know what we call
Now the
this
other dog, Lovey, in that picture is the one you need to get Betty to tell you what it is because you have to be careful if you're a mixed company saying it.
All right, so it does come up Cava. It is. I think it is the same.
Yeah, I guess you can call it either one.
Either way works.
So a poo or a doodle is the same.
I don't know.
I had y'all
Is
one
that
of
what y'all are
these.
saying?
That's basically what we're saying.
Why? I had you one of these.
Rick, I have. Look, there's areas I have. Some say it may be my area, and then there's some areas that I have decided as a husband I'm just not going to. I'm just not going to die on that hill.
Everybody gets.
All right,
it.
so look,
You got to get Buddy to go over there and hang out.
No,
is what
I've got a
your deal
backup
is.
plan.
I
Going.
tried to get Buddy to come over for play.
It's the same dog, by the way. But it's not. We're saying it wrong. Now it's also known as the Cavapoo, which you keep talking. But it looks like it's called a Cavoodle.
Good night.
According to
Cavoodle, Cavoodle.
See how much easier it is to say I have a beagle.
Thank you.
Yes.
And they
Or
don't
a
mix
mutt.
them with everything
You
because
know,
beagles are perfect.
So it's the same dog.
I've never seen a cross.
According,
sorry,
Rick.
They're
Sorry,
little
A beagle oodle.
I had you one of these.
Nobody has
if it's
a
the
beagle
same
oodle.
dog,
Nobody.
Betty says it's a Cava doodle, Cavadoodle.
Nah.
All right, that's what
Betty,
she
what's
says.
Lovey?
Guys,
and then Lovey
I'm
is a Shih Tzu Yorkshire.
We're
mix.
looking at it.
Which is what?
I'm looking. It says known as a
What about a
Cavapoo or
bulldog,
Cavadoodle is a cross between two beloved popular dog breeds,
It's the same
the
dog.
Poodle and the Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
You know what it
Speedy,
is?
get Betty on the
Tomato,
line.
tomato. It's tomato, tomato.
Yeah, it is.
See if
Same
you-
thing.
See if you can get Betty on the line, and we'll be able to hear dogs barking behind her while she tells us.
All right, I'm telling
But
you now.
at least you get to choose your dogs. I've had another one take up at the house. I'm on my third stray.
But yours, Greg, are
It's still here.
that's the kind of dogs I had growing up, and they're almost perfect.
We've got another one. It's a female. We're thinking about calling her Ruby.
Oh,
And,
good.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we've just,
What if we all had a dog named Ruby?
Once Lisa feeds them,
I have a daughter named Ruby. I have a daughter named Ruby.
Adler, and I want to go on record as I protested this name.
I do have a big announcement.
I wanted Lucy.
This weekend, I actually picked up a huge announcement, guys. This weekend, I actually picked up a Pac-Man frog, and his name is Hunter Bussey. So.
Funny.
I'm going to grab a tarantula this weekend. It's named Caitlin. And a corn snake while I'm at it.
And a corn snake while I'm at it. I'll take a corn snake.
That's
with
so
that.
good. You named your dog Kevin. You can't say nothing to anybody about dog names.
We don't have a Kevin that works here.
Well, you have the
We
whole
actually
world.
do. Kevin Calloway.
Nobody
That's
has
right.
Nobody has a kid named Kevin. Nobody has a kid named Kevin.
I felt like it was a violation, but Ellie Mae Clampett is, she's going to do her world, and the rest of us are
This
just
is from
along.
Betty.
Listen, guys, this is some kind of Bussy
I know.
that conspiracy. Betty's saying, "Well, you were telling her I wouldn't give up Buddy. I had Buddy ready to go.
I didn't.
Ready.
Oh yeah, Bubba was saying that.
Now he's going to come with a lot of prescriptions and a morbid fear of deer. But
loves chicken blood.
Look, we got a big fenced-in backyard. They can get out there and dig in it.
All right, Bubba. Betty says the Shih Tzu and Yorkie mix is named a Shorkie.
What are y'all
or
talking
something?
about?
I'm scared to even go there.
SHORKIE.
You see why I wanted Speedy to say it.
Yeah, I do.
And then
Shorkie.
I've asked her to call the hotline, but I don't know if she will.
This mixing of
Please
breeds.
call.
Somebody's
I don't know if
online.
I'm saying it
Y'all
right.
God's going to get us.
She's there, Rick, if you want to get these names correct.
Oh,
What about an old German police dog? Remember we used to call German Shepherds that?
Yeah.
This is.
I think
I'm
Bubba is
so
telling
sorry,
Betty
Rick.
that you won't give.
I know it's not Betty's fault.
The dogs I have are all mixed, but I don't know what they are mixed, so I can't make up a funny name for them.
Betty, tell us about your house of dogs. What are all
Betty's
these,
house of dogs.
What are all these dogs?
Am I on now?
Yeah, don't you think Bubba's been through enough? By the way.
Oh, I know. Bless his heart. I was waiting until he got a little better,
Well, you didn't wait long. I mean, we get one good pass report. Here comes the dog.
I mean,
Come Sunday.
the ink's not even dry on it.
Listen, he had 2 days to adjust,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Betty,
We're good.
enough's enough on the dogs.
Rick, you drug your feet on Buddy. Sorry, you missed the boat over here at the bus.
Well, I could have given you the same dog, just sicker.
And I've already got one sick dog. That's the third.
Right,
So,
yeah.
Oh, man. Bless her. But anyway.
What are they all called, Betty?
Yeah, give us the
names
types they are, because everybody wants to know, and I can't tell them.
It's Ruby, no relation to sweet little Ruby Adler daughter.
Yeah, what's the breed?
A Cavadoodle or poodle or whatever. It may be the same breed as Buddy. I don't know. It's what my hairdresser.
Oh, it is the same breed. It is. It looks just like him.
So. Well, maybe I wanted Buddy, and you'd never give him up.
Yeah.
So I just
Well,
went and got my own Buddy, Rick.
You got bad information from a husband didn't want another dog.
No, we traded an antenna for a dog. You know what I mean? So,
Oh my gosh.
That's so good.
Y'all.
That is so good, Betty.
Back in the country house or whatever. Yeah.
You know,
But anyway.
when you make a deal,
Oh yeah,
you're supposed to keep your side. of
you
it.
are. God,
And if you break your side, you know. All right, next dog. Let's talk about the other dog. What type it is? I'm sorry, Betty, you're breaking up. What is the other dog? What is Lovey?
Lovey is a Shorkie, Shih Tzu Yorkie mix, but she was, a COVID dog. We had a friend of a friend who got Lovey, couldn't take care of her because she was going to have to go back on the road working. So we helped her with that. And then Gracie is a Maltese Schnauzer mix, a Mauser. There's his bark.
I told you we'd have dog. I told you we'd have dog barking in the back. Anybody calls me, you're going to hear dogs. It sounds like I work at the pound.
Lovey and Ruby are at it. I mean, they're playing. But anyway, and Gracie is taking a nap, bless her heart.
Yeah. Well,
Rick, how does
she's
this
on bar
feel?
time.
How does this feel, Rick?
Well, but I'm wise beyond my years. I have a backup plan,
Listen,
I'll just move to that. No, that's crazy.
If you call home, you got to just plan on trying to work through barks to hear what's going on.
I love it.
Thank you, honey.
Guys, I got to clean up poop. No, I'm just
See you, babe.
Hey guys, big announcement! Big announcement! If you guys could congratulate me, I picked up a blobfish named Bubba Bussy this weekend. Bill Bubba Bussy the blobfish.
That is a pretty fish right there.
Oh my goodness.
Rick and Bubba.
First heard that.
Unless the movie, which it exaggerated, but supposedly when Buddy Holly and them got booked to the Apollo, it's because they thought they were black.
Right, and if you watch the
And that may be
documentary,
exaggerated in the movie.
if you watch the documentary on Muscle Shoals, everybody thought the Muscle Shoals rhythm section
Yes.
was black, but they were a bunch of. I mean, I'm talking about.
Well, see that
you don't get no wider
I
than
think
them.
that all falls under that same thing. We didn't see pictures of them at the time, and I don't think it's good or bad to think somebody is this or that.
It's not being
It's
negative.
just I guess what pops in your mind when you first hear it. I don't even know why.
They deal with that in that it's funny in that documentary because really what you had was some guys that weren't just white. I mean, they were like, hey, I'm over here in trade school white.
Right.
I mean, just owning the rhythm section with Muscle Shoals.
And let's just call it, and I'm sure there are exceptions. I mean, if you hear a metal band, you assume they're white people, heavy metal. But they are, I think, a couple of black heavy metal bands.
Oh, Greg. I mean, there's a couple of black hockey players, but I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
but I'm just saying we talk about styles of music.
Understood.
The Wet Willie style it could
No, I
be.
got you.
I see what you're talking
But see, when we were growing up, it wasn't offensive to think that or say that because it just it didn't mean anything
it's
negative.
Not negative, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That was one.
There was another hurricane that Span was comparing from 1935.
Yeah,
There's the point.
Yeah, there's
That
another one.
We've had them as long as we have recorded history that we can actually go by. They didn't know there were hurricanes at one point until we got up above them and could see them with planes. And remember, the early planes didn't fly that high; they couldn't get up till we put satellites in space and started going around the globe, which is round, by the way. If you can leave east and come in from the west, it's round.
Larry's doing it right now.
And until we had that, we didn't have accurate information. We don't know what it was.
You're right. So we had the Galveston.
But you see how a lot of these early colonies and things got wiped out. They went missing. What happened to them? Well, I'll tell you what happened to them. It's called a hurricane.
Yeah.
Wiped them out.
So what was the Galveston? What was the year?
1900.
So 1900. Then
that was the big one that killed
5,000.
Yeah.
Well, different reports range from 6,000 to 12,000 people, and they basically had no warning. It was a Labor Day weekend. Yeah. Everybody was off and at the beach, and they turned around to go home that afternoon, and hey, here it comes.
No, right. So they had no warning. And then he mentioned another one in 1935 because they were talking about the ones that had been this big before that hit land.
Right.
And it ended up not happening. No one's talking about that. It did not come in at landfall. It came at landfall to 3.
It wasn't as strong as
now. Now, when you're talking,
it was bigger.
I'm talking about the United States. Now, when you talk about these islands, they got hit at a 4 and a 5.
Yeah.
And that's been bad.
It says here the 1935 Labor Day hurricane was the most intense hurricane to make landfall in the United States on record.
Yeah, that's the one Span kept talking
Where
about.
was it at? Where was it at?
5,000
Yeah.
people.
Where was it at?
Let's see here. It made. Hold on. Let me give you. I'm just flying through here.
Florida Keys.
Yeah, it looks like. See, 1935 Atlantic hurricane season. Labor Day hurricane was the first of 3 Category 5 hurricanes to strike the U.S. in the 20th century. After forming as a weak tropical storm east of the Bahamas and on August 29th, it slowly proceeded westward and hit on September the 1st. So Cedar Key, Florida, it had second landfall in Cedar Key, Florida.
Right.
And I think it hit first northwest along the Florida west coast.
So that was the point. They were saying when it was going to hit Florida, and we haven't had one hit Florida with this kind of intensity since 1935, when the hardest hit for that area was 1935. So you had the 1900, the 1935, which is the strongest to ever come on landfall on record, and this one was supposed to be equal or beat that, but it didn't.
And then 92.
Yeah, and then 92 with Andrew.
Well, you had Camille in 69.
Yeah.
I mean, and they base the strength on them on how low the pressure is in the middle. The one Speedy's referring to had the lowest pressure recorded to date. That was 892 millibars. The largest fatality was the Galveston 1900.
Well, because there was no warning.
Right.
Yeah, right. But as far as intensity, 35 was the strongest to hit.
Yeah.
And this is funny. At one point, they didn't name them. This was all before they started naming them.
So you got to look at that point, Beyonce and Stevie. I mean,
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big. Will of Meat Wednesday. Will of Meat can happen at any time. Did any of you see this celebrity telethon thing? Which we need to raise the money. That's all great. But the celebrities, of course, use this to act like the thing that. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us for a brand new week. If you missed it, Bubba looks like got a great health report. Thanks for all your prayers. And we'll update you after tomorrow. But from what we're gathering, everything looks great and continue to, looks like no further treatment needed at this time, which is fantastic. And hopefully never again. So that's thanks for all your prayers on that. EnviroCleanse. Did you know that that EnviroCleanse was picked by the United States Department of Defense? They selected the EnviroCleanse system to protect and purify the air on board all of the Navy's ships, and that's because the advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness causing cold and flu viruses. They're out. And there's a school system in Georgia that also used this system. They found out about EnviroCleanse. And, Bubba, they started it up, and you know, we're going to get you, if you get yours, we're going to put in there a free air quality monitor. So they put the monitor on. Within 30 minutes of them starting the EnviroCleanse system in their schools, up to 90% of the germs were gone, and after it had run a little over an hour, it was 100% clean air. Cool. When you get to cool weather, we love cool weather, but cold and flu season come with that. COVID is not completely gone. You know, it's another virus we got to deal with. Thank the Lord it hasn't been as deadly, but it's still out there. You can still get sick. So why don't you get you a system to clean the air just as good where you work or where you live by going to ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba. That'll save you 10%. It'll get you that free air quality monitor and free shipping. That's ekpure.com with the code Bubba. And also look for that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. I think Adler feels the need to show us a video of his daughter now, since
This is a tour of Ruby's?
Yeah, it's a tour of Ruby's. As a matter of fact, we can also play a clip from The Wizard of Oz on Ruby Red Slippers. Whatever we need to do, we can play Ruby Don't Take Your Love to Town.
Right.
Whatever needs to be done right now to make sure. So you said there's a video of your Ruby that you would now like to play against Bubba's new Ruby? Is that kind of what we're doing here? It's a Ruby playoff?
Yes.
This is human Ruby.
Yes. And it helps that Bubba's Ruby dog is Ruby Sue,
right?
And mine is not. So if we could keep the double name going for the dog, I'd be good with that.
Ruby Sue. Ruby Sue and Ruby Jane.
But this is hilarious, and it's good audio for radio listeners. This is our stairs that go down in the basement in the house. Ruby has just discovered that there's a slight echo. I mean, it's not a big stairwell,
I love echoes.
but there's just a tiny echo, and she just discovered what echo is, and she just starts testing it with some words that she knows, and it is hilarious.
Okay.
It's 1 minute long. Here we go.
Phone. Ruby phone. Diapers. Wipes. Nose. Everything touch.
I don't know what that was.
Water table. Paper towels.
You can't think of one?
Rojo. That is Spanish for red.
Look.
Try that again.
There you go, guys. So that's pretty much it. But just here we go.
Diapers.
Wipes.
I love the little lisp in it too.
Throwing out every word she knows.
So good.
My
God. That is too cute.
Rojo.
Wipes.
That was so good.
But man, it's crazy. They discover stuff and they run with it. They test it out. They're just doing lab tests all day long. It's amazing. It's amazing.
That's good. What was funny was watching her think. It reminded me a lot of Bubba and me on the air when a big word gets in front of us. That same look on our face.
Yeah.
How do you say this? But her trying to
In
search.
my mind, I know what it sounds like, but can I get it out here?
Oh man.
Wipe.
Wipe. I like the silence between the words if she's trying to think of something else.
Oh my gosh. And then. Have y'all told her that baby brother's on the way?
Yes.
How's that going?
It's going great. Ruby likes to do super boring stuff like let's pretend to change a baby's diaper. You just sit and watch while I pretend to change a baby's diaper. Okay. And she needs that person. So I think a little, spud potato of a little baby boy they'll get along great.
That's good. They'll be good. And Greg, did we do y'all's big announcement too?
Yeah, I don't think
did we do it on the air?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I remember that I accidentally let it out, but now we have it. That's on me. That's on me. I did not.
Yeah, we're expecting our 4th grandchild, and it's another girl, so we'll have 2 boys and 2 girls.
How about that?
Chandler and Riley, and Pace is going to have a little sister, and he, we'll see.
How do you think Pace is going to take
that?
Well,
he's kind of big on his mother.
He is.
He may not.
You might want to share.
Ruby may be excited about it. I'm not sure Pace will share that enthusiasm.
We'll see. Yeah,
well, congratulations.
Yeah, I told him keep them coming. It's awesome.
No, number 4.
Yep.
Good night.
Like I say, another girl.
Now, didn't you get to enjoy the 2 of the 3 at the ball game Friday night?
Yes, they came to the game. Ellis fell in the parking lot and hit his face.
Okay, I saw that in the picture. I told you, I said, I think Ellis fell. Looks like he's got a scrape.
He did, and that kind of messed him up for the first half, but he was ready to roll.
But he got it back. Huh?
Oh, he had his hands in his pocket, so he didn't break his fall.
Oh
no. Yeah.
They do that, though.
And then this was Marion's first game, and she had a ball.
Greg, it looked like she thought it was the greatest thing ever.
She did. She clapped for the band. She clapped. And then once Ellis got over it, because it could have been really bad.
I saw it in the picture.
Yeah, because he didn't break his fall.
It was the mouth that hit.
Yeah, right. But they did good. They did great. And like I say, we didn't think Marion would make it to halftime, but she was, because she gets sleepy, but she was fired up.
I saw that one picture of her watching the band. She thought it was the greatest thing ever.
Yeah. It just, but like I say, besides the face plant, everything was great.
Right.
Both of them did.
And you wish the game had been so close.
It was a little close. It's hard to play with the grandkids when you're scared you're going to lose, but that's right.
But they didn't.
No, it was great. I love it when they come.
Rick and Bubba.
Research on science than I have.
Yeah. It lives in a la-la land world. Beyonce.
Yeah.
You can't, and that's fine. You're successful. You deserve everything you got, whatever. But you live in la-la land. You're so out of touch with reality, and you're going to tell me about climate change?
Something about
dance and sing. That's what you need to do.
If you want to talk all right, so I want you to get down this URL, protectwithrickbubba.com. Just put our 2 names together, protectwithrickbubba.com. This is Allegiance Gold. It doesn't matter. I mean, these games that are being played right now where we have inflation and then the administration pretends we don't. I was talking to my mom about this yesterday. We were getting together for the big birthday weekend celebration, and she goes, I know that I went to get coffee last week and it was $7.99, and I went this week and it was $9.99. I mean, in 1 week, I can see that. But anyway, so the spin out there is not reality, and we recommend that you diversify with gold and silver now, and we recommend Allegiance Gold because what they do that I think you're going to love, their approach is different than a lot of people because they focus on educating and developing a long-term strategy that's right for you and me. I mean, they don't just say, oh, this is what the other person did, this is what you have to do. Here's a boilerplate idea. They look at what you're trying to accomplish, your financial situation, how your retirement is set up, and then they customize it to your situation. And they have some of the highest ratings in the industry. You'll see that for yourself with TrustLink, 5 stars, AAA rated with Business Consumer Alliance, A+ from Better Business Bureau. So go right now, and it's the best offer they've ever offered, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase when you tell them that we sent you, Rick and Bubba, and use this URL, protectwithrickbubba.com. You can't control what the government's going to do, but you can control what you're going to do. You can also call them 844 790-9191. You want to mention Rick and Bubba. ProtectWithRickBubba.com. That's ProtectWithRickBubba.com. Out LinkedIn Jobs. Of the strongest hurricanes.
25 major hurricanes hit the continental United States.
In 1880.
Mm-hmm. You want to guess what the second highest one was? 1940s.
Wow. So,
matter of fact, the 90s are one of the lowest, 15.
So I would think it's fair to say that drawing a line from point A being mankind to point B, intensive hurricanes, that line cannot be drawn.
This data from this is all, matter of fact, this is on Wikipedia, but they're quoting the government numbers on this. It's not even close. But you do see something here. If you look at it, it goes in a cycle, like a sine wave.
You talking about like we talked about a minute ago?
It's cyclical, as they like to say on the business channel.
It might be a cycle in a fallen world.
Rick, people,
and then currently in the teens, we've only had 8.
Right. All right, so here we go.
Rick, the Earth, the balance, they're right. I mean, it's a marvelous balance, the way that the Earth is and how it spins and it's on its axis, so we get seasons, and the moon comes around us, it affects tide, and, all that Jimmy Jam, that's great. Takes 1 year to go around the star we're orbiting, by the way. The star, it's a star. It's a big fireball, star. Nuclear explosion out of control, making helium out of hydrogen. It's wonderful. It's so big, Rick, it's like 1,000 times bigger than our planet. So the least little bit of wobble in our orbit will cause temperature change and cause climate variations. And it does get closer and further away. It's not a perfect circle around it.
Well, Stevie Wonder's got something to say to you.
Yep, let's hear it.
That's how you opened it up.
In your face.
We've come together today to love on the people that have been devastated by the hurricane.
Then why don't you just do that?
When love goes into action, it preferences no color of skin, no ethnicity, no religious beliefs, no sexual preferences, and no political persuasions. It just loves. As we should begin to love and value our planet.
Here we go.
And anyone who believes that there's no such thing as global warming must be blind or unintelligent.
Unintelligent.
Lord, please save us all.
You got that right.
Well, here's the thing I love, that he just also said that he's going to now call on the Lord after basically saying anybody can do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
Rick, that's an interesting call. There's no rules. There's no standard. We all do whatever we want to do, and God's going to love us right where we are.
Thank you, Stevie.
My head hurts.
So, and he also threw out global warming. He didn't have the terminology right. They've changed that because we stopped warming.
Well, Rick, I'm for global warming in some cases. At one time, our planet was a complete ice cube.
Yeah.
With no hope of recovery,
Good
and
thing it
somehow
was.
we thawed out. What could have happened?
I don't know. There was no industry, I'll tell you that.
Nope, sure wasn't.
So, hey, Steve-O, appreciate you using your influence to get some money to some people.
Sing a
And
song.
you are an incredible entertainer.
Leave it at that.
Incredible.
If we're really here to take care of the people who have been hurt, you think the people right now, that their house is underwater, everything they owned has been destroyed that they couldn't take with them. It is 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. It's another Rick and Bubba show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, intern Blazing Silverman takes your phone calls. We'll chat with you again this hour as he works at Rick and Bubba University to bang out a degree in common sense. That now a superpower. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, some things that you need to know coming up this week. Our very own Calvin Speedy Wilburn We'll be out and about again coming up this weekend. If you're going to see the UAB game at Protective Stadium versus Middle Tennessee, homecoming weekend, our own Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be there. So enjoy all the festivities. Also looking ahead, some other things that will be coming up from themanchurch.com. A shout-out to Columbus, Georgia last night. Cascade Hills kicked off the men's discipleship strategy. Andy Blanks was there, and the report I got from Andy, it was a powerful night, to say the least. So thanks for that, and they're underway now. Coming up, some things you need to know on the 23rd of October. Rich Wingo will be at Crossroads in Warrior, Alabama, as they continue the men's discipleship strategy. I'll be they just started. This will be their second man church. I'll be in Birmingham, Alabama on October the 23rd as well. I'll be out there, Bubba, with old Randy Overstreet, pastor at the church at Liberty Park. They'll be having a man church on the 23rd, and I look forward to being there. Those details you can find at themanchurch.com. Also, Rich Wingo coming to my home church, Valleydale. Bubba, only men, and we're going to have like a chili, like all the men bring their best chili recipes. Only men's ministry would pack men full of chili and then have a service. Only men's ministry would do that. So I hope that Rich is not distracted by the noises as he is bringing the message for us. But that's November the 4th.
Men could be moved by the Spirit, so to speak.
They could be. Yes. Join us at Valleydale Church. If you've never heard Rich, be there with us as we continue. Our men are in the second round curriculum as well. And then on the 5th of November, Mark Garnett will be in Crestview, Florida. He'll be speaking at First Baptist Church Crestview as they continue to roll through the strategy. November the 6th, Bubba, I'll be with Mac Powell over at Central Baptist in Americus, Georgia. He'll be in concert, and I'll be there bringing the message. So check for that coming up on November the 6th. Find more by going to themanchurch.com. And also, I just talked to Dana here at Summit Media. She said that they were, people were talking about things that are going on about the conference, the first one we've ever had, the Man Church Conference. There's great ideas out there for you ladies for gift ideas as well. If you want to send men in your life to the Man Church Conference, great idea for that. Or if you've got a group of men that you're doing the strategy, you'd like to come hear some of the teachers and have time of praise and worship as we fellowship, we set up and talk about and provide discipleship. And, of course, High Challenge as well, all in one conference coming to our hometown, Greg, Oxford, Alabama, on February 24th, 25th. Those tickets are on sale now. Bubba, the birthday weekend, today's my birthday.
Happy birthday, Rick.
Thank you, buddy.
It's birthday. Rick caught up with me. 58.
58 years ago today, my mother labored on the west side of Birmingham, producing a 9-pound baby boy. So I got to see Mom and Dad yesterday. Sherry was like, I know you got to work, and also we got an opportunity to go see my niece tonight as part of a dance line. So I was like, well, let's just kind of put all the birthday stuff, we can into the weekend, and then on
that's easier. Isn't it?
Yeah, on my birthday, we'll it's not have to really worry about a whole lot. So anyway, we started out the day, and Sherry just made a great day yesterday. I'm just so thankful for her and everybody. Mom and Dad were, they live up the street. They came, and young Broderick and Camtastic came, and Camtastic's mom came. Her dad was actually in Indiana, where he's from, but couldn't make it. But she came, and so we had steaks, and we had Sherry cooked all this stuff, and she had a little cake and all this, But we started the day, and it goes back to what I'm upset with you about today, is really Betty, I guess, and you, with this new dog, is so, I still have Buddy, and, I'm living what all dads and husbands live, is your wife gets excited about a puppy for your kids, and then your kids all grow up and leave, and the dog's still alive. And so now you have the dog. It's your dog now. And,
at least it's your kids collecting them. It's my wife.
Right. Yeah, you're stuck. It's my wife, whenever Buddy ends his life or somebody decides to take him, that will be the end of dogs.
Rick, I really didn't think you wanted to let him go. I thought you were kind of overselling it.
Thanks, buddy.
Overselling
it. Well,
I did sense that, didn't I?
Yeah, I could tell he was hanging on.
You're going to laugh. You're going to just love the frustration that I was in. So on this particular Sunday morning, Sherry had some global meeting. She's part of the group that deals with the missions part of our church, and they have meetings. She's like, hey, I got to go. I'll meet you at church. And she and I were teaching yesterday, and she was like, I got to go to this meeting. you just enjoy your morning, and I'll see you at church. She had to be there about an hour and a half before
catch you later, yo.
Catch you later. So I think, well, okay, this is great. And it's a beautiful day. I still remember what I was doing. I mean, our weather has been so good.
Oh, it has.
I don't know why this dog, you can't really figure a dog out because they're dogs and they have no ability to speak to you. You kind of try to figure their behavior. Buddy is an extremely well-trained,
He's a
well-behaved
sweet
dog.
dog.
Yeah. But they just go rogue every now and then. I don't know what this is about. I guess it's the wolf that's in them. And so,
Rick, keep in mind they are baby wolves. I mean that's they're little wolves.
Yeah, hard to imagine that when you look at these so-called dogs.
Don't remind me of wolf.
So anyway,
not like having a wolf in your lap.
You can take you can take Buddy, and you can go through his routine, and he's dogs love routine.
Yeah, they do.
You can go. I'm serious. You can go. He'll go for 30 days in a row. 30 days in a row. Hey, Rick, good to see you again. Hey, buddy, how you doing? I'm going to go to my morning bathroom run. Sounds good, buddy. I'm going to run out here, and I'm going to go down to my area where I go to the bathroom. I'm going to come back. You're going to feed me, and then you're going to go on with your day.
It's a great plan.
30 days in a row, he'll do that. For some reason, every night, and on day 31, he'll decide, I'm out of here. And I don't know where this comes from. I don't know why he does it. I don't know what it's about. The problem is he's so small that our fence can't contain him. So if he wants out, all he's got to do is go under it, and he's gone. One of the gates or whatever. And one of the gates was knocked down.
He's gone.
And the deer that attacked him broke one of our gates too. So but he's so well trained, he just doesn't do that except every blue moon.
Something
Usually
gets
involves chasing something.
Yeah,
and,
a leaf goes by. Ours likes to chase
Yeah.
leaves that blow by.
And he picks the worst times ever to do this, okay? So I have a cup of coffee. I'm not exaggerating this. I'll set the scene. I'm looking at the sun through the trees, and I'm praying, and I'm talking to God, and I'm fired up. We'd gotten some good news, on Bubba that he's already shared, and I'm thanking him for that, and we're talking about everything going. I literally can see the sun through the trees, and I'm almost like teary-eyed on how beautiful it is and how wonderful it is. And I look, and I'm like, he should be done by now, and I don't see him. Now I'm dressed for church, and I have on a button-down shirt that Sherry picked out for me and said, "This is one of your birthday presents. Please wear this to church today." Okay, so I have that on. Okay, and I'm like, "Where's that stupid dog?"
Yeah.
And I think, well, I guess the Bussies will get him at some point, but didn't know that a plan was being worked behind my back that would be the end of that plan.
Mhm.
And so I walked down, and I'm like, "That stupid dog."
Did you ever think the deer might have him again?
Well, that usually provides noise. So
Yeah.
I think, well, that stupid dog has run off on Sunday morning, and I need to go to church here in a minute. I ain't got time to fool with this dog. It's my birthday, and my coffee's perfect. And I'm like,
and now you got to go look for the dog.
Stupid. And so when we come back, when y'all hear what happened next with just know how much I'm frustrated.
Uh-huh.
And when you're frustrated and then something frustrating will happen, it just makes it funnier than if it just happened when you weren't frustrated.
Yeah.
And
Did you have any thought about maybe just kind of going on to church?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. And that leads to what happened.
Okay.
Because, I'll get to the point. That's it. That'll do it. That's it. And the thing that gets me, when people keep finding him over the years when he does this, they keep bringing him back. And so I'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, do you think the people who had loved ones who were killed in these storms give a rip what Stevie Wonder thinks about global warming?
No, I've just left that out of it.
Do you think they even care about global warming?
As a matter of fact,
you think they want to have that discussion?
As a matter of fact, Rick, I say that pushing the global warming agenda hurts your fundraising, because if you believe that and you follow their thought process, there's going to be more of these hurricanes, and they're going to be more and bigger and worse and come more quicker. So we need to save our money to give to the next one. See, it hurts your fundraising. They don't even think this through.
Yeah, now if you can get up there and say, now let me tell you something why we need to help these people. We just went through a 12-year period we didn't have any. So if we can have
let's have another 12.
If God could be that gracious and we could have that again, then it would be wonderful for us to get this place built back and we can really get these people back on their feet. But we're going to take this time See, that's the thing. It goes back to what we said before, and it may be one of the greatest life truths. If you want to know what people really care about, just watch what they do. I mean, if he's here saying all we're here tonight to do is to take care of people, well, obviously not. We're also here
Push
tonight.
an agenda.
We're also here to push an agenda. It sounds like. So you're not even telling the truth. And hey, everybody, be whatever you want to be, do whatever you want to do, and Lord, you be with us. So you don't seem to know a whole lot about that.
How about we're terrible sinners, have mercy on us, Lord?
That'd be.
I'll
fine.
take that one.
How about this? We deserve anything we get. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Did you hear what happened in Jacksonville, Florida? Have you been following that?
The flood?
Well, yeah, and part of it, they thought at one time that it was really bad because it's a health hazard. They thought they had raw sewage everywhere, but it turned out to be Denny's new mascot.
Rick, a little early.
It was,
Have you given him a look at him?
yes, and Greg, this started yesterday.
The fedora's the fedora's the problem.
Greg, please don't use your words.
Well, I'm just going to say.
No, that's the
I
headline.
want to say something to you,
That's
Bubba.
the headline.
I know.
I want to say something.
And that's what it looks like.
To you. This actually was brought up yesterday afternoon. I had a guy walking to me and said, "You seen Denny's new mascot?" And I said, "No. What's the big hype about Denny's new mascot?" And of course, he told me the problem, and of course, it is the problem. But to add to it, and Speedy kind of skimmed over this today, but I want to give this to Bubba. You know how sometimes you think you can't write. We just report comments.
Right.
So you've got a mascot that looks like human waste instead of a sausage, okay? So and everybody's, again, we talked about how'd that ever get out of the conference room. Bubba, the slogan underneath it says "Snap the slams." So the term "slam" is underneath something that looks like human waste. I'm sorry. I mean, that's
funny, Rick.
Y'all,
if you don't think that's funny, then there's something wrong.
There's something
Rick,
wrong with
I'm
you,
not
yes.
the smartest guy out there. I got that. But, if I'm in that meeting and I look at that, I go, guys, no. Let's go with the biscuit. Let's go with the waffle.
I raise my hand. I go, am I the only one that sees this?
Right.
Y'all don't see this?
And I would raise my hand and say, "No, wait a minute. Look, I want to say this to everybody in this room.
Go with a patty if you have to.
There you
if
go.
you've got to push that product.
I want to say this to everybody in the room. If I was at the conference, okay, let me be sure y'all have. I'm going to say this back to y'all, and then if y'all want to kill one and finish the meeting, and I get outvoted, that's fine. But so I can sleep tonight, I'd like to say the following thing. I want everybody to look at our new mascot, and we're really going to put underneath that "Snap the slams."
Really?
We're going to use the word "slam," and we're going to have this in a place we serve food. I just want to be sure I got that right. I vote no, but I want to be sure I got it right so I can say that I said no when we become the debacle only second to Sergio Dip, whatever his name
What
is.
does that even mean? What does that mean?
It's supposed to be a piece of sausage.
Please, Greg, look at that right
but
there.
what does snap the
They
slams
grand
mean?
slams, and they have
They're
different
meals.
meals that are called the slam.
Yeah,
I know the
go
whole.
with
You
that
need to drop
pancake.
that whole thing.
What about that pancake? That was a good looking mascot.
like that.
You know,
go with a piece of bacon.
So I didn't realize they had dressed up. I knew the one I saw was the drawing, and it was bad enough.
Sure. Now we got a mascot.
But now we
walking around.
got.
Stay with the pancake. Stay
guys,
with the pancake.
Guys, here's our new mascot.
There he is.
All right, let me ask all of you because we want to do some food items. Here's our new mascot. What do y'all think this is?
Doo-doo.
No, it's sausage.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's what they should have done. We're not telling you what it is. What do you think?
I was
this
gonna
is?
walk in. Everybody, raise your hand. Somebody. Who? What is it?
Doo-doo.
No. No. Somebody else. Somebody else.
Doo-doo.
No. Well, you got slam under it. That's all I can. Yeah.
I mean, it goes hand in hand.
Guys, people
So
just
to speak.
By the way, who's in marketing these days?
I don't.
Are there
know.
nobody? Is there no marketing skill left?
I don't know
Is
where
everybody-
the check and balances. I could see where somebody might come up with that idea, but how does somebody not just cut that off and go no?
No.
Yeah, how does it
no.
leave the conference room?
Go with the pancake,
You know,
Mr. Happy Pancake.
Yeah, the
we got the
idea-
happy.
21 minutes past the hour. We'll go phone calls, bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. So, here I am on my birthday weekend because, the thing about, and I'm so happy for the Bussies and the Helms, their new dog additions and all this, and Greg, his new yard dog. But when you have and I'll just use a dog, but any pet works, but you live under the heading of what about the dog? Hey, what about the dog?
Yeah.
So here I am empty nesting on a beautiful Sunday morning with the sun creeping through the trees, spending time with the one and only living God, drinking outstanding BuzzBox coffee. and enjoying myself. And now the dog, what about the dog, has now entered my beautiful Sunday morning because he's decided for some reason, rocking all 9 pounds of himself, that he's going to roam the neighborhood like a prowling wolf. And so I do. It didn't take much. I just went, well, that's it. I'm not going to spend my Sunday morning looking after this dog. And you know what? If he comes back, he comes back. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
He wrote him off again.
And I was like, that's it. So keep in mind, I'm mad.
Yeah.
And I'm wearing my new button down that Sherry got me, and she was so excited about it. That looks so good on you. All this kind of stuff. It was
you mad,
whatever. And I'm thinking, I'm gonna wear it to church today. So I'm sitting down, and all of a sudden I hear him yapping, and I'm like, well, there he is. Now, if I hear him, I have to go at least make an effort to get him back, and that way that's done, so I don't have to deal with it when we get home from church. And then these people who come up who really love dogs, and they have to pretend that we were distraught, and I have to do that thing. Oh, thank God you brought him back. I have to do all that, and my acting's getting less and less good with that. And so, oh, thank goodness. And so we started to keep him. Oh, I'm so glad but look, you didn't.
Wait, just go ahead. Just go ahead.
He's so good, but I know y'all wanted y'all's baby back. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. I wish you couldn't have found us. But anyway, so then, do you ever notice we didn't have any signs up? But anyway, so I'm like, well, I hear him barking. I got to go do my, I got to be responsible. Can't let him run around. So I get up. And he gets to where he's like, oh, I can't remember how I got out. And he's running back and forth on the fence where I can't get in. And when I get up to make a move to get him, I rip my shirt.
No.
What? My shirt catches
Rick
on something
out in the yard.
The fence. And
Rick's had this happen to him a lot growing up. I remember him getting in trouble for his clothes being ripped.
You mean your birthday shirt? You're supposed to wear the
so
shirt.
my new little birthday shirt. I hear, and I looked down and I went, you can't have nothing.
The first time you got it on.
31 days in a row. That's all I asked for. You did 30 days in a row doing this right. On 31, on my birthday weekend, you're going to run the neighborhood, and now my shirt's ripped. And then you think about, now, Sherry, for somehow this is going to be on me. Now you can't even give me something nice.
Yes,
and then I'm just like,
you know it is.
And then I get him back, and it's like he can't. He has no ability to reason. He didn't care about my shirt.
No.
And then for some reason, I don't know why we do this. You realize I ripped my shirt because you can't do what you're supposed to do. And he just looks at me like, I got no idea what you're saying. I don't even know as much as Ruby. So you're the little human,
right.
Not the dog.
Not
so anyway, so imagine though. Can y'all imagine the anger?
Oh, really?
Can you imagine just the frustration?
Knowing you and your personality with dogs.
Have nothing.
Yeah, that adds to
Then
it.
you have this on top of it.
So I look down and I'm like, I'm not changing my shirt.
So you're gonna wear it with a hole in it.
I'm like, and I noticed it was just on the shirt tail.
Okay.
Because we don't tuck. And so
that helped.
I was like, all right, if that hangs on front of my jeans, the darkness of my jeans and the shirt's black, you can't really tell.
Yeah.
That helped.
Now, Sherry's going to spot it immediately.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, I'm going to walk into church ready to worship the one and only living God. She'll say, what'd you do with your shirt? Is that the shirt I gave you? That's your birthday shirt. Come on. Yeah, I love when you get repeated the things that, like, you don't know.
Yeah.
That's your birthday shirt. I know. That's why I knew.
I'm upset
I'm fully
about it.
aware of it. I just got it a few minutes ago on my birthday weekend.
Tore it first day out.
And so but why did we do this thing where you talk to this animal?
I know.
Yeah, like
I do mine
you
like
see
that
what
all
you
the
cause?
time.
If you just go down there and go to the bathroom and come back, and I said, I'm not sitting here with a ripped shirt. You realize this ripped shirt's on you. And he's just looking at me going, can I eat now? I mean,
Right.
I don't understand this conversation.
Your tone, I think you're mad at
Yeah, he
me, but
runs a
I'm
little
not
circle
sure.
around like, isn't this great?
I'm
Isn't this
back.
great? Did you see me roaming the neighborhood? Yes, I. And I'm telling you, little did I know then the bussy door was shut.
Yeah.
And so
You were going to revisit it after that? Say, hey, y'all sure y'all don't want that dog?
I don't know what kind of situation I put myself in for this.
It's not good.
And I'm see Sherry's not. She's not like Betty, or Lisa, or Amanda.
Yeah.
So see, Sherry basically looks at me and goes, "Hey, the dog's yours." I mean, so it's totally me and Buddy. I mean,
what a
it's,
pair.
Me and Buddy and me.
I thought when the deer nearly killed him that Sherry would have, for a little while Sherry was all in, but she's drifted again.
Yeah, she was traumatized.
Can we sing "Me and Buddy, Buddy and Me" anytime you bring him up?
Me and Buddy, Buddy and me. so anyway, so once I finally, Sherry sees it at church, just as I and I didn't want her to see it before we taught the lesson because I knew she'd be distracted. so after it was over, I showed her and we talked and we go out to have lunch. And I did something else on my birthday that was really fun.
Uh-huh.
And I told Sherry, goes, anything you want to do today? And I said, you know what I think will be hilarious is because we ate lunch at a place that was near a Lululemon place.
Okay.
I said, I kind of want to go into Lululemon and act like I'm going to get something with the way I look.
Yeah.
And she's
Go
like,
start
she's like,
to the racks and go
and
through
because,
them.
political correctness, I wondered, there's got to be in this environment, aren't people afraid to say you're too heavy to be in here?
Right.
Yeah.
We have
nothing
nothing for you. Nothing.
So
Not
I
one
walk,
shirt.
I walk
No
in there,
aisle.
and if you've ever walked into Lululemon as a fat person, they spot you. I mean, as soon as you walk in, they go, oh, boy. And you can, because they know they have nothing
And
for
they
you.
assume you're maybe shopping for someone else. For a gift.
And by the way, I don't know what the obsession was at that place. It's always packed.
Yeah.
And I spot the salesperson. You can see at one point I saw him trying to oh my gosh, I haven't seen people. I haven't seen people.
They don't want to be the one to tell you.
I haven't
Sorry,
seen
we
people.
don't have anything for you.
I haven't seen people hide from me since the last time I went into the Home Depot. You know what I mean?
Rick, you should have grabbed an armful of stuff and said, "Where's the change of dressing room? I want to see how this looks."
No, here's what I did. I stood there in front of the clothes, and finally said, "Hey, can you help me?" And Sherry's literally trying to cover her mouth, and he looks at her, and I said, "No, she doesn't need anything." I was wondering, y'all got anything in my size? And look, and I'm standing there, and he looks, he goes, "Well, what size are you?" And I said, I'd be XX. and he said, can you give us a number? I said, y'all got anything?
XX.
Y'all got anything in the 42 area? Look, he goes, we don't. But then you love this. I love where they try to cast you aside, but we could order you something.
Oh,
I said, oh. So what is that? There's some Lululemon place where they make the big stuff?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's not enough of it to keep it
because
there.
they don't,
It's called Rick. It's called Lulu Pineapple.
Look, because they're not going to take up shelf space at the actual store with those kind of sizes. Because none of us rarely walk in. I mean, it's one point where I walked in, I felt like Bigfoot. People were taking pictures of me. Fat person in Lululemon.
Right. And then he followed it up with, and what happened to your shirt?
Yeah, right.
You have a hole in your
now
current shirt.
we might have a shirt that'll fit you. I see you tore yours. And I said, you think you got a shirt? Well, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to make conversation.
We can order it.
It's very, very awkward. And I said, you have anything in lavender? So, yes, but nothing you could wear. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. We'll take your phone calls next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I love that little happy
I
pancake.
did too. The little butter is his nose. I mean,
When you came up with the first idea, you said, "How about the link sausage?" But once they drew it up, then you go, that's not
Somebody says, yeah, that's pretty good. Let's look at a drawing. That looks like So let's not do that.
I don't.
The hat's not helping.
When
The
I
hat's
think
not helping.
when I think of a big breakfast or a slam or whatever, that the sausage is not the main thing.
A big slam.
Whatever they call it, the grand slam, the big slam, the
Please don't call it
slam
big
happy, whatever.
If it looks like that, don't
When
call it.
Bubba thinks of a big slam,
I agree with that. I don't give a slam. We're not going to do this.
a bunch of slams.
Why not a piece
Burgess,
of bacon?
we're doing this over my dead body. We'll do this.
I think bacon comes to
Bacon
mind
would've
more than link sausage.
Yeah, bacon
You
would be.
can't confuse bacon with anything like that.
Well, let's go back to Jim Gaffigan. Bacon is the happiest food on the planet.
Sure it is.
Even when you cook it, it sounds like applause.
That's
does.
When he did yay bacon, yay bacon.
That's it. He's right.
Yeah.
Yay bacon. So anyway, I don't look now.
Denny's.
You know what? I will say this back now. When you think about social media,
Unbelievable.
social media is having a field day with this. And of course, yesterday Helmsy, we had he went Babylon Bee laughter yesterday on the Sergio. deal.
Sergio. Dip.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So all right, let me now. You know this. Talk about marketing. If I wanted to do a commercial though that was going to be great, you got to do a Sergio Dip commercial.
No question.
He's got to come up and be a spokesperson for something like we did with Miss South Carolina.
Yes,
where she
absolutely.
started. You know,
I mean, here's what's going to happen. Don't feel sorry for Sergio Dip because he will become a star. He will be not quite as bad a William Hung type star. Where now because you're so bad, we're going to use you.
Maybe he can be a spokesperson for Taco Bell or something.
I will say
that would be good. Replace that's good.
That is real good.
See, I go get
on fire today, by the way.
Racist.
Racist. I know. I'm
Picture
just
that.
saying they don't use the dog anymore.
Picture him replacing the Chihuahua, and all of a sudden we go to Sergio Mendez on the sideline.
Bless you, Taco Bell.
Wouldn't that be great? So, and then everybody's laughing. We all feel better about it. I will say the same person, the same cull process, which was non-existent, that put Sergio Dip on the sideline on Monday Night Football, approved the Denny mascot.
Yeah.
That same mindset. You realize this thing on Monday Night Football, and people are talking about, it's like, hey, we got some Latino we can put on the sideline. And then somebody said, yeah, we got that Sergio kid. Yeah, we got to put him out there.
Yeah, let's go.
They're just like, is there a cull process anymore at all?
Somebody who came up with the Denny's mascot, who presented it, evidently, again, well, we can't make fun of them, and they're, because it'd be harassing them. We don't want to tell them it looks like a turd, but you know what I'm saying?
Don't say that.
Well, that was in the headline.
I know.
But that's exactly what it looks like. But you know what I'm saying? It's almost like we can't hurt their feelings, so we got to put it out there.
It's not in every headline.
Right. Well, nothing brings it home.
Well,
like
then
that.
you want to be the guy in the conference who says, so we're going to make it worse, so we're going to have a tapering look about it.
Yeah, we're going to put a hat on it to taper it.
Could we at least get the hat off it?
Put an Indian headdress on it. I mean, just do something.
Something to break it
I
up.
don't know what it would stand for, but
something to break it up.
Yeah,
Back to Bubba. Somebody go get me a bacon costume or bring another pancake.
Pancake one looks great. We already got it.
I love it.
Get you a look right there.
What's it called, Bubba?
Mr. Peter.
Oh my gosh!
What? What did you just say?
We got somebody going rogue. One of their hosts, one of their shows.
Jamel Hill.
I don't know Jamel Hill. Who's
Well,
Jamel Hill?
she does. You've seen her funny promos. Her and her partner.
Oh yeah. Are they the new 6 o'clock show? It's a primetime show.
They did all the promos where they were different historical characters that you might recognize.
Got it. Yeah.
She apparently put a little heated Twitter out yesterday about President Trump.
It was a number of them. It was a total of 4, back to back to back.
Well, what got her so fired up all of a sudden, you think?
She started off saying Donald Trump is a white supremacist who has largely surrounded himself with other white supremacists.
Okay, that's quite a statement. Now let's stop for a minute. Does anybody know what it means to call someone a white supremacist? That's a big statement. That is
research that.
I don't. Is it one of those things too? Do you think we've thrown this word around so much that we've become numb to it? We don't really understand what we're saying.
Well, I think, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if it was the New York Times. Several groups studied Donald Trump during the campaign,
right?
And they discovered, now these were not conservative groups by any stretch, that based on the number of employees he had,
right,
he actually had a higher number of minorities and females, and had more females in management positions than was the norm for other businesses his size.
Right.
Well, I go back to that again. I would tell Jamel this. Now, white supremacists, we're not saying that Donald Trump is someone I don't like. I don't like the way he's bombastic. I think he's rude. We're saying white supremacists. So what we're saying, my buddy, as we make our way back, thanks for being with us today. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there. I know if you're looking, now more than ever, aren't we concerned about security? Now more than ever, you want your stuff to be protected. You want your family to be protected. But you need to use a system that actually is designed for 2022, not one that still was designed sometime in the 80s. No offense to the 80s.
Right.
But anyway, so SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there now, and you will leave the world of outdated technology, overcharging you for service, and locking you into binding multi-year contracts. You'll say goodbye to that, and you'll say hello to security systems that are actually designed with the technology of today. They'll protect you with that cutting-edge security technology, and that's 24/7 professional monitoring. These agents always have your back. They blanket your home or small business with protection. Advanced sensors in every room, Bubba. There'll be no window that does not have a sensor. They even have hazard sensors that instantly detect fires, floods, and other threats. Boy, that can save you a lot of money. And their experts use proprietary advanced response technology to visually confirm when a break-in is happening, which means law enforcement, they get there quicker because they know it's not a false alarm. So customize the perfect system that you will install yourself. No, you're not sitting around your house waiting on some team to come. You do it. And do that at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera now, plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Simplysafebubba.com. Also that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Now, we will take some calls here shortly, but I see that our friends at Edgar's, Bubba, not only do they give us delicious breakfast every day, for years, when we have birthdays, they provide delicious birthday cakes, and today is no exception.
Happy birthday, Rick.
Thank you, buddy.
Is it time to sing here now?
It's time. Yeah, go right ahead.
Happy birthday to you.
Everybody.
Happy birthday to you.
Everybody.
Happy birthday, Ricky.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, boys. Thank you very much.
Rick, I hope Pace isn't watching or he'd be crying right
I know.
now.
We discussed this last night. We got to do something where he can get through after
He
birthday.
does not like it being sung.
Bubba, we have...
For some reason, though, it's your birthday. I wasn't allowed to see the cake.
No, because we actually did a Bubba theme.
We did.
Yeah, hospital boy, hospital boy, hospital boy. Bubba, we have...
Hospital.
We have the guy from the board game... what is it called?
Operation. You couldn't get that?
How funny. That's supposed to be you.
Remember that game?
And here's the doctor cutting your liver.
One of my favorite games when I was a kid.
Yeah, you see that?
That is good.
Right.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Make him better, hospital boy. I love that.
That's it.
I feel like I hijacked your birthday here.
No,
Rick, with this
Bubba,
little bit.
That's so good.
Even though you asked for a liver-shaped
Hospital
cake.
Yeah, Bubba, me turning 58, it's not a big number. It's not like I'm 60
Yeah.
or 50. And I got to be honest with you, you having a cancerous tumor cut off your liver is a bigger deal.
It is.
Well,
I mean,
it gives you something to look forward to through 58.
Right.
You know, I mean,
Now, when my liver's cut up, we'll make a big deal about it.
Right.
But
that is hilarious.
Remember when you would play Operation and you'd be anticipating the buzzer, you're reaching in there.
Man, they did a great job with that.
They really did.
That really looks
That
good.
is so
And
funny.
it's buttercream, which I know you love, and of course you're not going to have any today. But it's there. It is.
Hey, look at running buddy. Rick, look at running buddy, otherwise known as your little brother.
I will have a corner of that.
Let me. I had to teach. Greg almost started eating it without a fork. He almost just started biting the side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what he did when you put the dog buddy's food down, he runs a circle.
Yes.
Greg ran a circle.
I did that. I love that circle they do. That's so funny. I love when the dog cuts good
How
circle.
about, I haven't done that, but I feel like doing it.
You're getting close.
Yeah.
So Edgar's, thank you. That's a beautiful cake.
Isn't it,
Look how delicious it looks.
Golly, it looks
That's
so
classic birthday cake right there, Bill Bubba
You
Bussy.
can't beat it.
Welcome back, friend.
How you going to beat that?
Glad to be back, friend.
I think we've said this before, but the people at Edgar's can draw better with icing than I can with like a paint and pencil
Me
and
too.
stencils and guidelines.
I can't draw anything.
Look, I'm going to pretend I'm getting Bubba's liver.
Let me tell you, I think I have an issue. I draw. There's no one that draws more poorly than I do.
Rick, I can't.
Nobody.
Seriously, I can't even draw a good stick, man.
No, I'm awful. No. I'm terrible. I can't do anything.
Can I tell you, that is hilarious.
Isn't that good? That's good stuff right there.
There's more holes than that, but I got the gist of it.
Well, we were going to do an actual cake that looked like a liver. But everybody,
kind of
everywhere we turned, everybody shut that down.
Right,
I mean, it's
right.
nobody
You
would
could have done
do
German
Who wants
chocolate. It would look good.
It's the first Edgar's no we ever got.
Yeah.
They were like, we're not.
We got out there and we hit the security guard and railed, and we're back in now. Yeah.
So there
Happy
you go.
birthday, Rick.
Thank
Hospital
you,
boy.
Thank you, guys.
Hospital boy.
We got a lot to celebrate today.
Yeah, we do.
Much more than my birth. My birth is way down the line today, and I had nothing to do with it anyway.
I started to say,
Everybody-
Waterman wished you a happy birthday.
Here and Bubba. Hey, Waterman.
I love underwater.
But yeah, everybody should really be making a fuss over my mother over at Danbury.
That's right.
shouldn't we all do that on birthdays?
Right. Yeah.
See, Rick, I'm gonna if we were still in school, you'd have to go to school today on your birthday. Remember, I told you I thought I had something.
You really
on
hung your birthday hat.
I
on that,
did
didn't
when
you?
I was because I had a summer birthday and you didn't.
What was funny?
You were mad about it.
What was funny last night was, Mom and Dad brought a nice gift, and Sherry, of course, gave me a sweet card, and then just did a great birthday weekend for me and all that. And by the way, I've already got a text from John Thomas this morning. So good to hear from you. And that's not an exaggeration. He was right out of the gate today.
Yeah,
Rick,
right before we went on there.
I'd like to first of all ask you.
Oh, boy.
I
have a question.
I don't understand Bubba's cake. I thought it was your birthday. But anyway, so so
Is this a popular board game?
yeah, so one kid makes it home, and he lives in Birmingham, so it was easier for him. He's the only one that lives here. So he comes in, and you can tell that he just was grabbing stuff on the way. He walks in with a birthday hat that you put on your head, some little crown, a pink. I'm the birthday, whatever, like for a little girl. I guess I didn't have any other colors than that. And a birthday balloon that the weight on it is a pineapple. And I'm like, Brody, I don't understand the theme of any of this.
He went one place, and all three of those were there. So
yeah,
I said, I'll just get
and I said, I know.
He said what?
Yeah, he said, I said, this looks like this is all that was on the shelves. And he said, Dad, you know what?
It was.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then of
Welcome to
course,
the big
but
time.
you know what I did? I put that on my shirt with a slight tear on it, and I put that birthday crown on my head, and I put that balloon next to me, and we sang.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
And that's it. So, Bubba, I know you don't want any of that, but Greg, there's you a cake.
Yeah, I'm going to eat a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Bubba, if you did want a piece, let's just say if.
No, I do want a piece.
What part are you looking at? Where are your eyes drawn?
Well, any corner.
That corner right
Yeah,
there. We're
I know.
happy. Why don't you get the word happy on his piece?
Look, I've done good. I
Yeah.
can have a little flexibility.
I know, but I know that we always try to avoid
I'll eat
each
turkey
other.
the rest of the day.
What did you just say?
He's going to eat turkey the rest of the day.
I am just now back down to the point where I kicked off Summer of Bubba. Isn't that
Right.
funny?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot to get down.
Well, it was
Another kickoff.
Hey, when you
there's a lot of headroom.
let me tell you, 1 year from today, we'll be discussing your time in the Venetia's crap run.
That's right. Vanessa.
I don't know. Really, this morning during that segment, it's the first time I'd heard that. That was kind of news to me.
Yeah, that you were running next year.
Yeah, because I don't run in anything.
Run,
I
walk,
thought me and
it
you
doesn't
done
matter.
talked about
Yeah,
it.
you saw me.
I don't even want to run for mayor.
You saw me putting the text. You
good.
probably didn't see the text because Auburn was blowing it again. But I put in there. I said, just wait till Bubba 2.0 runs it.
That's right.
Yeah. I did miss that. I surely
Bubba,
did.
you can walk it. You can walk it.
Yeah, I
Me
mean,
and you can draft together. We'll get us a good steady pace. And we'll swap like geese do.
Yeah.
I'll lead a little while, then you lead a little while, then I
and Bubba, that's
I don't want to. I don't know if I want to go in a golf cart race.
right. But Bubba, that'll be Bubba. That's
Well, now, I
gonna,
would like to sign up for
Greg,
that.
but that's going to be 6 months after he's the pickleball champion.
No, that's true. He is coming back.
Because
to
that's
pickleball.
happening in 6 months.
That's it.
Forgot about that.
You going to own pickleball?
No, I miss competition. I really do. I was thinking about that a few weekends ago when they were having state championship down at Gulf Shores. I remember how much fun we used to have with that.
Well, God gave you a little competition. It's called cancer.
Yeah, I know.
Well, Bob,
You know that-
we're gonna try to stay ahead on that match.
Yeah,
Well,
let's
now,
see if we can get him off. The
yeah,
schedule.
yeah.
You like competition, and okay, you got bad knees. You thought about maybe the 4th of July hot dog eating.
Ooh,
That's competition.
No,
It's
no.
competition.
Yeah.
That's not what. Now you're heading in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I don't. That's
You let Joey
food.
Chestnut give
Food
him a
eating
run.
is not a competition.
No,
it's an art.
It's an art.
Yeah.
And of course, a little bland right now, turkey and bread.
Oh, Betty does a good turkey sandwich. She's fixed it up. You know, put a little tomato on there, and we're good. Spicy mustard.
But there's nothing like
baked
the same
chips,
thing every day.
Baked chips. Well, no, Greg. No, it's funny you say that, and Rick knows this. No, I like the same. When I get something I like, I eat the same thing. All
I
the
do.
time.
I will 2-day it. Like I'll eat, and then the next day eat. I will
Yeah.
2 in a row day.
Yeah, my biggest
Betty
problem
can
is
verify this. There have been a few days in the past where I've had a turkey sandwich for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Now that's a little much.
Well, now you could mix it up a little
Yeah. Let me see if I can't.
Why get away from
Let me work a little field of greens in there so you can get other nutrients from other.
Well, I for dinner I have a broccoli too. Yeah.
A broccoli sandwich.
Listen, we eat good dinners.
Yeah.
Betty's a good cook, and she's cooked good stuff. We've been doing that for a long time.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba and your phone calls next.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is we think that Donald Trump is and has surrounded himself with people like Jim Crow, people like that were part of the Klan, people that are Aryan Nation, Hitler type people,
KKK.
I want you to think about what you're saying here.
That they only want to deal with people of the white race. They don't want any other race of people around. In some cases, they want to wipe them out.
And they should have control over people of other races. That's in their title also.
That's what white supremacy is. It's the whole Aryan race. We're the superior race. Everyone is beneath us, and we should rule over everybody else because we are, because of our race, royalty.
Right.
You're telling me that Donald Trump and his administration are those kinds of people? Now, you may not agree with him politically. There's some things that he's doing politically I don't agree with. But that doesn't make him a white supremacist just because your person didn't win. And for some reason, which I still can't figure out, the majority of African Americans vote against most Republicans. I still don't understand the logic on that, especially after there's been enough time in the field to find out whether that strategy's been good or not. And then when you look at the history of a party, you really would find more white supremacy in the Democratic Party's history than you would the Republicans' Party's history.
Oh, by far.
And Donald Trump, there's a lot of things you can say about Donald Trump that would be accurate. White supremacy isn't one of them.
No, but we know that grabs headlines. We think that is the thing that will hurt somebody the most to call them that. And all she's doing is watering down the term. And I mean, it's the same old. It's the same old playbook.
Serious term.
Yeah. Now,
but the point being, she is an anchor on ESPN. Give me the highlights. I really don't care what you think.
She's the co-host of His and Hers with Michael Smith, I believe.
Yeah, I saw the promos.
And the promos were very funny.
So that was
I never catch the show, but they were real good.
So that was at 6:54. At 6:55, she followed that with the height of white privilege is being able to ignore his white supremacy because it's no threat to you. It is a threat to me.
So what threat? What is he doing? What is he doing?
What are policies he has?
Jamel, the last time I checked, you were in a country where you were hosting a primetime show on ESPN. I want to know what has Donald Trump done and will do that can keep you from maximizing Jamel?
Yeah, Rick.
One example. Just one.
She is an example of how great this country can be. I mean, she's there because she obviously somebody thinks she has the talent to be there. She's making well over $1 million a year hosting this show, and I mean, she's part of the 1%. She has risen to the top because of her talent, and that's great. I don't even understand again why she is commenting on this.
Yeah, what stirred the tweet?
Yeah, I would be worried about the ball games coming up this week and how the baseball playoffs are looking, and that's your job. And it just goes back again. ESPN has had this underlying political tone. Went back to when Rush got fired there and the way he was fired. And you've seen it just keep bubbling to the top. And a lot of people, including me, are sick of it.
Now, I heard someone say your stance perfect. They said they are and have turned into the CNN or MSNBC of sports.
Right.
And I really feel like over the next couple of years, you're going to see a Fox Sports is just like Fox News. And you're going to have ESPN be your CNN/MSNBC of the world. And that you're going to have to choose that.
Yeah, Fox is missing. I think they need to turn it up a little quicker here, what they're doing, and market themselves a little better because we're crying for a sports alternative right now. We're just crying for it.
All right, let me go to this point. I really don't have a problem with her using her platform to say things as long as they're accurate.
Right.
You can't just –
but they can't.
But this is where we got to be careful. And we know that we were warned about this by Ben Carson, who just happens to be African-American as well. We were warned about this. Think about this, guys. Right now, all of a sudden, like you try to go back and say, where did this white supremacy thing come from? A narrative was started by social media and a false narrative, white supremacy, Charlottesville, white supremacy. See, there was a time when Charlottesville would have gone like this. A bunch of idiots. There's very few of them even left. These neo-Nazi KKK idiots, they've shown up. They're trying to do some protest. There's a handful of them, and aren't they a joke? And everybody would have moved on with their life. Well, see, now it's not just a bunch of idiots that are clinging to some ridiculous worldview. Oh, this represents a big portion of our country. This is right. White supremacy is back, and it's alive and well. And it's in this country, and anybody who's a conservative Republican or Republican, conservative Trump, white supremacy is what that is. See, they tried saying that was the Tea Party people that just are tired of politicians. That didn't. And here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Lines are available. Let's go. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. No to meaningless shout-outs. No to shameless plugs. But you are in control of the show today. Just got an email, and Bubba and I, Greg, I just got an email because, Bubba's been doing so good lately. So good. Dropped so much weight. The guy says Bubba celebrates 1 month sober. Rick brings in a six-pack.
To celebrate it. That's so true.
Hey, just celebrating you, buddy.
Celebrate.
Rick, celebrate. Dance to the music.
I asked him during break, I said, do you want me to swap places with Greg just for a segment so he doesn't eat that in front of you? And he goes, I hadn't been banned. I'm getting some.
We didn't know they were banning people from food.
He was so serious about it, too.
There ain't nobody banning nobody.
They're, sugar and tumors.
Sugar and spice and everything.
They feed off of it, don't they?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, that's what a PET scan looks for, is it eating sugar.
I know. It is, by the way.
That's why I thought you'd turn it down, but I guess not.
But what if one of his second and third cousins is in there and we don't want it to start eating?
Well, we're not going to feed them all the time. But
right.
Just today?
Yeah.
There's
There's some other departments, Speedy, do not do what you usually do.
But Speedy,
don't bring home plate.
Hey, six-pack.
Hey, you not been banned. Just get what you want.
Hey, don't bring
What
over...
if they actually was somebody banned us?
Speedy, don't bring...
I'm sorry, you're banned.
Speedy, don't bring over a suitcase of Bud Light.
There's an oncologist somewhere pounding the steering wheel.
Oh, you're right. 100%. Daniel, out of the great state of Texas, 30 seconds, buddy. If you want to join us, you can now. Lines are available. If you move, you'll get in. Daniel, go ahead.
Hey, this is Daniel. Used to be in California. I just want to say happy birthday, Rick.
Daniel.
Happy birthday to my dad.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, my dad's birthday is also October 3rd. I just want to know why you didn't give me a warning. I turned on the Chargers versus Texans game, and I had Beth Mowin on there.
See, I didn't know that.
Oh, no.
Did you get some of yards
They
in the
put her in the
Chargers?
pros?
I didn't know she was doing a pro game. We would have warned you if we'd have known. We didn't know. Daniel, I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, and kind of traumatizing to my son.
Yeah. Oh, man.
She's just everywhere now. It's like they're multiplying.
That's good. That's a good.
You know what? It's like they're multiplying.
Yeah, they're
This
giving
is
her all
cruel
kinds of-
right here.
Just have you heard me call baseball?
That right there is cruel.
That's perfect right there. That's all he needs.
But
Just
if you
a
go,
little taste
here's
of it.
what we'll do.
I'll cut my own. If you're doing like that.
Good news, that's not good at all.
No good.
Wow.
You hadn't had that in a while, have you?
Wow.
30 days sober. Ron in Opelika, I-92.
Somebody just tuned by there. Oh, poor Bubba.
Ron, go ahead.
We didn't know.
Hey, first of all, glad they got the spot in Bubba's liver. My dad wasn't as fortunate, but anyway, he made it to 72. Second of all, to the birthday man, I love the way you tell stories. You remind me of Donnie Swaggart. He tells stories while he's preaching, but I'll take a dog causing me to rip a shirt any day over two of my big dogs fighting and costing hundreds of dollars on 3 or 4 occasions, man.
Oh,
Take
really?
that shirt any day.
Yeah. You may be right. I like
Cost them what? I didn't follow.
Rick, first comparison to Donnie Swaggart.
Is he saying
I don't get that a lot.
Them fighting and it cost him a vet bill to get them sewed up?
I guess so.
Yeah, I had two Dotsons used to tear each other up like that. I mean, they'd be injured.
I like the idea of no dogs.
Ooh, look, coming here.
Pam in Chattanooga.
Hey, thank you, buddy.
Pam, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all. Happy birthday, Rick.
Thank you.
I don't know if you know about this classic scene in the movie Steel Magnolias where Shirley MacLaine's character is serving a cake that is shaped like an armadillo that has red velvet cake inside.
I do remember that.
And so Malin's husband walks up and is like, Lisa, can we just call it a truce so I can get a piece of cake? And she takes the knife and cuts the rear end off of that armadillo cake and hands it over to him, and he says, thank you, Lisa. There's nothing better than a fine piece of ass.
Hey!
You just said it.
Hey! Great movie, by the way. Didn't expect it from her.
I didn't either. I didn't think she would say that.
I thought she was going to lead us up to it and stop.
Well, I thought she would say, you remember what he said. I don't, but we all could have said, I can imagine. But thank her for clarifying.
Now, what'd
Thank you, ma'am.
Please look at that.
Now, what'd she say?
You didn't hear it. You were chewing too loud.
Yeah, that's some good. That buttercream right there.
Bubba upgraded.
Wow, Bubba.
I didn't get.
I'm not. I haven't been involved in any of this cutting.
Now you don't have to eat it all.
I won't.
Okay.
No, but just put it in front of
Just
it.
eat
You didn't want another piece, did you, Bubba?
No, I didn't ask.
They're trying to kill you.
Well, I try to stay away from you eating any part of you on there, because I probably feel weird.
Kind of like that last caller.
Yeah.
This whole segment has just gone off the rail.
That would be weird.
At one time, I felt like I was
Quick, do the wheel of meat.
If I was on a bicycle, I felt like I got hands on both handlebars. I've got it under control. At this point, I'm standing on my head on the seat.
You got blindsided by a very nice sounding young lady on the phone that you had no idea was going to drive. Well, that wasn't that bad, Michael.
But I thought she was like in charge of children's church. I didn't know she was going to drive that.
And her clarity in the phone. Of all the bad phones we have, she didn't have one.
Oh no, it was perfect.
Yeah. Let's go to Kyle in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead, Kyle.
Funny though.
Good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
We're great.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
And also, did y'all see Mike Leach's interview on the sideline telling the sideline reporter to elope?
It's this thing with Mike Leach. We had a press conference where he told somebody to elope. Is this the new thing now? Ask Mike Leach about marriage and about.
And she did, and he went on.
Yeah,
it was.
You know what?
It was real weird.
Listen, Mike Leach is a genius. We know that from a PR standpoint. Get ready, somewhere in Middle Mississippi, the Mike Leach Wedding Chapel is coming.
Yeah, I agree. It's gotten weird, and I feel kind of bad for him because I know he won't. I feel so bad for him.
Big win, by the way.
Yeah,
big is what he's talking about.
Big win. But I know that people.
Good point.
But you know how it is now. You know what's happening to Mike Leach. I know. Here I go. I'm pulling the curtain back. It's like Bubba. Bubba does Dip and Dan when he feels like the time is right. But it'd be like everywhere he goes, somebody say, "Do Dip and Dan for us," and you're like. I like doing Dip and Dan, but I have to kind of do it naturally. Now everybody's trying to get Mike Leach to say something weird so their video will get clicks.
Yeah. Right.
They ask him weird questions.
So everywhere he goes now, a reporter thinks if I ask the right question, I'll have a Mike Leach video. Mm-hmm. And I feel bad for him because he's trying to think of new things to say about something he's already said. What if he would have said, that's already on YouTube. Ask me something else.
I think a better question should have been any advice on how you made Jimbo feel on his plane ride back.
Yeah, something like that.
Because right now he's little Jim.
He's tiny little Jimbo.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he is.
Anonymous, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Anonymous. Hello.
Anonymous, go ahead. Okay. Let's go to Amanda in Birmingham. Listen to ZZK. Amanda, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I have a curious question. I was at a band competition this weekend with Briarwood Christian, and I swear your voice was the announcer for the Briarwood Christian band.
Really?
You sure about that?
It was like, no, I know. It was like it was a recording, but my husband was like, I swear that's Rick.
That is so strange.
That is odd. That's
Maybe.
very strange.
It is.
Did you? I mean, was it a sound alike? Do you think?
Rick, don't do this to her. Stop it.
It was us.
No, that is us. They asked us to record that. I've had so many people come up to me and go, by the way, I was at the game the other night. Yeah, Bubba and I are on the presentation from Briarwood, their band. They asked us to record something. We were more than happy to do it.
Very honored to be asked.
Yeah. So and a lot of people are hearing it. So yes, you did hear us. You're
coming
not crazy.
next week. Our solo
top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
It wasn't scary enough. You know what I mean? It kind of goes back to what one time we used to kind of be proud of our founders saying that we're tired of being taxed without representation. And so Tea Party actually had some positive connotations. So they said, we got to get rid of this Tea Party thing. We tried that for a while. We did the whole thing about Tea Party and teabagging and all that. It just didn't seem to stick. We got to have something scarier than that. How about this? How about white supremacy? Ooh, now that is scary. And how about this? That's wicked and that's evil. So let's label them white supremacists and let's claim that it's white supremacy that put Donald Trump there, not people, Jamel, who are sick of Washington, who are sick of politicians, who are sick and tired of an overreaching central government and are so put out with politicians they went with a businessman who had the means to get there. That's what happened. It really had nothing to do with white supremacy. And we can say whether it was a good decision, a bad decision. We'll know at the end of his administration whether it was good or bad. And, of course, some people will define it good or bad based on their worldview. But what we cannot say, and it's grossly irresponsible to do so, and it is not factual, that Donald Trump became the president not because of a country that was put out with its government and sick of politicians. It's because of white supremacy. That's crazy, crazy irresponsible, and there's no way to substantiate that point of view. You're just wrong. And what I want to know is, what's ESPN going to do about it?
Well, Rick, they've already released a statement. Have you seen that? That's in the.
Kurt Schilling got fired. Don't forget that. Speedy brought that up earlier.
Right. Yeah, because he offended the LGBTQ.
And he also quoted. I forget what the other.
Right. Right. So he's gone, and others. Now, Colin Kaepernick quickly tweeted out to her that he supports her, and hey, we're here for you. I think is what so he's learned his lesson.
Hey, Colin, that's why nobody will hire you.
Right. Now, she sent out 2 more tweets saying that he was elected because a direct result from white supremacy, what you just talked about, Rick. And then he talking about he's unqualified. Well, then now here comes ESPN, and they released a statement, never saying that she's apologized. They basically just says that, hey, the Twitter comments from Jemele Hill regarding the president do not represent us, ESPN. We've addressed this with Jemele, and she recognizes her actions were inappropriate. That's it. That's it. Well, because obviously that opinion sits with those that run ESPN.
Well, ABC. They said it was inappropriate, and she admitted that. If they had handled other people like Kurt Schilling the same way,
consistent,
I would agree with it.
Yeah,
that's all we ask you to do.
I would say, hey, Kurt Schilling doesn't represent us, but we've talked to him, and he realized what he said was he should have thought it out better, but he's still working for us. I can live with that. But you got to do that for everybody, not just Jemele.
That's just one example of many out there today.
We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we finish up with Larry around the world, and it kind of ties into some of the themes that are going on. This whole thing of him going around the world, he's telling you about the narrative that we're taking on, and that is that America's over, it's evil, we should be embarrassed by it. We're hearing all kinds of hyperbole about this, and I think the thing that he is making, too, about us trying to move to be more like other countries, because when you hear something like what he said about Singapore, and we've heard the old thing about the central government here getting bigger. Well, if you just behave yourself, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Well, yeah, if we all agree on what not behaving looks like. What about when the dictatorship or the overreaching central government starts declaring that things that you don't think are wrong in their eyes? It's not one of these things like, well, I'm glad they go after drug dealers. Well, I think we all would agree with that. As a matter of fact, we could use a little tougher situation with that in our country. We have a major problem. Well, I don't really like stepping in chewing gum. Okay, well, so we all do that. Well, I don't like people not flushing the toilet. Okay, well, what about when the overreaching central government or the dictator says, we also will hang you if we catch you with the Bible? We deem that hate speech. Sound familiar? Mm-hmm. And if we find you with one, we're going to hang you. You still in? Or did you kind of like there being a innocent until proven guilty and you having a say through legislation on getting laws passed in your country, and you'd like to see the government get back to answering to the people other than the people answering to the government? This all is real dangerous stuff. Liberty's a big deal, and to compromise it even for safety is a mistake because it can turn into the things he just described. So then we have these other things, Bubba, that, hey, we're living in terrible times.
Well, we had the anchor. Who was it speaking?
Joy Reid from MSNBC.
Yeah, who said this is the worst time in the history of all history to be a human in the U.S. right now. It's the worst time.
Right now. The Trump era.
So Trump era. Now, so the Obama era was great. All that was fantastic.
She said it's probably the greatest time to be a journalist and the worst time to be a human.
So Trump's been president how long?
6 months.
Right. And suddenly it's now the worst place to live. Now, when Obama was sworn in, it was the greatest time to be alive in America, right?
Maybe it just means that, she's going to say who she likes and dislikes. What about the facts on it, Rick? That's what I want to know. Funny, it's funny when you look at some of the real hard facts on this. The BBC has a story, it's out today, that says why the present day could be the best time to be alive. Now, you look at headlines we've had this past year, and you certainly see there's a lot of problems out there. They pointed out in this, they said that if you followed headlines this year, you see problems with global terrorism, refugees, climate change, race relations, shooting of police, just to name a few of the gloomier headlines. The North Korean situation, and they say there's no doubt that our species is far from nailing the task of becoming a prosperous, harmonious civilization. But they said you have to look at this, and they have two researchers who have recently put a book together called
"6 minutes past from the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Blazing Silverman taking your phone calls at 866 We Be Big from Rick and Bubba University, banging out a degree in common sense, as you just heard to start the hour, which now has become a superpower. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
All right, so we have a couple of updates for you, and we'll start with a Tesla update, which is Elon Musk. Everybody say, "Yay!" Dollar, dollar, bling, bling. So, Bubba, the Tesla robots, have you seen this? You were telling me about this?
Yeah, well, they've been teasing this for a while, and they even had one where they acted like they unveiled it. You remember it was a person dressed up like a robot.
I don't like that.
So, but we got what we believe is the first look of the Tesla robot. Rick, watch it. Do we have audio of this too? Are they telling about it?
No.
Rick, this has been a project Tesla's working on, and
I've got another clip where they talk.
We're watching it come out at the unveiling.
Greg,
so
this
to
is
speak.
trouble right here, buddy.
Now get this: they're saying that these will be available initially for under $20,000, and that they're going to replace a lot of mundane things that humans have to do that they don't want to do around the house and the job. So I suspect you'll start seeing these in some places before long. I know you talking about the giant leap ahead. I mean, we've all thought this was coming when we saw the Jetsons, but here you go.
And here they are talking about it. And in a second, they're going to show the vision of what the robot actually has. And it's actually amazing how it sees the world. There you go.
What do you mean how it sees it?
That's how it that's what the computer sees the world. Right here.
Yeah, when you see a rendered view, that's the robot. That's the world the robot sees.
That's the world the robot sees.
Very clearly
Does it have to be
identifying
connected like that?
Like this
No.
is the object it should picking it up.
Were they worried about power? Yeah. Why is it connected like that?
I think this is just for the
tests.
demonstration.
Right, yeah.
But, I mean, the detail,
Same process as we did for the
it's wild. I mean, you can see a cord on the ground, and here you can see it working in the Tesla factory, just moving stuff.
Spooky. Will it fold my laundry and clean the toilet?
That's the goal.
Yeah, that's what they're wanting it to do, is the mundane things we don't want to do every day.
Bubba, but what if it was the one
What did
cutting?
I say?
Mundane.
What did I say?
You said M-O-N.
You're saying mundane.
Yeah.
Mundane.
I'm sorry.
What if it was the one cutting you?
Except on Mondays, it's Monday.
Right.
The birthday cake, and it didn't want you to have any.
Yeah, what if that was the job it would do? That?
Not today.
I can't really talk about it.
That's when you unplug it.
I would rather cut a piece and bring it. Now that
I
that's
don't
a little
know. Do y'all?
mundane.
Let me ask you this: do y'all like the fact that it looks so human, but it still kind of looks, it's walking
It looks
like
creepy to
like a
me.
robot? I mean, I kind of wanted one that rolled like the Lost in Space robot.
I knew
was
that.
more
I
like
knew we
a
were going to
can,
get there. I knew we were going to get there.
So you'd rather have that one with a little slinky on?
Oh, yeah, he loves it.
That's a slinky arm.
Greg, 28 and plus years, he's loved that robot.
Oh, I love that robot as
It
a
stops
kid.
there. If you bring up a
Stops
robot,
there.
we're going to the Lost in Space robot.
But why not? It
He
was so
loves it.
good.
I know.
Danger Will Robinson.
I know you love it.
What about that one on Buck Rogers? You remember that one?
Attaboy, Buck.
This picture right here is one of the actuators in the leg of the AI robot. That means that's the thing that makes the leg go and walk and everything.
Ooh, I know a lot about it.
Here it is picking up a piano. Just one of the actuators. That's how strong these things are, too. So that's good. That means they could kill us very easily.
Oh, they could break our necks like it was nothing.
One of the two actuators in the leg can lift a piano, no problem. That's shocking.
How much does that bot weigh?
Good question.
I mean, it may need that to move around.
When will they be organized enough you can send them to the latest move your kids have pulled together?
I was going to say 2 robots in a truck.
Yeah, 2 robots in a truck.
Oh, I like it.
Hey, Dad, my leash is run out. I'm moving. All right, well, just call the robot people.
Yeah, they'll come
Call
get
the
it.
robot people.
Well, isn't that what they'd be called? That's my company.
They don't look like they move real fast, though.
That's
Not
all right.
yet.
I hope they're not getting paid hourly.
Looks like they weigh around 160 pounds.
They look like the people moving at every restaurant I go in.
And you know why the move to this is too. It's just a cost thing. You think, well, they're $20,000 each. Wow, that's a lot. But if you think about some of these businesses that have people that do some of these kind of jobs, and the liability that goes with it, and all that, it's going to be a big savings for some businesses.
We've all been somewhere where somebody we thought, I'm thinking about the commercial airlines, where the person at the go there if you have problems to get you on a new flight or whatever, and it's like watching lava rocks move.
Yeah,
on a lava lamp, that blob on the inside.
Yeah,
and really, is this moving any slower?
That's a great point.
I tell you what, it won't do. It won't take its break and put its earbuds in and walk off like you can't hear you. Like you can't hear you screaming. We don't have a flight.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
So they're 160 pounds and they're 5'8", so they're the perfect body type. From what I understand.
Pretty much perfect.
Yeah, this is going to go south, I have a feeling. But
Hey,
I don't like the looks of them.
They just reach in there and grab your neck.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing to it. You don't need to make them that strong.
Rick, you could have a robot that takes the dog out and goes and gets him.
Nice dog. Find somebody to pull me in.
Chasing. It'd come back and go, buddy ran away.
Buddy ran away again.
You forgot to charge me.
I can't get over the fence.
You know, too, it is kind of amazing that, and wow, what a device.
I don't want that
but
walking around.
all of these devices are going to have to be, charged up, and more. We got the cars, we got the robots, and California's still not able to cover what they got now with hot air.
We got people marrying trees and cats and all this. Somebody will marry one of these so fast.
Really?
Yes.
They'll
Not
marry
even
one
close.
so fast.
Yes.
I do.
Oh my gosh! I
What
can already
gender is that
see
bot?
one in a wedding gown.
No doubt.
Could it go back to the grocery store if I forgot something my wife told me to get? You think that?
Well, I'm sure they'll make them, Rick, with some kind of exo covering, that'll make them look like a real person.
You can count on it.
Yeah. I mean, they got that now.
What I would do is I would take the robot because you're still gonna need 2.
Okay.
The robot has its own vehicle. Okay.
Yeah.
And I put it in a parking spot near me, and then I leave like I'm going home. So when I get the new thing that Sherry wants when I'm on our street, I just call back to the robot, go back in and get that, and I'm still home.
Right.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm not turning around in somebody's driveway.
Right.
It just goes. Why am I still here? Oh wait, we're gonna have one more item.
You laugh me? No, hold on.
No, you stay here. I promise you we're out of paper towels.
Yeah. It was showing how the robot sees objects like these plants or whatever, but it doesn't show how it sees human beings.
I think it's just like a big old piece of steak.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah, let's just this is good. Did nobody watch the movie Frankenstein? It's
iRobot.
Oh, look, it's alive. It's awesome.
The Matrix.
Remember when everybody thought Frankie was awesome?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
That didn't go well, right?
Sure didn't.
Too, like one of the reasons they initially developed this was Elon wanted them to work on the space station. That go out and do the things that had to be done to change this and do preventive maintenance and all that stuff, and it kind of it's just really grown out of that to these other things. But you got to admit, if that can go cut your grass, that's kind of.
I was going to say,
one.
what are the two?
They
two
better get
things?
them moving a little quicker.
Give me 2 things in your life. If
care
the
how long they
robot
take.
could do, you wouldn't have to do anymore. What are they?
At home, just
Yeah.
at home.
Speedy's already touched on my 2.
Everybody's already
With
got
laundry
them
and
little
dishes.
them
Those 2,
vacuum
if I
cleaners.
could knock out.
There you
That's
go.
it, man. Laundry and dishes.
That's it.
Is there anything else? I know Bubba mentioned yard. That'd be a good one too.
Yard would be great.
Already got that covered. I would probably go with
Big change on that.
You're right. You got
I
humans
can't-
to do
Hey,
that.
don't have to be a robot.
I can't think of
Thank
any.
you, Richter.
I can't think of anything other than the dog. I don't have covered.
Okay.
So I think I got to go with the dog.
Do they have a dog whisperer version of this? That'd be perfect.
Take
for
the
you,
dog
Rick.
out. Do this with the dog. What about the dog? Take the dog to the vet. Pick the dog up from the vet.
I'd pay good money for the laundry and dishes to go away. I really would. May even get a second job. Oh wait, third job.
Yeah, 15 minutes past.
I folded the laundry, and I'm sleeping with you tonight.
What?
You're kind of cute.
Wait, I got that covered too.
All right.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The age of discovery. And they said when you look at history and the hard numbers, it's hard to deny that it's never been better than now. Now, what do they base that on? Life expectancy, they point out in their book, has risen more in the past 50 years than the previous 1,000 of recorded history. A child born in 2016 stands a fairly good chance of seeing the arrival of the 22nd century. The likelihood of a violent death has never been lower. On average, we're better educated than ever, and childhood mortality rates have plummeted. Among the most striking changes the last few decades has brought remarkable successes in tackling global poverty. Tackling global poverty. Would you think that if you read the headlines today?
No.
In 1981, they say almost half the people in the developing world live below the poverty line. Half, that's 50% for some of you that did not go to school. In 2012, that figure dropped to 12.7%. That's an amazing,
big drop.
amazing change. Apart from the increase in living standards, such improvements that we are involved in now, so that at least we have the habitat to create and find ideas, and geniuses can now flourish largely because of the internet. And ideas and science and technology has never been closer to flipping basic conditions from that of not having a lot to having a whole bunch. Now, they also point out a couple of other things here, and this is good. We were talking about the life expectancy. Okay, let me find that here. You know, it's when you look at currently, if you're a male, it's like 76 years. If you're a female, it's about 81. Do you know at the turn of the century, at 1900, the average life expectancy of a male was 47?
Wow, we're already
and
dead.
A female, 49. I mean, a violent death was nearby. I mean, we had violence, we had the Wild Wild West, we had disease, we didn't have the modern medical care that we have now. 47. Wow.
Think about that. We're
for
done.
round figures, we've almost double that during the 20th century.
I got it max 8 years left.
Oh, I'm already gone. I mean, I've been gone. There's grass growing on my grave somewhere.
Yeah, there's people who have to remind you who I am.
And while 76 and 81 are better, we can even do. I think we can do better than that. And they're saying that as we continue the medical, and now computers are giving us the ability to track so many of these things, that eventually we're going to find some more cures to some of these diseases that are hampering us now.
Well, you and I said, though, and it's true, the thing, though, that there's good and bad that comes with life expectancy. It seems that old liberals just keep living forever.
Yeah.
You can't get an old liberal to die. I mean, they just live. They just think you can't kill them. I mean, they
just hang around.
They just keep on. I mean, they live so long.
But think about that. That fact alone is so amazing that in 1900, on average, if you were a male, you're dead at 47. Now it's into your late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is. But we always, there's all of that is true, and things that we ignore, especially the part about the world poverty. I think that was the biggest number to me.
50% of the world lived in poverty in developing countries in 1981. Only 12% do now. 12.7. You can round it to 13 if you want to be sharp.
Yeah, if you want to be sharp. So there you go.
Rick, that's a huge difference in a lot of people's lives. Huge.
Right. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Check our website at rickandbubba.com. It is up and running today. All that's back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show continuing. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, as we're lining up calls for a phone troll, Greg, of course, no surprise here. This is courtesy of Ron Greenwood. Greg, we're not talking about Jimbo Fisher's whole life.
Rick,
we're talking about the current state.
I've never look. We got both
Let's
got
put it up,
bad hair. That's
put it up on the board. Greg, I want you to look at this
Rick,
picture.
I've never been told that
I want
ever.
you to. I want you
Greg,
to look,
have an open mind about this.
Just
because I was with you, and now that I've looked at
Oh,
these,
Adler's on the phones. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's
There's
just
nobody
not.
in there.
She's in there. I don't know why.
Put it on the board.
So this picture. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. You know, I started looking at these stories over the weekend, and you know, everybody. Anytime something starts getting so big, the money just gets gigantic. But this time, I'm not sure. I mean, we're not talking about one of the big fishing tournaments here. I mean, what are they talking about? 29,000. I mean, we're not. It's not one of the $1 million deals, but this is going.
I'll take that $30,000 payday for catching fish.
No, you would, but I mean, is it worth cheating over? Is what I'm saying, because that's what our story's about.
Would I cheat for $30,000 if I could get away with it? Absolutely.
Greg Burgess.
Greg.
It's just a fishing tournament.
Right. You're saying you don't even think that's a sin. You know it.
It's just part of the whole tournament. See what you can get away with.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. So you're just saying that's being skilled.
That's right.
But anyway,
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
they're showing all these fish cut open, and the allegation is that competitors allegedly put lead balls inside the walleye they were catching to make them weigh more.
Fishing weights, and so and you can't. I wish we could play the audio. Video,
Oh,
but
they
you
Rick, the
can't,
crowd
'cause
They're not happy.
The crowd goes nuts.
First of all,
It's
they're
hard for
pretty
me to watch.
stupid. If you read the details, they were
That's
already
where I was
under
going.
suspicion from
Yeah.
what the year before. Is that what it's saying?
Well, and it's
Look at
what
that.
they did. So they made like 4-pound fish look. I mean, that's
too
what it
far,
looked
didn't
like 7-8 pounds.
They went too far.
They went too far with it.
Now these are fishermen that they're going against, so they can look and go, "That fish don't weigh that." They can
Right.
tell you by looking.
Yeah.
And so one of the guys that was
Golly.
actually a part of the weigh-in, he felt a hard piece in the fish. That's how he was like, "What in the world is this going on?" So then they had to cut it open, and you see it was all. When you see the little basket that they have all the weights in, it is crazy how many of these fishing weights that they had inside the fish.
Please look at that face right there.
Yeah.
And look. And,
Hey, don't miss, Rick.
overdid
People are
it.
screaming as loud as they can at him right now.
Right. And
some of the things
They're
are saying.
furious.
You'll
but
believe
you know, it goes back to kind of what Greg was saying, and I'm not condoning cheating in contest. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to cheat, do a better job.
Right.
I mean, take a 4-pound bass and maybe get him at
5.5.
5.
Yeah, and
you know, maybe 4.5.
they show.
You know, I mean, you don't jump to 7.
we watched the video, and unless I misunderstood it, it seems like when they were going, hey, the number to beat 16 pounds. They put theirs up there. It was 30-something pounds.
Yeah, it was
I mean,
like double.
come on.
You could have just done 18 pounds and won it.
Exactly.
They always go too far, and people win.
Look at the size of that lead that they pulled out.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's like a cannonball.
I was about to say, when they use those for fishing, what fish they after with those things?
It's like a steel hush puppy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
really
it
is.
does.
I watched that clip so many times
Oh,
this
yeah. Too.
weekend. I had every time it came up, I had to watch it again because I
Same.
couldn't.
So
The guy's face as he's getting busted, all the angry people. It's
Yes.
just it's amazing.
How about this? They're real mad.
What do you
Real
do
angry.
when you're standing there and they're pulling all them weights out? I mean, you can't. They got you. There's nothing you can do.
Well,
So then you go back and go, how many other times has this
Yes.
happened?
Yes.
And because
Well, they
apparently
claim they were under
pretty
suspicion
successful.
from the year before that somebody thought they had cheated. So to prove themselves right, they went ahead and loaded up on
Loaded
lead.
up.
Again, if you're gonna bump it up a little, don't like make it double the size of the fish. A 4-pounder now weighs
But
8.
couldn't this be
Yeah.
solved with just the wand that you metal detect with? I mean, fish should not set that thing
That's really
off.
not a
you
bad
never know.
idea. That
You
really
could.
should work.
Sad, but they
I
probably
bet
go
they
to
do it
that.
from here on out.
Yeah, they need to.
A lot of these tournaments require you to take a polygraph after.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that can be beat. Metal detector would be hard to get beat.
I thought that they already did that anyway all the time, but I guess not.
Well, here's what I was saying. I mean, if they hadn't come up with all the stupid video thing, I mean, the way you used to cheat in the bass tournaments, you tie some fish off.
Yeah.
You know,
out in a basket.
You go out there,
And
you
that's
get-
still going on too.
Right, yeah. You just go catch some, and put them out
Earlier,
there.
put 'em out.
Remember where they are, and when the tournament starts, you go at them. Everybody knows that.
Who don't know that?
Yeah, you don't put weights in them.
But and fillets too.
Guys, look at them cutting them open,
fish.
pulling them out. Look at that.
But the point is, and all of you've made it, but we need to reemphasize this: when you're dealing with a fishing tournament, the people there know fish.
They do.
Yeah.
They really do.
And they know what a 7-pound walleye looks like compared to a 4-pound.
Look at his face. Look
I
at
mean,
his
that's
face.
not even a big miss. You may not know. Of course, for us, it's usually bass. I may not be able to tell a 3.5-pound bass from a 4 1/4.
Right.
But when you're talking about a 4-pounder trying to pass it off as a 7-pounder,
Yeah.
I mean that's a big. That's
is
a
a
whole
big
different looking fish.
Yeah.
It is.
It's going through his mind right there.
Now Greg says he would turn and just start digging. Just run
I'd
away.
run. If I was him, I'd just break and run.
Just
Rick,
start
at
running.
some
Well,
point,
what are you
I
gonna
want you
do?
to watch the video today. Just listen
I
to
will.
everybody.
The crowd turns on them big time.
Well, yeah.
Everybody goes nuts,
Insane nut.
and they should.
Yeah.
All the money you took, you have a boat, all this stuff. I mean, you were the champ. Where's your crown now? I mean, they
all
go
that kind of
crazy.
stuff.
They want them to call the police.
Yes.
Also, let's look at video 6, right above it. So video 6 is not a fishing tournament, but it looks like what almost happened at this fishing tournament. So I didn't, I never lived the Greek life, but is this in the Greek world? Do the fraternities do they have wars against each other? Is this?
I mean,
is this a fight?
They know they're playing another school, right?
A lot
Right.
get along, but then you have a few that are
Because these are two
rivals.
fraternities fighting each other. Now this
What kind of? Look at
I know,
that.
Greg. I've never seen so many males fight so poorly in one fight. I mean, these guys
Look, they come in here like this.
I mean, I really think that we
Some drunk chicks in the way.
Greg.
That dude got knocked out. Good
Right.
Lord.
Look at her.
But the fight here is just like
Put it this way, nobody's injured. I can promise you.
nobody. I believe that we could take the old men on this show, walk up there, and take anything from them we wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, they couldn't defend themselves if they had to.
They ain't one
All right,
broke
so-
hand in the group.
No.
Can I ask her? Could you go back, Adler? There's bald people stand out to me. In the very top row, it looks like this guy's older, or am I just seeing? Is the
we got
sun
one
hitting the head here, and it's just blonde
Oh,
hair?
that
See that guy at the very
Yeah, I
top?
see him.
Is that an older man? Is that
I
a?
think he's young.
Some people have that early balding when they're in school. And
Yeah.
they just go ahead and shave it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I
'Cause,
thought
the receding hairline people in
Of course,
college,
he
they now
looks
have
like,
an out.
He does look like he's punching better.
He
than
does. He
the
may be
others.
older.
He is the best
He may
puncher.
be older.
Right.
He is the best
But he does
puncher.
have a blue blazer.
You know,
on.
I was going to say, how ridiculous. I'm in a fight wearing a blue blazer.
Yeah.
Hard to punch in a jacket like
It
that.
is.
It is.
Yeah.
You take your jacket
Look
off.
at party chick here. Look at her.
Yeah. Party chick's like, what's
She's
going
got
on?
her tall boy.
Do they sell booze at their stadium?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Do they?
Hotty toddy,
Because
gosh
some
almighty.
do and some don't. And I don't
Yeah,
know
they're
who
all
does.
just about everywhere now.
Well,
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
They got the
sneaking in
taps on the back wall there. What are you talking about?
Keep in mind, we're talking about a university. The head coach had to tell everybody to stop tailgating and come inside to the game.
Yeah, the game has started. Y'all could join us.
There's a game going on of football.
Get out of the Grove and let's get in the stadium.
Good
Well,
job.
time does get away from you though if you're not your mind whatnot like
Helms
it's
and
supposed
I
to be.
experienced the Grove one time because here's what's bad though. We were timing it for kickoff, but we didn't think about everybody else too. So the line to get in was
No way.
You had a
I had to
bathroom
get
stop.
Well, I
made,
jumped in a
and
big
that was-
thick bushes. And
You
took care
did.
of it.
You did.
Right.
Well, thank you, Greg. Couldn't find him, and out coming like a moose in the field out of some bushes in somebody's
You
yard.
can't go in the stadium, stand in that line, having to go.
I
out
know
back.
it is miserable. So had to happen, Rick.
Bottom of the hour, phone calls are next. Look at Blazing Silverman. He's ready. 866 We Be Big. We're ready to talk to you. Lot to discuss. We'll do that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I want you to look at when Ryan Greenwood said
Rick,
it.
I'm
He
not-
said when he saw it, he thought it was you, the one on the left.
Well, maybe that angle there,
Right,
barely.
No.
Got your wrinkles and everything right
Look,
there in the
he's-
forehead.
No, Greg, as he's come back for the new season, I'm not talking about hat on. I'm talking about hat off.
Right.
I'm in an interview.
Because we both have bad hair.
No, there's
Yeah, I
more.
see that.
Look at the forehead.
Never been told.
Look
that
at the
in my
forehead.
life.
Make that same face, Greg.
The
Greg,
wrinkles.
Greg, look that way.
That's it.
He's doing it right
To a T.
You're telling me that left picture doesn't favor you.
I don't. You asking me?
Greg's
I don't know.
Jimbo. Does it? So golden ticket
Yes.
seats.
They're
Raise
gonna
your hand
say
if you
that.
say yes.
There's a resemblance.
Greg, look at the.
I mean, I don't care. I ain't saying anything bad about Jimbo.
Jimbo Fisher's not a bad. I mean,
We both got bad. We equally have equally bad
It's not
hair.
the hair. It's
not a
more than that. The shape of the
bad-looking
face.
Okay.
Everything. I thought that's you.
Hey, maybe
the
that
color,
one angle, but that's not the way
I
he
had to
normally
do
does.
facial hair.
I had to
is
do
the
a
same.
double take.
Yeah, I did too.
I thought it was a split screen of Jimbo and Greg. to begin
Somebody,
with.
I thought Greg on the left, Jimbo on the right.
Yeah.
How
Tell
about that?
Greenwood go sell some diapers.
There you go.
Greg, somebody said that even this year he's gotten ruder. All right, let's go to the phones at 866. We be big. 30 seconds a pop. We got 4 lines engaged, so there's 6 lines available. Taylor and Jasper gets us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. All right, Taylor, go ahead.
Hey guys, Monkey Grass, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate that very much. Talk to me.
Okay, I was just calling to see if Bubba remembered the story of when he was trying to dry his underwear in the microwave.
Yes, I do. How do you forget that?
Man, that's been just one that stuck with me for years.
Didn't work out, did it?
Let me advise no one to do that, especially if you're trying to keep things quiet while the babies are sleeping.
Yeah, that is not the way to go.
It was of good heart trying not to wake my wife up because my underwear was still wet. And I thought if I start the dryer, I've had it.
Right.
I mean, I thought microwave, it heats other stuff up.
Mm-hmm.
It'll heat up underwear.
It sure will, won't it?
Put a hole in it. The smoke boiling out of it.
Jason.
Smoke stain.
Jason in Enterprise. Jason, go ahead.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, them butt wipes work real good,
How about-
especially when you're a truck driver and you eat cheap Mexican the night before. They work real good.
Well, I'm glad you were able to use those from Dollar Shave Club, so I appreciate that very much.
That's right.
That's the endorsement they're looking for. Butt wipes work good. Speaking for a trucker who eats a lot of cheap Mexican.
That's right. Found another one, Rick. I found another picture. Hey, look at this one, Greg. You got to admit on this
Hey,
one.
buddy, look,
Check that out.
That's the same picture.
No, that's different.
Exact same
That's-
picture.
No, it's
That's
a
a
little
picture of
plain-
Greg right there.
That
It's
is.
a little different. It's
Wait
the
a
same
minute.
facial expression.
That doesn't look like Jimbo Fisher.
Greg,
man.
and it's going further. Y'all are starting to sound a lot.
Okay.
Did you hear his
Now
press
I have
conference?
you
Here it
fine.
is. Listen.
They're my friends.
I mean, you tell me that doesn't sound like you.
I'm refusing to engage.
He's down in the ball. He's down in the ball.
You're taking Bubba's advice. You're about to go sit in the woods, aren't you? Chad and Calera. Chad, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Morning, guys. Monkey Grass.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate you calling very much. What's on your mind?
Hey, is anybody on the show nervous about what Tyler, the angry cyclist, might do in the corn patch to y'all's face?
You talking about the corn maze? Yeah, people who are angry with us, they go to that corn maze. You know, I never thought about that. Thanks for letting them know, though.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, I hadn't thought about that.
It's not good.
Yeah, that poor that corn maze. You know, not everybody loves Rick and Bubba.
Man, I want to get up there and see that. That's awesome.
So when you going?
I don't know. We need to figure that out next week. The weather will get a little more, workable.
Well, it's not. It doesn't even start till the end of the month.
That's right. They won't even have it
No.
going until the end of September.
I think this weekend.
It's the end of September.
Yeah.
As
It'll be
Earth,
good,
Wind, and Fire said, it's September.
Right.
September.
So
we can put it off and then it'll be here.
Right, it will.
Yeah.
I've got some on my calendars coming in pretty quick.
Yeah, it is, Rick. Wow. 90.
hey, put it to the flow.
Yes, sir. It's happening.
Inside of a week.
Wow.
Austin out of Scottsboro listening to us on the storm.
Hey,
Austin.
hey guys, Monkey Grass.
Hey, thanks for calling, buddy. Appreciate it. What's up?
Hey man, I just really want to hear y'all do some dipping Dan, man. Man,
Is this
I hadn't
Cheech or
heard it
Chong? Which one is it?
What are you wanting to hear there, Austin?
I tell you, I want to hear that time when that woman fell off the back of the roof.
Oh, that'll roll on tune now.
Yeah.
Remember that when the guy had his daughter and pulled her off the roof?
Oh yeah, with the rope. They were using the rope to counterbalance.
You did Dippin' Dan as that person.
Oh.
Yeah. 35 minutes past. The Rick and Bubba show. Lines are available for you. We'll chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got an email, Bill Bubba Bussy, from Betty that is not your wife. You know what she says? Thank you for introducing me to these amazing products, and I'm talking about cleanpods.com/Bubba. She said, I'm a clean freak, and I decided to give them a try. They do the job very well. They leave your house smelling fabulous. Thanks, guys. Love the show. And when you guys recommend something, I try it, and I'm loving cleanpods.com/Bubba. Look, trying to get people to change cleaning. I got it. I know. But look, there goes Betty. And of course our Bubba's wife Betty and my wife Sherry and
she really
and all of our wives they're enjoying the Clean Pods. They like the way it works. You're talking about for less than $10, you've got 5 spray bottles they send to you. You pick out the bundles you need for the type of cleaning you need. All the bundles come with a bag full of pods, these little gel pods. You pop it into the bottle they provide. You put the water in, shake it up. Here we go. And now that gets down to a full bottle of cleaning product for $2.
And Rick, think about this.
$2.
Then the next time you just put a pod in. And the next time you just put a pod in with your
me.
water. You're not buying the bottle again. You're not buying the pump again. You're not buying the water again. You're not buying the label, which is costing you a bunch.
That's right. Pod me.
I really think it's a revolutionary thing. I think you're going to see a lot of companies try to go to this, but these guys have really got the jump on it.
Cleanpods.com/Bubba. We get you 10% off any bundle you order, and we get you free shipping. Cleanpods.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. We start with Chris. Chris has got us out of Coleman on 104.7 WZZK. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, speaking of cleanup, how much money you think Betty would have gave for them robots last week for Bubba?
That's one thing we need it for.
Hey, real quick. Hey, she would have plugged that robot up in the corner, and it would have unplugged itself when it found out what it had to do.
Yeah, they said we had a Tesla robot quit on the job. Oh, man. That's so true.
Some things a robot just won't do.
No, Let's go to Clyde out of the Sweet Home, Alabama. Clyde, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, you know you'd buy one of those Tesla robots and it had a Gary version of the robot. He could make you a salad. He could take you fishing.
Hey, I heard you talking about some robots. You gonna take you fix you a salad and take you fishing?
Hey, Betty, now you go.
You can't find nobody to work. You might as well get a robot.
You know that's what he'd say. Man.
Oh yeah, robot wouldn't even do it right.
We have a Gary video. We'll play for y'all.
But
next.
the good news is it does open up jobs, people to repair robots.
It does.
That's what I want.
Let's go to New York. Richard standing by. Richard, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Hey, I just wanted to know if Bubba ever got back to his trophy deer land after he crashed his side-by-side into the tree, or did he turn it over to Gary?
Yeah,
we're a little behind on that project. I have not got back, and we're working on it though.
Hey, you keep trying to go to Dooley. I mean, he's a nice guy, and I ain't got nothing against him. But I mean, you need to call me, Bubba. I'm serious now. You don't do what Rick does. He wastes money with these other people.
Of course, now they would.
You won't plant Tecumani.
Put you some Tecumani in there.
It's funny, you end up with Tecumani every year, no matter what you decide to do.
Hey, let me tell you something. That Tecumani, Moultrie don't know what he's talking about, I'm telling
you. We continue.
That's my favorite one.
Hey, let me tell you, seriously.
Let's go to JR out of Foley, Alabama. JR, go ahead.
I got to go.
JR, wrap it up, buddy.
Rick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rick.
Yes.
Rick, got a hypothetical for you.
Okay.
Auburn fires their head coach and their athletic director and hire you as athletic director. Who would you hire as Auburn's next head coach? And the second part, give me a prediction on who will succeed Nick Saban at Alabama. Thank you.
Wow, that's a lot. Number one, Auburn's easy. I hire Taylor Burgess. So I solved that overnight. Get a Burgess down there, and we'll turn this thing around. And then for Nick Saban, I think the person who will follow Nick Saban at the University of Alabama will be Lane Kiffin.
Good night.
You stirred him up now.
Now, is this before or after he's at Auburn?
You had stirred him up.
No, Kiffin won't go to Auburn. He's going to be at, because it was going to be Jimbo Fisher. We realize now that's a mistake. So
everybody's fired about that. Maybe.
So if you don't believe that, ask millions of dollars over in College Station right now. I mean millions. Hey, if you're going to take that big check, man, you got to produce.
No,
I love big checks, but big checks
yeah.
you got to produce or you get a big check.
Rick, think about this too. And so, what does his breakdown a year now?
Who? We've spent
Jimbo.
It's a lot.
What was it? I mean,
tremendous.
I'm trying to get down to a game. I'm trying to get down to the game fee. It's over $1 million a game.
Right.
Do you feel like you got your money's worth this weekend?
No, you did not. You did not.
Bad investment.
I saw $1 million after one time try to cover one of Mississippi State's guys on that offense. He still couldn't cover.
Well, let me tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to make a prediction, guys.
Okay.
There's going to be a slow drift from coaching salaries to that money going to NIL, and you're going to see coaches' salaries. They're still going to be good. Don't get me wrong, but I think we've seen the high water mark on them. Yeah. I think they're going to start receding a little bit.
He makes $9 million
a season.
$9 million a season.
Yeah, and I think
we'll round that to $1 million a week.
Well,
to 2031.
That's the bigger problem. Is 2031 is the contract end date.
Hey, look, they're a young team.
Yes,
a young team.
You hear what I said? 2031.
That's what you keep hearing. And if you're a Texas A&M fan or you belong to Jimbo Fisher in any way, shape, or form, you have to keep saying, we got a lot of great players, but they're young. We're a young team.
Boy, please understand how young we are.
And they're so young. You got to let them get older. They're so young, Rick.
You keep saying it.
Rick, before you could pay players legally, it was about facilities. And we've seen some monstrous facilities built, a lot of money on
this
that.
This is all 100%
But
correct.
you're already seeing this. I know at 2 schools, building projects put on hold, money being moved toward the NIL.
Correct.
So this is it's kind of like water and the tide. It has to, it has to eventually balance out, and it's out of balance right now. But I think you're going to see facility budgets back up, and you're going to see coaching salaries back up. Not going to go broke. They're still going to get paid very well for what they do. But I think you've seen the high water mark. You're going to see the NIL money go way up.
As the music business has now become a live industry, the college football business is about to become an endorsement industry.
Yeah, it used to be
and your money's going to go to endorsements, not facilities.
Yeah, it used to be an arms race with facilities. Well, look, come here, we have this. Come here, we got that. Oh, we can cut your hair and manicure your nails. You never have to leave the stadium. Forget that. How much you paying me?
Yeah,
That's going to be the name of the game.
Do I get to be in a commercial on a big time campaign like Dr. Pepper while I'm still playing? Yes, you do.
Yeah.
All right, that's what I want to know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's it. And good for them. It's time the players got paid, in my opinion.
Mine too.
Because the coaches sure have made out like a bandit, and so have a lot of other people. And they can leave whenever they want to.
That's right.
But sometimes walk away with a lot of money after doing a terrible job. But anyway, so why not? But
I think there'll be more accountability for production with these coaches' salaries.
Yeah, I think, and I do believe that Taylor Burgess would serve well in any position as a coach and is going to continue to do well going forward and is doing well now. But if you, in the real world, and then Taylor cannot be on his staff, is I honestly think that probably he's done his rehab. He's proven himself that he and his wife and his family overcame, the issues they had. I think Hugh Freeze is no longer a cancer. I think he's proven himself, and I think Hugh Freeze would be the right hire for Auburn.
Well, I think Hugh Freeze, you're going to hear Lane Kiffin, you're going to hear Dion. That's big names right now out there.
To Cucumber. Cucumber, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Bubba. It's Scott.
Hey, buddy.
Cucumber here. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, Scott. What are you doing?
Hey, 15-year fixed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, listen, first off, Bubba, man, I'm sorry I haven't texted you. I'm behind on the show and didn't know you were out, but, man, the Maycumbers have been praying for you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We felt it.
Yeah. Well, so I was traveling this weekend and had an opportunity to catch up on some shows. And, Rick, this thing with the Wolf.
Yeah.
I got to know. I got to know in your fight with the Wolf.
Yes.
You guys know Brian Kilmeade, friend of the show.
Yes.
I don't know if you know this, but he originally started out with UFC. He was one of the inaugural announcers for UFC. And at the beginning of UFC, it was not one fight that was billed for months. It was a tournament held throughout the night where you either fought and won and continued, or you went home. So my question for you is this. If you had to fight it one animal after another, starting with the rat, moving to the rabbit, then the corgi, and then the snake, all at the same time, because I know you said that the wolf would tear you up pretty bad. You'd be in bad shape after that.
It'd be rough.
Leading up to the wolf, what ends up happening, and the wolf has to go on the same track as you.
Yeah.
But what happens when you get to the wolf and you've already fought 6 or 7 animals before that?
Whew, that's tough because I just beat a kangaroo up right before him.
Yeah, that's not easy.
And that's going to take some out of me.
That's some deep thought there, Scott.
Especially if he rocks back on that tail and kicks me one good time.
Yeah.
But he's got to go past the kangaroo too. And I think he actually has an easier time with the kangaroo than me. I have to agree with that.
I think he does.
That
he does. But now he's also staring at the fact that the chimpanzee's coming up next.
Yeah, you're right. And I can't get past the chimpanzee. I know that. And so I'm going to be fighting. He's going to be fighting, trying to hold back. Yeah, he's going to try to hold back, and I think that may make him easier to defeat. I spent the weekend watching Jeremiah Johnson fight that pack of wolves in the movie Jeremiah Johnson. And and he fared pretty well. I mean, he actually did what I was wanting to do and just kind of broke their will to continue. The only problem I have with Jeremiah Johnson, though, because he didn't agree to what I agreed to, and it's the fight unarmed, shoot the guns. He never shoots the guns.
Oh, my
I mean, he hits them with the guns, but I mean...
Mistake number one.
Why is he not firing the guns? And by the way, Jeremiah Johnson fought a whole pack. Did you see it?
I haven't seen it.
I'm a little foggy.
You don't remember him fighting the pack of wolves?
I really don't.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, that's awesome too.
Yeah, that really happened. Remember, we tried to debunk that story, and I think it really happened.
Oh, it happened. It should have been there. I don't guess I could go to Singapore.
No, yeah, they said, Larry said even you can't spit in Singapore.
No, not in public.
And you said that you spit a lot. Speedy, are you one of these people that?
I do too.
I've never
I've never
been
a spitter.
I don't spit.
If I'm outside, I'm going to spit. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
I never spit.
I've never understood that.
That's why they don't have a baseball league.
I think it's a baseball habit. Even though it wasn't tobacco driven, I think it was a baseball thing.
Like there's one time I almost spit, going through a very nice courtyard or whatever, and I just had to stop. I'm like, oh my gosh, I almost spit.
I don't even have to spit.
It's uncontrollable. I just spit.
It is. It's a bad habit.
Well, that's what I was wondering because I remember.
Don't look at me like that, Fisher.
I remember.
Calm down, Jimbo.
I remember growing up in Chi-Hall 1. And you had friends who spit all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I ain't into that.
And I've never done it. You know what I mean? And I don't know why what for?
I don't know.
I can't explain it.
It's something that I just do, and I don't know why. It's like I don't know.
Rick, I will leave here. I've got 50-foot walk to my car. I'll spit here in between the car.
Really?
Yeah.
So I've got to walk through your spit out here.
I'll do it out there in the concrete.
So
where it's not
we've got to step over your spittle on the way to the parking deck.
You know what? It may be why it's illegal in Singapore.
And you don't know why
Don't
you're
be in that
spitting,
elevator over there.
No, I don't know. It's just a bad habit.
You ain't one of them that'll blow a honker, are you?
No, I don't do that.
Joey, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I got 2 things for you. I got a story that I hope you appreciate. Number one, I want to give a shout-out to Jessica Proctor. We went up to Atlantic City to Miss Alabama, Miss America this weekend, and she did a great job representing Alabama. Shame she didn't win. She should have, but anyway, she did a great job.
Hey, I want to ask you quickly.
Story.
Can I do sidebar real quick because we're not trolling?
Yeah, absolutely.
Miss America, I didn't watch it. Somebody said they uncomfortably tried to get the contestants to say something negative about Trump. Was that?
Oh, it was awful.
Oh,
they asked during their question.
Every interview question they had on stage was a shot at Trump. It was awful. There was no doubt about it. You couldn't even cover it up. It was directly towards it. And they did a new 5% question about something that they wanted like a personality question for him, and she answered honestly and did a great job, and I think it hurt her. But anyway, she represented the state of Alabama well.
She didn't compromise who she was for anyone.
Not at all. And she's a stand-up, godly woman.
Good.
She is a great representation. So.
Well, I'm glad she did a good job.
On to my story. So we went up there for the week, and so we were close to have my kids with me, a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old. And so we went and did Philadelphia. We went and did New York and just enjoyed the time up on the East Coast. And so I wanted my kids to experience Times Square at night. It's from the state of Alabama. It's a beautiful scene for about 5 minutes, and then you're ready to go. So we were up there. We get out. We're standing on the Times Square corner right in front of the police department. It's right there on Times Square. And my kids are looking up and are in awe of what's going on. And all of a sudden, I get ran over. And I'm looking around for who ran me over. I'm on Times Square. I did not expect it. It happens. Sure. No big deal. I'm looking around, and I can see nobody. And I look around, and my wife is laughing. She's behind me. She is laughing. And I look down, and I have been ran over by a midget Muslim. I'm sorry, this is not politically correct. I should have prefaced with that, but I got ran over by a midget Muslim in Times Square.
All right, well, let me get this right. You had a little person. How did you know they were a Muslim? They have the garb on?
Oh, they had the hijab on and everything. It was priceless. And there was others around her. And there was a group of 5 of them. And I'm in shock. I couldn't react.
Well, you said a crowd. You said a crowd. Were there a bunch of tiny female Muslims?
No. She was the only tiny.
Because that's going to end up on TLC. That's going to be on TLC.
Oh, absolutely. Right. And I almost wanted to go back after I composed myself and figured out what happened and what I did. I wanted to go find her and get a picture made. But I couldn't find her again. Ironically.
Hard to see in that crowd.
Well, is your thigh okay?
It was hard to see her in that crowd. Absolutely.
Is your thigh okay?
I'm good. Okay. It was actually my elbow, but
was elbow okay? I got you. Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's be honest, and there's certainly not either degree. I mean, you would think that, but I have to say, when you see the female Muslims dressed in their garb, I've never seen a little person.
No,
I have not either. And again, from the nice conservative state of Alabama, we may not have the opportunity to do so.
That's right.
However, I've not seen on pictures or anywhere of anybody that fits this description. So I thought it was a unique
it's a pretty good sighting.
Interaction. I felt like
Let's get back 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Yeah. So we got a couple things we got to hit before we go today. One of them is in Gary the Bulldozer Man, and he told Greg, if you remember you, me, and Dad on Friday, as we got to spend a little time with Gary when he wanted to go around and show us the work he'd been doing.
Oh, yeah.
The best one ever is when I stood Greg in front of about 10 posts and sent a picture to Gary saying Greg loves a new fence. And
he don't like you bring that fence up. I was going.
So anyway, but Gary went to see. I think it's somebody connected.
He tried to tell us who it was.
I heard he was in a fishing tournament.
Yeah, it was unbelievable the weight he put in.
I think, Greg, if I remember what he told us, it was somebody connected to Sweet Little Gwen.
Some of his in-laws or something. Somebody's camping at Lake Gunnersville, and he went to see him. I don't know.
He likes a good road
He tried
trip.
to tell us I was connected to him, but we weren't listening. But
no.
So, but anyway, apparently at this, let's see, with Lake Gunnersville, is it state park or national? It's state, isn't it?
Yeah, state park.
Yeah. Well, the deer there see a lot of people, and apparently Gary took the deer being quite calm around humans and feeds a deer popcorn. Have you seen this?
I've seen a lot of people feed deer before. I think it's okay.
Yeah, and this is.
I guess here she comes.
Come on.
Listen to her chomp on that popcorn.
I wish she jumped on them back legs. Got
You
the
like
fling in
that
him.
popcorn? You like that popcorn?
You like that
Them
popcorn?
two little babies over there.
Now that's what's scary.
Yeah.
You like that popcorn?
You like that popcorn?
You got him a friend now.
You like that popcorn?
You see the person say, "Well, how do you do that if she won't come to me?"
Well, he's a whisperer, Rick.
Well, deer just love me. I mean, he do.
Now, some poor camper's going to try that with those babies with her, and
she's
they're
going to
wear them out.
She's going to hit him like Buddy the dog.
No, there's some of them get real tame. You know, I told y'all the story one time. When the kids were just little, and we were looking at a piece of farmland that had deer on it that had been fed.
Yeah.
And they come up and tried to get in the minivan.
Oh,
and leave.
yeah,
I mean,
sure.
they were in the van. I had to push one of them out.
Sure.
And I'll tell you something else they like is wintergreen lifesavers. I learned that early on.
Oh, they got great breath.
Hey, you like that popcorn? You like it? Hey, you like that popcorn?
Yo, we're practicing.
You like that little popcorn? Hey, you want me to get you popcorn and salad?
What if, Rick,
You
what
want a
if-
popcorn salad?
What if she starts snoring Gary like your dog?
I would have loved it.
Get him on
That
front
would have been. I
legs.
didn't want to get hurt.
And he,
That's the funny.
and hey, he knows better.
Yeah.
He knows better.
Yeah.
Here it goes. Here it goes, Speedy. Go for it.
Yes, Speedy.
Ladies and gentlemen, master impression.
Master impression.
A man of 1,000 voices.
You like this popcorn?
You know what that sounded like? Gary going into surgery and had already had the first dose.
Yes.
Get your little
Somebody said Gary's the next Disney princess.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
No, hey, they love me. You ought to see how
calm down.
turkeys act.
Well, we did see him dancing in that parade.
Yeah, we
That's
did.
true.
That's
Boy,
true.
he's agile. I'll give him that.
And you know these Gary sightings. Somebody sent me one up there. They were at a volleyball game. And the guy sitting across the way looked exactly like
he
him.
did. I saw that.
He looked just like him. All right, so Bubba, what was the hurricane thing?
Yeah,
you wanted to show us?
there's some footage of the most intense part of the hurricane as it came into Pine Island, Florida. And, we've seen a lot of hurricane footage, but when you get that eye footage where it's really, really wrapping around, it's pretty wild stuff.
And a new one.
And the ocean's just on their doorstep.
Yeah, it is.
How's your vehicle?
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at the wind. Now, what's his name? Cantori would actually have a hard time in that.
Yeah.
Jim Cantori.
I wish he'd come floating by on the boat.
Is this somebody in this house shooting?
Thank you.
He said that it's an iPad that he left filming. I don't know how it's panning
I was
around.
gonna say,
I don't know about that.
I don't know how it's panning around.
Well, he didn't leave. There's his vehicle right there.
That's a great. Okay, I guess he's.
He's also screaming.
The iPad yells.
Hit him. It sounded like something.
There's his hand.
Finger.
Somebody calm
Oh
that
my
iPad
goodness!
down.
I
He's
thought this
there.
was an iPad shaking in the wind, but he's showing it.
Yeah, he is.
Wow!
He's
You would
there.
think there was an app for this.
Oh
That's
my
good.
goodness!
The I Left Behind app.
Goodness gracious.
Hey, I wonder if he like a little popcorn.
What do you think, Speedy?
All right, so but we may be able to get DeSantis in.
Yeah, with all this going on
Hey,
and
DeSantis.
curfews and, Florida's going to be rebuilding for a long time, you always have to worry about these idiot looters.
Yep.
And I've long, to me, there's nothing worse than a looter going in to pillage somebody's destruction. And really, I think if we'd shoot 2 or 3 of them, this would calm down. But DeSantis is kind of warning everybody that you don't want to be in the headlines for this.
The other thing that we're concerned about, particularly in those areas that were really hard hit, is we want to make sure we're maintaining law and order. Don't even think about looting. Don't even think about taking advantage of people in this vulnerable situation. And so local law enforcement is involved in monitoring that. I told Kevin if the state needs to help as well, because you can have people bringing boats into some of these islands and trying to ransack people's homes. I can tell you in the state of Florida, you never know what may be lurking behind somebody's home. And I would not want to chance that if I were you, given that we're a Second Amendment state.
There you go.
So he said it in a nicer way.
There you go.
That he couldn't be criticized for.
Yeah, but he still will be.
Well, more like the way I said it, I could be criticized. He said it nicer.
Right. Well,
but if you're in there looting,
yeah,
that's something.
We've become so civilized on people that break the law. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So we got to get back so you pay a price.
Yeah.
And it's not, and then criminals weigh it and go, it's just not really worth it.
Nope. Thanks for being with us. If our time with you is wrapping up, have a great day. If you got more Rick and Bubba continuing today, we'll get the top of the hour break and then more of the Rick and Bubba show maybe coming your way.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.